Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Shinsou's dads were Eraserhead and present MIC story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Shinsou Hitoshi stood outside the door marked 2A. The class for the hero course. The best class for the hero course. His class. When Dad had told him that he would be transferring at the beginning of the new school year, Hitoshi hadn't believed it. It took a few hours for it to sink in. And when it did, Hitoshi absolutely did not spend the night staring at the stars and thanking them all for finally granting his wish. And he absolutely did not spend a while with his face buried in his cat's fur. And he definitely hadn't cried. And if Thor's fur was slightly damp once he'd let her go, that had nothing to do with him. But now, here he was. At these doors. It was actually happening. He was going to be a hero. Finally. That's why he wasn't here to make friends. Those were just distractions. Well, not like he would know, he hadn't actually had friends before. But still, people took up time. Time he could be using to become a better hero. And it's not like these guys would want him as a friend anyway, he was taking someone's place. They would hate him for that. And also, his quirk wasn't exactly heroic anyway, to put it lightly, which was just another reason they'd hate him. He didn't mind. Really? It was fine. He didn't want them to like him. He didn't need friends anywhere. Excuse me. Shinsou nearly jumped at the loud voice. He turned to see someone storming at him with arms chopping at his side. When the guy stopped by him, his face was so intense it almost made Hitoshi's eyes widen. The bell will ring shortly. Please return to your class at once. Hitoshi blinked slowly. I'm waiting for Mr. Aizawa. He drawled. Oh. The boy snapped his arms to his sides. I apologize for my misinformation. Hitoshi blinked again. What was with the shouting? But still, loitering in the hallway is unfitting of a UA student. Please, wait for Mr. Aizawa inside. Before he could even answer, Hitoshi had a stiff hand on his back as Ida Tenya's other hand shoved the door open. He was attacked by a great barrage of noise. Everyone please. Settle down immediately, homeroom starts in only 5 minutes. Ida calm down. Relaxation. Chill out. Stop screaming. The class groaned and Hitoshi himself was understandably startled at Todoroki Xiaoto casualty quoting a vine. Todoroki, sighed Uraraka Okako, we appreciate your effort in learning how to meme, but it doesn't work if you talk like you're in a coma. The boy in question blinked, I sound like I'm in a coma. No you don't, ignore her, she's just mean. You're doing great, Xiaoto. Midoriya Izuku sent a glare at Uraraka. A glare that honestly just made him look like he was pouting. Todoroki nodded, I have seen and reviewed every meme, vine, and TikTok. I am very socially conscious now. The fact that he said that while sounding like he was in a coma made Hitoshi think that maybe he was not. Hey, it's the brainwashing guy. Ashido Mina pointed at him, what you doing here? Hitoshi internally sighed. He was waiting for that. Oh yeah. Kaminari Denki perked up, yo, he's the guy who almost creamed Midoriya at the sports festival last year. He laughed, that was so hot. Creamed. Midoriya frowned. Dude, don't talk like that, he's a baby. Zero Hunter hissed at him. I'm not a baby, I'm 16, Midoriya pouted glared. Jiru Kyuka scoffed, well, you don't know what creamed means so. I'm gonna tell him, ribbit, smiled Asuitsuyu. Do not. Ida chopped his arm at her. Is it something bad? Todoroki frowned, and then looked up at Shinsou, did you do something bad to Midoriya? The rest of the class sniggered and groaned in varying degrees, and Yorozu patted Todoroki's arm. It's okay, you're still learning. You know, I wouldn't really mind if he could cream me. Shinsou's eyes snapped to Kaminari, who was looking at him with a wicked grin and no shame at all. Oh my god, Denki, no. Ojiro sighed in front of him, we've talked about this. Kaminari winced, was that too much? A little bit, yeah, nodded Hagekyu. Kaminari turned back to Shinsou, sorry about that bro. I accidentally flirt too hard sometimes when someone's really hot. Shinsou just blinked. If I say something you don't like, just tell me to shut up, K. Bakugo told me to F off so I don't talk about how hot his but looks in jeans anymore. F off, Sparky yelled Bakugo Katsuki, who was definitely not blushing. See? Kaminari grinned with a wink, works like a charm. So if you want me to stop calling you hot, just let me know. Shinsou still didn't really know what the hell was going on right now. Dude, have you ever heard of subtlety? Sighed Zero. What? His hot? Kaminari shrugged. Just because you're too cowardly to admit it doesn't mean I have to keep it to myself. Kaminari, you. Mineta all but gagged. What? I'm being nice. You're being gay, he frowned. I'm being nice and gay, sue me. Shinsou would probably be blushing if he had enough BLD in his body, but he really did not, so he just stayed leaning against the wall in silence. Mineta shuddered. Stop. It's bad enough Bakugo and Kirishima are homos, not you two. Oh, shut your thing mouth, you demon piecesity. You're the only straight person in this class. Bakugo yelled back at the grape. The class spoke up in agreement, but Shinsou saw Ida lean back to Uraraka. I want to mention that he's actually not the only straight person in this class, he whispered, but I feel like that would be taking away from his point. Yes it would, Ida, so shut up. Uraraka whispered back. Okay. Ida nodded stiffly. Actually, I'm straight too, came a voice from the front. All eyes turned to stare at Iemayuga and his sparkly eyes. The class was silent for a few moments, before Emma burst out laughing. He threw his head back. Your faces, he giggled. We all know that I'm a flaming homosexual, Sherry. The tension lifted as everyone laughed with him. Well, except Mineta. I'm not the only straight person, he insisted. How can any of you be gay? The girls in this class are so hot. Yes, they are, grinned Asu. You also. Hot, ribbit. The girls grinned and simpered their thanks at her. You're the cutest person I've ever known, Zoo. Hagekyu threw her hands up, and Tsuyu almost shrunk into her shirt. Guys, come on. Mineta spoke up again. I mean, have you seen Yorozu in her hero costume? She's so it. He suddenly had an earphone jack in his eye, and an angry Jiru glaring at him. When will you ever know when to stop? She spat. And you know, just because Bakugo and Aijuru are the only official couple in here doesn't mean they're the only gay people, shrugged Seitu. Yeah, half and half is so obviously gay, Bakugo snickered. I feel like you're trying to insult me, but it won't work, because that it completely accurate. Todoroki no. Mineta screamed in horror, it's not fair. Why are the hottest ones gay? Ashido almost sobbed. I don't think my fire has anything to do with it. At that Uraraka slammed her head to the table, and even Midoriya shook his head as he flushed. That's not what she means, Shouto. Todoroki frowned. What does she mean? Midoriya was trying his best not to blush. And it wasn't working. She means. Like. Your. Appearance. Like you are a very good looking person. He ended with a squeak and turned to face his hands. Todoroki's eyes widened in the most emotion Shinsou had ever seen from him. You think I'm good looking? Midoriya looked like he wanted to cry. Well, he squeaked, well, I guess. In terms of, you know, objectively speaking. Your face is. Quite, you're absolutely gorgeous, Todoroki. Kirishima spoke up, taking pity on Midoriya, the only one who doesn't know that is you. What the F shitty hair? Bakugo yelled. You know I love you the most, babe. Kirishima assured him, I was just stating the obvious. You know, you'd be pretty too if you didn't keep doing that thing with your face, shrugged Uraraka. What the F is that supposed to mean? You know, when you go all rage and look like you're trying to SHT out a brick, blinked Kaminari. Bakugo was up in seconds, pouncing at him while Midoriya tried his best to hold him back. Kaken, stop, it's the first day, he cried. Shinsou was using his entire will to try not to smile. This was Class 2A. This was the class that defeated villains that even pro-heroes were stumped by. This was the class that the entire school was afraid of. These people were absolutely ridiculous. How the hell was this real? How are you all okay with this? Mineta stood on his chair. I don't want to be in a class full of thing freaks. The silence that fell was almost haunting. Even Shinsou glared. Freaks. Orozu was the first to speak up, and the smile on her face was a warning. What do you mean by that, Mineta? It's just not natural. He all but stomped his foot. Come on guys, what the hell? Sit down before you say something you'll regret. Ida stood up with a frown. Now, Mineta. Ida, come on. You're straight too, right? Whether or not I'm straight has nothing to do with it. Ida glared at him. Not that that is any of your business, Mineta. Are you seriously telling me that you're one of them? Mineta all but shrieked. I should have known. That's why you keep stopping me from looking into the girls' bathroom. Jesus Christ, that's not him being gay, that's him being a decent human being, you freaking pervert. Zero shook his head in disgust. Does he actually try to do that? Uraraka shuddered. Constantly. Ida held his head in his hands. It is most unsettling. Are you actually surprised, Ribbit? I guess I was just hoping he was better than that, she sighed sadly. Well, I should talk to Mr. Aizawa. Mineta glared. I don't think 𝐒𝐿 should be class president this year. The collective groan of the class was almost scarily in sync. Tenya isn't even gay. Shuji spoke up. Not that it should even matter. Mineta, what the hell is wrong with you? Well, it's not like you can stop me anyway, he huffed. I fit through the vents, you know. I can look whenever I want. Dude, what the F? Shinsou was more surprised than anyone when he heard himself speak. But honestly, was this guy for real? Mineta's pouty glare turned to him. Oh, you stay out of it. You're not even in the hero course, you don't matter. You think a perverted freak like you matters more than him just because you're, somehow, in the hero course. Jiru scoffed. You see. This is why the League of Villains hate heroes. Hagekyu whined. Because of people like you, Mineta. We're above people like him, and you all know it. Mineta insisted. Shinsou rolled his eyes. The way his dad talked about this class made him think maybe they weren't the entitled heroes he assumed them to be, but hey. Guess Dad was wrong. His groan must have been louder than he'd thought, because at the back of the class, Yorozu stood up. Please don't listen to him. His opinions in no way reflect those of the rest of the class. A little taken aback, Shinsou hoped they couldn't tell how surprised he was when the rest of the class murmured their agreements. Unfortunately, now that Yorozu was standing, her chest was at Mineta's eye level, and almost no one noticed when his hand reached out towards it. Todoroki was the one to shoot his hand out, encasing Mineta's whole arm in ice. The class's eyes snapped back to attention, and Momo gasped, stumbling back when she noticed what he had been about to do. You're despicable, Todoroki said simply, his eyes dangerously narrowed. You little SHT, what the actual F is wrong with you? Jiru was furious, the rest of the class shouting their protests too. They were right in front of me, what did you expect me to do? He all but shrieked. We expect you to act like a decent human being. Ida roared, is that really too much to ask? You're on thin ice, you thing PSS stain. Bakugu's growl was dangerously quiet. This isn't fair. Mineta whined, no one gets on Kaminari for flirting. Kaminari shrunk back a bit at the comparison, but Ashido leapt up in defense. What you're doing isn't flirting, it's harassment, you freak. She yelled. Plus at least we know he's joking. Kirishima snapped. And he knows when to stop. Ojiro glared, you're told to stop 3 times a day and never freaking listen. And he never tried to grope anyone, for God's sake. Mineta sniffed as he tried to rub at the ice on his arm. You guys treat me so unfairly, he whimpered. I'm just acting like any warm-belted man and you're treating me like a villain. Well, at this point, you might as well be, muttered Tokoyami. Tokoyami, no. How could you call me a villain when he's here? He pointed his non-iced arm at Shinsou. His quirk is brainwashing. He was basically born to be a villain. Ah. And there it was. Shinsou tried to ignore the way his stomach dropped as Mineta said the thing that had followed him his whole life. It's scared to hear, but it wasn't surprising. What was surprising though, was when someone spoke up again. Mondo, I keep thinking you can't get any worse. Aomar shook his head at the boy at the back of the class. So you're a shitty person through and through, but he's a villain because he has a brainwashing quirk. Kaminari shook his head, smile gone for once as he just looked at Mineta in disappointment. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Hitoshi blinked quite rapidly at the defense. This was new. It's true. Mineta all but stomped his foot. Even his own class says so. No one talks to him because they know he'll make them do things. He's a villain. That's not true. Midoriya slammed his hand on the desk. Shut up, Mineta. He did it to Ojiro last year. It was a competition, you idiot. Ojiro rolled his eyes. We were supposed to use our quirks, that was the whole point. Yeah, Mineta. Can't you just shut up for once? You just keep digging your own grave deeper and deeper. Kaminari, you're just defending him cause you wanna keep flirting with him, Mineta huffed. Again, that's not the gay talking. That's just being a decent thing person. Kaminari exclaimed. He then turned to Shinsou. I hope you don't think I'm anything like him, he all but begged. I will stop flirting with you, I swear. Nah, keep going, it's great, Shinsou heard himself say. He almost wanted to take it back, but Kaminari's grin was radiant. You got it, baby, he winked as he shot him with finger guns. Shinsou, possessed by God knows what, returned Kaminari's wink. He wondered what in the hell had gotten into him. So now, this Shinsou guy is a villain and a FGOT. Mineta gagged. The class gasped. Mineta was terrible, yes, but they didn't expect even him to just drop the F-bomb like that. Bakugo was starting to pounce, and this time Midoriya didn't make a move to hold him back. You little thing, that's enough. The class froze at the deep, deadly voice, and all eyes turned slowly to the door. Mr. Aizawa stood in the entryway, eyes flaming red and hair floating above his head. His very presence was like a sobering blanket, and everyone was suddenly sitting down and looking to the front. Shinsou didn't even know when they'd all gotten to their feet. Mr. Aizawa Ida started, but their teacher shook his head at the class president as his hair fell down to his shoulder. No need to explain, Ida, I heard enough. The boy bowed and sat down heavily. Sir, they were all ganging up on me. Mineta complained, and look what Todoroki did to me. He held up his still-iced arm. Midoriya shot his hand up, but sensei, he did that because like I said. I heard enough. There were blinks all around. How long have you been listening, sir? Asked Momo, being the first to realize. I've been standing outside for quite a while, Yozu, he said wearily, a hint of anger in his voice that could only be detected by those who knew him well. But sensei, Asui held a finger to her chin. If you heard everything, then why didn't you ? That's because I asked him not to intervene. The voice came from Aizawa, but it definitely was not Aizawa. The class's eyes widened when his scarf started shuffling around, and then a mousy face popped out of their teacher's capture weapon. Principal Nezu, the class exclaimed. Yes, hello children, he smiled as he jumped off Aizawa's shoulder. Aizawa looked down at his boss. Well, he asked, was that enough for you? Oh yes, definitely, the principal nodded. I already believed you, Aizawa. I just wanted to see the situation for myself. Your request is granted. Aizawa let out one of his terrifying grins, shocking the class. He looked up with haunting eyes. Mineta Minoru. Please follow the principal to his office. And take any belongings you have with you, if you please. The class fell into a hushed silence, and Mineta gaped. WH now. Mineta. Even Mineta wasn't stupid enough to disobey Mr. Aizawa, so he hopped off his chair, taking his bag with him as he trailed out after Principal Nezu. At the door, he looked up, but Mr. Aizawa this time, he was stopped with just a look. He squeaked, but my arm it will melt, the teacher deadpanned, goodbye Mineta. Finally, with another whimper, the little grape shuffled out the door. The class stared at the door in silence. Mr. Aizawa just walked over to his desk and jerked his head at the boy who was still by the door. Shinsou, go take Mineta's old seat. Ida, start roll call, homeroom started 5 minutes ago. Everyone take out your notebooks. Shinsou's feet were heavy as he made his way to the desk behind Midoriya and in front of Yorozu. He was very aware that everyone was staring at him. By the time he sat down, no one had made a move. Aizawa frowned. Books. Out. Did no one hear me? Sensei. Momo was the only one brave enough to talk right now. Sir, is Mineta Mineta is no longer a part of this class. I don't see any more reason to even mention him. The gasps were loud as heads snapped around the room, all the students staring at each other, and staring at Shinsou. Mostly at Shinsou. He had to fight not to sink into his seat. Is this real? He's gone. Ashido was the first to speak up. He's gone. Sir, are you serious? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 squeaked. If you're joking, it's not funny. When have you ever known me to joke, 𝐔𝐬𝐽? Uraraka's shaking hands went over her mouth. Oh my god. The PSS baby's actually gone. Jiru's eyes were alarmingly wide. Shinsou inwardly sighed. Sure, it didn't seem like Mineta was very well liked in this class. And yeah, from the 5 minutes he'd known him, the dude seemed like a terrible person. But still, Class A had been through a lot together. He guessed he understood that they were sad to see him go. They'd probably resent Shinsou for it, but he'd been prepared for that. He expected them to be disappointed to see anyone in their class get a sudden cheer. Suddenly ripped Shinsou from his thoughts, and his eyes widened as every single person in 2A jumped from their seats with unbridled joy. Well then. Guess he expected wrong. High fives and hugs went all around, and Shinsou even felt a few shoulder slaps on himself. Kaminari's arms squeezed him from behind for just a moment before the electricity hero was swept up in someone else's hug. Yorozu was nearly sobbing while Jiru hugged her, and Todoroki frowned at her in concern, asking if she was sick. The scene carried on for a full minute before Aizawa bothered telling them to settle down. But the tiny, almost undetectable smile on his face told them all that he really didn't blame them. Ida finally managed to fetch the new register from the front. When he got to M, and there was no call of Mineta Minoru. Shinsou heard Momo sob happily behind him. And when he called out, Shinsou, Hitoshi. Shinsou had to fight his own small sniff. Midoriya turned around and beamed at him when he answered to his name. Kaminari turned to give him a thumbs up, and the class in general seemed ecstatic at the name changes. A far cry from the angry resentment Shinsou had been expecting. Not that it mattered to him at all. This didn't change anything. Sure, Class 2A wasn't terrible at all, actually. Tai actually seemed quite nice. But that didn't make them friends. That didn't mean they actually liked him. They were glad to get rid of the perverted homophone, cause who wouldn't be, really. But still. Shinsou was the new guy. The outsider. He knew that. He had been preparing for it, and he was ready for it. He schooled his face back into its usual tired indifference, ready to finally start his journey to be a great hero. Alone. Now if only these people would just let him. The first lesson of the day, surprisingly, was practical hero training. Which was a surprise. They usually left this for the last lesson, to make room for everyone to recover from any possible injuries they received during training. They understood the change once they were all standing in front of Mr. Aizawa in their PE clothes. Shinsou, for some reason, had been told to stand next to the teacher instead of the rest of the class. All right. I didn't ask you to get your hero costumes because today you will all be fighting Shinsou. The whole class raised their eyebrows. Shinsou tried his hardest not to scream inside though. Because, what the F? Sir. That doesn't seem very fair, Momo spoke up. Yes, I know. Aizawa nodded. Also, none of you are allowed to use your quirks. Except him, obviously. Why? Bakugo shouted, I wanna beat him fair and square. Aizawa was not fazed. You all know how Shinsou's quirk works. Once you respond to him, he can make you do anything. That is all. Is that too hard for you? The class frowned. Was that a trick question? It seemed relatively obvious. How could they possibly fail at this? As Aizawa nodded and made to sit down, Shinsou stopped him, speaking quietly, I think you're overestimating my power, here. Cause yes, it was quite simple, so how could they possibly fail? Aizawa just scoffed, I think you're underestimating their stupidity. He kept walking, going to sit on the benches. Shinsou looked to the class. All standing in a line. Well, his dad hadn't been kidding when he said he wouldn't hesitate to throw him right into the deep end. Here. Well, come on then, 𝐼 bags. Bakugo was the first to step forward, obviously. Show us all what the F you're made of, you can't do a DMN thing here. Shinsou's eyes narrowed. Alright then. If that's how he wanted to be. Baku, are you so angry all the time because you know you'll probably end up only being the number 2 hero? You know, because Midoriya is so obviously better than you in every way that matters. The class gasped, Midoriya hid behind Asui, and Bakugo exploded, what the F you thing piece of dash, go sit down by the wall. Bakugo went limp. He turned around and went to the wall, sitting down immediately. Shinsou smiled. Okay. This might be fun. Class 2A stared at him with wide eyes, and with fighting stances. Okay, now they were on alert. Shinsou looked around. And his eyes locked with Ida's. The boy in question glared. I will have you know, I have been training all my life to be aware against mental quirks such as yours. You will not defeat me. Shinsou went through his memory. He didn't know much about this class personally, except for all the ranting Aizawa would do at home when he thought he was being quiet. He'd heard enough to know that Ida Tenya was intense, determined, and all but worshipped his older brother. Shinsou nodded. Yes, Ida, you're right. You've worked so hard. And that's why I know that you're already a much better ingenium than your brother. Ida spluttered, scandalized. How dare you? He chopped his arms fiercely at Shinsou. My brother was the best hero to ever dash. Go sit down by the wall. Ida did as he was told. And now the class looked scared. And Shinsou smiled. This was fun. His eyes scanned the class, finally looking on the one guy who was grinning like nothing was wrong. Kaminari noticed immediately. Oh no way bro, you're not getting me. My lips are zipped. Shinsou narrowed his eyes. He remembered all those nights when Aizawa would be grading tests, and always seemed on the verge of tears when Kaminari's came up. And when Yamada read his essays, and had to take walks to calm himself down in between paragraphs. He wondered if they were just being dramatic. Kaminari, what do call a pig that knows karate? Oh, that's easy. Pork 𝐔𝐸𝐽, go sit down by the wall. Guess they weren't Denki, come on. Kirishima slapped a hand to his face as his friend walked away. I thought he would last longer. Shinsou shrugged at him. Yeah bro, me OF. He slapped his hands to his mouth. And then he was gone too. Shinsou's grin was sadistic. After that, it was almost too easy. One by one, Class 2A fell to his power and lined the far wall. After 5 minutes, there were only 3 students in front of him. Kuda, because he didn't talk anyway, Ojiro, because he had actually learned his lesson at the sports festival, and Zero, who had literally taped his mouth shut. Aizawa walked towards them and stood next to Shinsou. The ones at the wall looked at him in varying degrees of shame and disbelief. The teacher sighed, all you had to do was not talk. He shook his head at them, that's all you had to do. Technically it wasn't a competition, so I didn't lose, mumbled Bakugo. Aizawa just shook his head and sighed again. He turned back to his sleeping bag. For some reason, I expected you people to last longer than 10 minutes, so I didn't plan for anything else today. So do whatever, I don't care. He went back to his corner, and took out some work, at least knowing that sleeping in the training center was frowned upon. The class immediately burst into conversation, most complaining about how easily they had been beaten. Ida tried to get everyone's attention, telling them that they should be grateful for this free time and used it to further train, seeing as they were clearly unprepared. One really paid attention to him, all basically breaking into groups and chattering away. Shinsou wasn't smiling anymore. These guys seemed nice, but now that he had actually brainwashed them, they were probably gonna be reluctant to talk to him again. It's not like he blamed them. It was fine. He didn't mind, really. He made to go back to the locker room, when a voice stopped him. Hey Shinsou, he heard behind him, good thing job, humiliating us all in front of Mr. Aizawa. Shinsou sighed, turning around, ready for the inevitable hostility. He had to say, was surprised when he saw the speaker was Ashido, marching up to him. With the brightest grin on her face. How the hell did you do that? That was insane. Shinsou frowned when he realized that the girl wasn't being sarcastic. Or mean in any way. She was sincerely complimenting him. What the fuck? Yeah man, DMN. 𝐂𝐿 joined his friend. That was a trip. More people around the training field gathered around, nodding and murmuring their agreements. Shinsou's frown deepened. What the actual F, like Mr. Aizawa said, Ojiro sighed, all you have to do is not talk. You guys just need to be more alert. Oh shut up, you're just saying that because he already used his quirk on you, 𝐔𝐬𝐽 glared. Yeah, grinned Kaminari, he made you quit the tournament like a little beach baby. It was a matter of fairness and honor. Ojiro all but stomped his foot. I dropped out because of integrity. Dropped out like a little beach baby, muttered Kaminari with a little smirk. Ojiro glared at the blonde. Keep talking Denki, see if I ever let you ride on my tail again. Kaminari's face fell. Wait no Mashirao, I'm sorry, please. He clung to the martial arts hero, pleading his case and apologizing. Kirishima grabbed his attention away from the two, pushing the front of the crowd around Shinsou. I have a question, he yelled. Shinsou blinked a few times. Okay. Can you make people do anything? Like, say I couldn't do a backflip by myself. If you brainwashed me into doing it, would I be able to? Or would I just try and fail like always? Shinsou blinked at the wide-eyed boy. He had never really been asked questions about his quirk before, so he didn't really know what he was supposed to say. Or how he was supposed to act. He started, I don't know. I've never tried anything like that. Could you try on me? Kirishima beamed. Please. I've always wanted to do a backflip but I just can't. But maybe if you make me do it. It could work. It took a few moments for Shinsou to understand exactly what the red-headed boy was saying. And then another few to process. You're asking me to brainwash you into doing a backflip. Yes please, he grinned, trying to bat his eyelashes. Shinsou blinked a few more times, his frown deepening with every second. You want me to brainwash you? Kirishima shrugged. I mean, if you don't mind. Shinsou was perplexed. He had spent his whole life with people either making sure he didn't brainwash them, or with him staying silent enough to make people trust that he wouldn't brainwash them. And now this guy. This random guy he had only properly met today, was asking him to brainwash him. With all his friends and classmates standing by and encouraging him. What the actual F? It's then that Shinsou noticed that he had kept silent for too long, and Kirishima's face was starting to drop. Well I mean, he cleared his throat, I don't know what would happen. I've never really tried to make anyone do anything. Well, besides at the sports festival. I don't know how that would turn out. I don't mind being an experiment. Kirishima's grin returned. 𝐒𝐿 could stand close so I don't break my neck. Just in case. Come on, please. Shinsou was still quite confused. Something must have been very wrong with these people. But if he insisted. All right. Kirishima let out an excited whoop. Okay great. He stretched his arms, and 𝐒𝐿 stood close by, with his arms out. Shinsou really wanted to just go back to the locker rooms, but he found that he would feel really bad letting this happy little guy down. Alright, you ready? 𝐼𝐴 do a backflip. Without hesitation, Kirishima leapt into the air, flying backwards, twisting over, and landed back on his feet. Shinsou released him, and the boy blinked a few times before letting out a whoop. Holy SHT, I did it. You didn't do SHT. Shitty hair. Bakugo scoffed while rolling his eyes. Kirishima ignored him. Shinsou, can you do that again? He held out his phone. Quick, someone take a video. He put himself in position again as Jiru took the phone. She nodded at Shinsou, and the purple-haired boy, again in a daze, looked to Kirishima. You ready? Totally ready. Do a backflip. Again, Kirishima did as he was told. Got it. Nodded Jiru, and Shinsou released him. Kirishima punched the air. Thanks Shinsou. I'm gonna send this to my sister. She never thought I could do a backflip and this will prove her wrong. Well technically, you can't do a backflip, Asui spoke up, you were forced to do it, so it doesn't count as if you achieved anything. And technically, nobody asked you, Zoo. The frog girl just smirked. Ribbit. Kirishima pulled out his phone. Take that Mora, he grinned at the screen. Shinsou looked at him with narrowed eyes, still trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. He didn't have too much time to ponder it as someone else called for his attention. "What if you told me to recite the American Declaration of Independence?" asked Shuji, "seeing as I suck at English, and also do not know the Declaration of Independence, would I still do it?" Shinsou blinked. I don't dash. Do you think that if you forced any to do my homework I would do it?" asked 𝐔𝐬𝐽, "'cause I have the hardest time getting myself to do homework." "What if you told me to go to sleep? Would you have to hold the brainwashing the whole time or would I stay sleeping even after you released?" Tokoyami joined in. "Ooh. What if guys stop?" Ida raised his arms to the class. "You cannot just ask Shinsou to brainwash you into doing things you won't do for yourselves. That is an unacceptable abuse of his quirk." "I make about 10 new pens daily," blinked Yorozu, "at least." "Yeah. And you people use me as a phone charger all the time." Kaminari crossed his arms. "And I always have to hold the couch up when we vacuum," Midoriya added. "I am constantly reheating or icing your drinks," said Todoroki. "Yeah, sorry Shinsou." Kaminari threw an arm over Shinsou's shoulder. "Here in Class A, your quirk is no longer your own. You're gonna have to make us do a ton of stuff now." Shinsou was trying to catch up with all the chatter and all the questions and the fact that Kaminari was practically on top of him. Considering he spent most of his time alone with Quiet, this was all slightly, extremely overwhelming. And confusing. Why were they all talking to him? Did they forget that he had just brainwashed them? Like, it had just been a minute ago. And why the hell were they talking like they wanted him to do it more? What the hell was going on? And why was Kaminari still practically draped over his shoulder? He had that fin grin on his face that made it so very hard for Shinsou to look at him directly. Jesus Christ, was this guy the literal sun? Why was he so bright? "Hey Shinsou!" Immediately there was a head of green in front of him, a huge grin on his face, and eyes so wide it was almost scary. "Shinsou, do you know your quirk limits? How long can you hold it for? Can you brainwash more than one person at a time? What about animals? Can you brainwash animals? What if you brainwashed Kuda and made him talk to some animals? Do you think you could control the animals through him? What about over the phone? Does it work over the phone? Is it just a voice thing or do you think you'd need to use eye contact as well? 'Cause it would be so useful in hostage situations in the future if you could use it through the phone as well. Oh, what if you --G's Izuku, let the man breath?" Kaminari laughed, finally letting go of Shinsou and shoving at Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, who had gotten so far into Shinsou's personal space he had subconsciously began to back away, leapt back with a bright blush. "Sorry. I get so excited with new quirks, and yours is just so cool. I wanted to talk to you after the sports festival but I just never saw you around. And then, well, a lot of stuff happened last year, and it just slipped my mind." Shinsou just blinked. Midoriya was still looking at him with bright eyes. Kaminari, although not draped over his shoulder anymore, was still really, really close. Most of the class had drifted off, but those nearby were just looking at him, just waiting for him to answer those questions. He blinked. I don't know. God, had he spent so long trying to be quiet that he'd forgotten how to have an actual conversation with a person. "You know what, yeah, that sounded about right." "What the F you mean, you don't know?" Bakugo scoffed from the back. He still seemed bitter about losing. "Do you not use your own fin quirk?" "No, actually. Never, if he could help it." "Oh, can I train with you?" Midoriya jumped up again. "You can practice on me and we can see what you can do." "Oh, that's gonna be so great. I love mine quirk so much I'll probably need a whole new notebook for you. I should actually write all those questions down. I don't wanna forget a guy. Here, I have this if you want." Todoroki was suddenly standing behind Midoriya, pulling a small notebook and pen out his pocket. "There's a new quirk in class. I had a feeling you would want to write stuff down." Midoriya beamed. "Oh sure, thank you do much, I love you." He grinned a blinding grin at his friend, before taking the notebook and turning back to Shinsou. If he hadn't turned around so quickly, he would have seen Todoroki's eyes widen almost comically. And then, to Shinsou's utter shock, the dual-haired boy promptly burst into flames. A few people leapt away from the fire, but no one seemed all that surprised. Even Todoroki didn't seem all that fazed. He merely sighed, running his right hand over his left arm, patting down flames as if it was nothing. When the fire was gone, his face was noticeably pink. Whether that was from the fire or from something else though, Shinsou had no way of knowing. And also, the entire left side of his pea shirt was gone. That, Midoriya seemed to notice. The green-haired boy's eyes noticeably widened, and his face went redder than Todoroki's. Again, sighed Uraraka as she came closer, what happened this time? Todoroki brought Midoriya a notebook, snickered 𝐔𝐬𝐽. And Midoriya was so grateful he told him he loved him, Kaminari said with a shd-eating grin. Oh my god, Xiao, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I don't think that's the problem here, snorted Jiru before being nudged quiet by Yorozu. Todoroki was still looking down, trying to hide his blush. Shinsou knew it was a blush now, and Midoriya was staring, unblinking at his still smoking torso. Did Fing half and half set himself on fire again? Bakugo snapped, the laughter evident in his voice. How many times is that now? Asked Dojiro. 7 since we returned to the dorms, Emma sighed, shaking his head. You're hopeless, darling. Todoroki just glared at the blonde, who just giggled back at him. Here you go, Yorozu sighed, resigned, as she pulled a black shirt out of her stomach. Okay, Shinsou knew immediately that he would never get used to seeing that. Todoroki nodded his thanks as he took the shirt and made his way to the locker rooms. Midoriya did not stop staring until he was completely out of sight, and then he promptly let his head fall into his hands, dropping the notebook and letting out a strangled groan. Oh my god, did I really just say that? What's wrong with me? How much time you got? Bakugo muttered before a nudge from his boyfriend shut him up. Midoriya didn't seem to hear that, or he was too busy having a crisis to care. You guys is so perfect and appealing, what do I do? He all but whimpered. You ask him out like a normal Fing person, you Fing coward. Kaken, keep your voice down, he begged. Tisich, if he doesn't already know he's more stupid that you are. Well, he must be plenty stupid then because he doesn't know, ribbit, said Asui. There's not a brain cell between them when it comes to this stuff. Sato looked at the flustered Midoriya sadly. Shinsou watched the scene with narrowed eyes. God, this was sad to watch. At the laugh next to him, he realized that he had spoken out loud. He had spoken out loud, and Kaminari wasn't edging away in fear, he was just laughing. No, seriously, what the actual F was going on with these people? They weren't scared at all. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet, said Kaminari, low enough for only him to hear. With those two, they're either tiptoeing around each other like the awkward versions they are, or they're practically on top of each other on one armchair during movie night. It's kinda hilarious and really kinda sad how oblivious they are. Shinsou couldn't help but frown. He watched Midoriya, crouched on the floor, muttering to himself and scribbling in the notebook, while his eyes kept flashing to the door Todoroki had disappeared behind. Yeah, they reek of awkwardness. Shinsou didn't know who he was to talk when it came to awkwardness. Kaminari had a hand on his shoulder and he didn't know how he was supposed to react. Plus he kept grinning at him with that freaking smile that was too bright to look directly at. So he kept his own hands in his pockets and stayed as still as he could and looked at the top of the boy's head. DMN, he had always been pretty awkward, but this was bad, even for him. What the hell? Dude, you're lucky you missed Kirishima and Bakubro at the height of their pining. It involved a lot of explosions and a lot of crying. They were a hot mess, it was hilarious. Come on, Mina's the best at reenacting it. With that, Shinsou once again had an arm around his shoulder, and was being dragged, actually, more like dragged over to the group of friends at the far wall. Ashido and 𝐔𝐸𝐽 very enthusiastically went into great detail about the hot mess that was Kiribaku. They actually called them that, out loud, in front of them before an explosive accidental confession at a New Year's party. Shinsou wasn't going to lie, he missed most of the story. He was too busy trying to wrap his head around what was happening. Trying to wrap his head around this whole day. God, this was weird. This was so weird. All his life. All his DMN life he had done everything he could to make sure that no one would have to fear his brainwashing. He had lived with everyone else making DMN sure that he didn't use his quirk. And that meant doing a whole lot of not talking. Preferably, at all. Ever. After what happened in elementary school and most of middle school, He had even tried his hardest to make sure that no one even knew what his quirk was. The sports festival had been the only exception. Before that, not even his class had known what his quirk was. But the festival was different. He had told himself that he couldn't hold back then. It had been his only chance to get into the hero course, and so when he failed at that, he retreated back to his old ways of shutting up and trying to be invisible. He had made the mistake of thinking that after his fight with Midoriya, the classmates who had cheered for him would possibly consider becoming friends with him or something. But that thought had gone away almost immediately. He had a habit of getting his hopes up, and then being gravely disappointed, as that had been proven when school resumed after the festival. Class 1C had been glad that general studies had gotten a smidgen of spotlight, but that didn't mean that they were about to risk letting themselves get brainwashed. So while before, it had been him opting to isolate himself, all of a sudden he was being actively ignored and avoided. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had been recently adopted by perhaps the best people that currently existed on Earth, not like he would ever admit that to them, and had actual conversation with actual people who seemed to actually like him at home, he would have probably spent the rest of the year in silence. And then he was told that he was moving to the hero course. And he had only been here for an hour. And these people, these /SHT crazy, unbelievably weird people, were just talking to him, and asking him questions, and pulling him into conversations, and asking about his quirk, and requesting to be brainwashed. Like it was normal. He was confused. And he was overwhelmed. He didn't know if they were really nice or really stupid. But he watched as Ashido and Hagakure dramatically pretended to declare their love for one another, and Bakugo tried his hardest to scream them to death, while his boyfriend held him back and grinned at the dramatic reenactment, and Kaminari and 𝐂𝐸 cackled on the floor. And Shinsou had to try to fight a smile off his face as he reminded himself over and over again not to get used to this. He knew when something was too good to be true. And Class 2A absolutely reeked of too good to be true. When lunch came around, Shinsou pretended to be busy looking in his bag so no one would notice that he wasn't making his way to the cafeteria. He hated to admit it, but he hadn't really hated this day. This class was a lot. But they were nice. Too nice, actually. After training, they had had a few general classes. They had been mostly uneventful as he wasn't behind on any of these classes at least. Yorozu handed him a pencil she made when she noticed that his had broken. After Shinsou let out a particularly loud, "What the F" during physics, Midoriya had turned around and handed him extremely detailed extra notes he had. Dark Shadow roamed the room quite a lot with no one even batting an eye. However, when the shadow spent quite some time curiously staring at Shinsou, Tokoyami berated them until they left Hitoshi alone with a huff. Tokoyami then handed Shinsou a chocolate bar as an apology, not taking no for an answer. So yeah, Class 2A really was very nice. But that didn't mean they were his friends. He was just the new guy, and they were curious. That's all. Some might call him unnecessarily pessimistic, but he just knew better. He had gotten his hopes up far too many times in the past. When he was alone in the room, Shinsou finally stood up and made to go to his regular storage closet until the end of the lunch PRD. Well, he would have if he hadn't ran straight into presenting Hitoshi. The man said, far too loudly, "So glad I caught you in time. You wanna grab lunch with me? I made rice." Hitoshi blinked. "Your rice S's? That is hurtful, kid. But fine, if you want lunch rush's gourmet meal instead of my perfectly edible rice, go ahead." Hitoshi rolled his eyes and tried to keep walking. But he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. "Cafeteria's that way," he mentioned. "I'm not going to the cafeteria," mumbled Hitoshi. "Why not?" MIC shouted, "Your friends are all waiting for you." Hitoshi sighed heavily. "How many times do I have to tell you that dash?" "Okay, but that was before." "Class A is dash we're not friends," Shinsou interrupted. MIC scoffed. "Oh really? 'Cause I heard that they were all over you at training today. Latching on like cute little leeches." He grinned. Hitoshi still just glared, and MIC sighed, "You gotta stop assuming people hate you. It's unhealthy. And also untrue." Hitoshi knew that he was being unnecessarily cold to the loud voice hero, but he knew this was a sore spot. He yanked his arm away from his grip and kept walking. He knew his parents worried about him. They hated that he didn't have friends and had no human interaction outside them and classes. They hated that even after all this time, even at you, he was still discriminated against because of his quirk. He was well aware that all of last year, they had been asking his other teachers to keep tabs on him. Asking Miss Midnight for updates every day, and she'd always tell them the same thing. He doesn't talk unless called upon, and no one tries to talk to him. He intimidates his classmates before they can even pick up their own opinion of him. It wasn't healthy. He knew this. But it was necessary. President MIC didn't seem to get that, sometimes. Hitoshi-Papa, please, he hissed, just drop it. Before MIC could say anything else, heavy footsteps sounded around the corner, and immediately, a running green blur appeared. Oh, Shinsou. Midoriya grinned as he stopped near them. Mr. Me, hi. How ya doing, little listener? MIC went back to his yelling. Am I gonna have to scold you both for roaming the halls during lunch hour? 'Cause that would be super lame, and you know I hate being super lame. Midoriya shook his head rapidly. No, sensei. I just had to talk to All Might for a second, but I'm on the way to the cafeteria right now. Well, that's perfect. MIC all but yelled, take Shinsou with ya. Shinsou blinked, but I'm writing you up would be uncool, kid. And I'm totally super cool, right, Shinsou? Hitoshi just glared wearily. All right, sir, we'll be going right now. Midoriya bowed vigorously, before taking Shinsou's elbow and pulling him in the opposite direction of where he had been going. Hitoshi spared his dad another glare as he was dragged away, and President MIC just grinned his stupid grin and gave him his best finger guns. Where were you going, Shinsou? Asked Midoriya as they turned another corner and he finally let go of his arm. Did you need to go see a teacher or something? Am I dragging you away from something important? He looked up at him with big worried eyes, and Shinsou cleared his throat. No, okay, good. I'm glad I caught you then. We all wanted to have our first lunch back all together as a class, but then Ida mentioned you might want to hang out with your friends from your old class. We don't want to take up all your time if you have other friends and other things to be doing. So how are all your 2C friends anyway? I'd love to meet them if I could. I'm not forcing you to share your friends or anything, I just wanted to see what they were like. I honestly think maybe our class doesn't branch out enough. When we're all pros, we're going to be working with all kinds of people, not just each other, don't you think? So what do you say, Shinsou? Shinsou blinked at the boy, trying to process all he'd just dumped on him. About what? Oh, Midoriya flushed as he scratched at his arm. Right? Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I mumble a lot and people find it hard to understand me. Oh no, I understood. I just don't know which question you're referring to. Oh. Midoriya brightened up. Can I meet your Class C friends? Shinsou didn't know how to respond to that. So he just narrowed his eyes. No. Oh, Midoriya's face fell pitifully, and Shinsou immediately felt bad. It's just. They're not my friends. He added. That sounded a lot less pathetic than, I don't have any friends. I'm freak and they hate me. Really? Midoriya looked confused for a second, and then he lit up. So you can have lunch with us then? Well, I guess. He muttered. Yay. Midoriya grinned at him. He actually said yay. It's then that they reached the cafeteria doors, and the assault of noise was headache-inducing. Midoriya kept talking the entire time they made their way to the cafeteria line. Talked as they waited in said line. Talked the whole time they picked their lunches. He talked so much he didn't even notice that Hitoshi didn't say a word. Didn't reply to any of his questions. Not that he even could. Shinsou wondered if the kid was even taking breaths between sentences. They finally managed to get their lunches, and it was then that Shinsou realized that in his year of schooling, he had never actually eaten in the cafeteria. How was his life this sad? Midoriya led him to a table near the window, where there sat Ida, Uraraka, Asui, and Todoroki. Todoroki, mouthful of noodles, shifted away from Ida as soon as he saw Midoriya approaching. Izuku, you can sit here, he said. Midoriya beamed, and made to go next to Todoroki, dragging Shinsou along. I found Shinsou on the way here, he explained as he all but forced Shinsou between himself and Ida. Turns out he didn't want to sit with Class C. Should I tell everyone that the class lunch is back on? Yeah. Uraraka stood up. Mina, she shouted at the top of her lungs. At the other side of the cafeteria, another yell sounded. What? Shinsou's here, come over. Oh cool. Shinsou tried his best not to sink into his seat, expecting all eyes to be on them. But hardly anyone blinked, as if this was a normal occurrence. Do you guys often shout at each other across the room? Shinsou murmured. Across from him, Asui nodded. You'll get used to it, ribbit. He absolutely would not actually. He didn't plan on coming here again. It was then that the table was bombarded with 5 more students. Ashido at the forefront. Shinsou, hey. Glad you could come. Shinsou just blinked. I texted everyone else, they're on their way. Kirishima informed them all as he held his phone with one hand, the other gripping onto a grumpy-looking Bakugo. You know, you don't have to hold my hand all the time. Actually, I really do, Kirishima grinned at him. Or there's no space. Kaminari pouted at the smallish table. Shinsou himself was squashed a little too tightly between Midoriya and Ida. Okiko, come help me get our table. The girl hopped up and followed Kaminari back to where they had left their empty table. They came back with Kaminari pulling the table in the air while Uraraka kept it weightless. The table landed, and Kirishima and Bakugo pushed it right up to the other one. You don't mind us stealing you from your other friends, do you? Asked Ashido. You can tell us to F off anytime. You could, but then you'd really be hurting our feelings. Kirishima said, looking at him with wide eyes. The way Bakugo glared at Shinsou made him think that maybe hurting Kirishima's feelings was not an option. No, it's cool. He muttered. Great, grinned Kirishima. You know what, sighed Zero, we're not going to be carrying you people's lunch trays just because you're too busy with all your hand-holding. It's then that Shinsou noticed that Zero and Ashido were each holding 2 lunch trays. Seemingly their own, and Bakugo and Kirishima's. Well, tell him that, he won't let go. Bakugo scowled. I don't see you trying very hard to get free, Bakugo, snickered Asui. Shut up, you stupid frog face, the blonde exploded. It was amazing how someone could manage to look so angry while cradling the hand of one of the cutest people Shinsou had ever seen. The others were settled down, and then from the left, Shinsou saw others approaching. Dark Shadow was out, holding a large table in his hands and followed by what looked to be the rest of Class A. So, when Midoriya said class lunch, he had actually meant the whole class. Here. Shinsou, hey. Hagakure waved. Well, he assumed that she was waving. The arm of her blazer kept flopping around. So good of you to join us, smiled Ojuru. Move. Dark Shadow screeched, as he made to drop the table. Everyone in the way scrambled as the table dropped. Tokomi sighed. Once again, I apologize for dash. We know what they're like, you don't have to apologize every time, Fumi, Uraraka grinned. Dark Shadow shoved his beak into her ear and Uraraka giggled as she went to sit back down. This isn't gonna be a regular thing, right? Jiru spoke up. The rest of the class settled down on the other table, while everyone else shifted in their benches, squeezing together to make space, 'cause I hate eating in here, and this year I got permission to use the school studio during lunch. No, it's just for today, don't worry, Kyuka. Assured Ashido, we just wanted to have a lunch together on the first day. And also to welcome Shinsou, of course. Shinsou, who had been trying so hard to stay invisible at this point, was suddenly the center of attention. it. Oh. Ashido threw her hands up suddenly, we should have a class party tonight. Mina, it is Monday. Ida glared. Yeah, but we got her, she insisted, we have a new classmate. Plus, Minetta's gone. Ooh. We should have 2. One for Shinsou tonight, and one for Minetta tomorrow. You have got to chill with all these parties, sighed Shuji. But this is necessary. Ashido looked determined, it'll be a welcome back to school party, you know. We had one the day we returned to the dorms, Tokomi sighed. Yeah, but Shinsou wasn't there, so I don't think it should count, Ashido shrugged. I don't think that's how it works, frowned Seitu. The class started arguing amongst themselves, some for all the various parties Ashido was planning, and others strongly against them. Shinsou sat staring at his lunch. It didn't help that as Ashido mentioned more and more reasons to have a party, his name just kept coming up. This was not ideal. He had already let this get too far. First with coming to the cafeteria. Now everyone showing up for lunch because of him. And now this. God no. No, this had to stop before he started getting his hopes up. He waited for a lull in the conversation, and then, binging up all the courage he could muster, Shinsou spoke up. This is all very unnecessary, he mumbled. Loud enough to be heard, apparently, because everyone turned to him immediately. He took another internal breath. You guys are nice and everything, but before you start planning anything in my honor, you should know that that's not why I'm here. Eyes blinked at him, and Shinsou prepared himself to leave. I get you guys are close and stuff. But I'm not here to be friends with you people, so leave me out of whatever is it you do, got it? But Shinsou stopped Uraraka with a look. Seriously? I'm not here to make friends. The words were thick coming out. He had to admit, he didn't actually want to be saying them, but this was necessary. Now better than later, right? He kinda hated that his main instinct was reject them before they reject me, but years of conditioning was bound to have its impact, right? Right. Shinsou then made to grab his bag and leave, but was stopped by the most surprising thing he had heard all day. Todoroki laughed. It was more of a small snicker, but still. More than Shinsou ever thought he would hear from the boy. Not here to make friends, he shook his head, eyes not moving from his bowl. Bold of you to assume you have a choice, he said simply. Shinsou blinked. What on the other side of the table, there was a snort. More than anything, I hate to agree with Eraserhead, but yeah. It's too late for you, man, shrugged Bakugo. Shinsou frowned again. What? Don't listen to them, Shinsou, Yorozu spoke up. We are not here to force our friendship onto you. We would never dream of making you a part of something you don't want. She smiled sweetly at him. However, she continued. And Shinsou sighed, some of the people in this class refuse to let anyone be left out, so if that happens, I'm sorry but I can't help you. You are literally one of those people, Yomo. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at her. The girl shook her head. I have no idea what you're talking about, she insisted. You can't get out, eyebags. Bakugo growled from the other side of his table. They'll never leave you alone, and the next thing you know you're stuck and can't do anything about it. Stop pretending you don't love us, Kakin. Kaminari yelled at him. Don't call me that. The angry blonde yelled back. It's a term of endearment. Kaminari threw his hands up. Why won't you let me endear you, Kakin? Bakugo tried to stand, but his hand, still in Kirishima's, wouldn't let him. Only Izuku can call him that, Denki, ribbit, said Asui, you know that. Kaminari pouted into his stew. Yeah, I know. Yeah, giggled Hagakure, because they're the best of friends. No we're not, shut up. Kakin, stop yelling at everyone. They already know we're friends, there's no point in hiding it. I'm not your DMN friend, Deku, Bakugo growled, with hardly any malice. Oh shut up, Bakugo, no one takes you seriously anymore. Not since you issued that public apology. Murmured Uraraka. Shut the F up, round face. We're not supposed to talk about that. He screamed across at her, and it wasn't public, it was in the common room. Well we were all there, shrugged Tokoyami. Well it's not my fault you DMN extras are all DMN eavesdroppers who can't mind their business. He stabbed angrily at his food, turning his rice ball to mush. There was a public apology. Shinsou blinked, not expecting anything like that from Bakugo of all people. He immediately cursed at himself. If he was insisting that he didn't want them as friends, he really shouldn't be participating in conversation like this. Oh yes, Emma answered him anyway. Once he started dating Aizuru, Bakugo realized what a terrible person he was and apologized to Izuku for shut up you demon glitter boy. He doesn't need to know none of that. He's in our class now, Baku, he kinda does, shrugged Seitu, Kuda nodding next to him. Anyway, it was really sweet, and absolutely hilarious. He looked like he was in pain, snickered Emma. Shinsou found himself smirking as Bakugo kept growling, I would have loved to see that. No, Hitoshi stopped talking. Don't worry I've got it on video. Ashido said helpfully. You thing what? Guys, leave Kaken alone. Midoriya waved his arms at his friends. We all promised not to talk about it anymore. I did no such thing. 𝐤𝐸 shook his head, followed by nods of agreement around the tables. Shut your thing mouths. Bakugo thundered. His vulnerability is supposed to be a secret, guys. Seriously, stop. Tried my what? The blonde boy almost red in the face. I'm not thing vulnerable, shut your stupid faces. Embrace it, Kaken. Kaminari grinned. This boy had no fear. There's nothing wrong with letting us see your sensitive side once in a while. Maybe you should even dash. Kaminari was suddenly interrupted by a loud ringing, and Shinsou closed his eyes. God please no. The ringing was coming from his pocket, and he was electing to ignore it. Everyone else took the hint and pretended not to hear it. It finally stopped, and Shinsou sighed in relief. But after 10 seconds, the ringing started again, and this time, no one pretended to ignore it. Looks like you should answer that, said Ojiro. Shinsou really didn't want to, because he had a feeling that he knew who it was. He pulled out his phone, and yep. It was Fing Mic. Luckily for him, most of the class had decided to leave him alone and continue with their conversations. Or at least, pretend to continue. Bracing himself, Shinsou finally answered the phone. What? He all but hissed, eyes darting to everyone else. Yes, I'm in the cafeteria, he replied. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm okay. They were all looking at him. Yes, I'm eating. Yes. Oh my. Yes. Jesus Papa, you gotta chill. Shinsou almost didn't realize what he said, until he heard the gasps around him. Guys, shush, it's his dad. Hitoshi really hoped his face didn't look as hot as it felt. And Papa was still talking. Well, if you know I'm in the cafeteria, then why would you ask me? He thought he was hissing into the phone quietly enough to not be heard, but he should be so lucky. Ooh, it's his dad. Grinned a voice at the table. Yo Shinsou, pass the weed, it then cried. Shinsou snapped a glare to 𝐤𝐸, who was grinning at him as if he had done nothing wrong. Even if he hadn't said it as loudly as he possibly could, Papa's top-tier hearing would have picked it up anyway. No, that was just... No, there's no weed. I'm in the cafeteria. What? How can I bring you some weed if there's no weed, Papa, for FS sake? God, I hate you so much. That was the wrong thing to say. MIC's dramatics were definitely not gonna let that go. Papa. Dude, please. Hitoshi covered in face in embarrassment. I know you're not actually crying. Stop pretending to cry. Papa, come on. Shinsou risked a look through his fingers. Not surprisingly, all eyes were on him. No one was even pretending anymore, and he really didn't want to finish this conversation with everyone looking at him. He ducked down into his food, hoping that would muffle his voice somehow. Papa, please. No, don't tell Dad, come on, be cool. Oh, come on. Shinsou groaned through gritted teeth. Fine, I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Yeah, whatever. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to be even quieter. Yeah, I love you too, now F off. Okay, bye. Finally Shinsou was able to hang up. And the class went off. Oh my god, that was so cute. Shinsou, you're adorable. That was the sweetest thing, oh my god. This really wasn't going how he wanted this to go. He bent over his bowl with a sigh. You call your dad, Papa? That's adorable. Smirked Jiru. He basically drilled it into me, scoffed Shinsou. He literally won't answer to anything else. So you call one dad Papa, and the other one Dad? Midoriya asked. That makes things less confusing, I guess. Two dads, here. 𝐤𝐸 snickered, gay. Well yes, that's the whole idea, Shinsou shrugged. I'm gonna have my kids all me mom, and confuse them for the rest of their lives, grinned Kaminari. For the sake of the rest of the world, Denki, please never have children. Jiru begged. Oh, when I get married we're gonna adopt so many kids. Midoriya beamed, all but hopping in his chair, like at least 6, so I can start my own cult. We. Uraraka perked up immediately. You and who, Deku? Midoriya blinked as he realized his mistake. 𝐼WH-. Here. What? You said we're gonna adopt. Her grin was almost sinister. So you already have a husband in mind. Midoriya's eyes widened comically, and he went red. No, that's not what I said. I don't know what you're talking about. Midoriya was basically wheezing, to the amusement of everyone at the table. You already have a husband in mind. Todoroki spoke up suddenly, and Midoriya wheezed. No, I don't. He waved his hands frantically. I was just talking about some generic faceless person with no specifications at all. Todoroki frowned a bit and then nodded. Oh, all right. It was pretty obvious that Midoriya actually did have a husband in mind. And the way he absolutely refused to even glance at the boy next to him was very telling. God, he was so obvious, it hurt. I'm gonna go get some water, he suddenly squeaked. Anyone want anything? No. Okay. He leapt out of his seat and all but sprinted out the cafeteria, apparently having already forgotten that he said he wanted water. The table was in stitches. I swear to God, he's even dumber than Kaminari. Jiru shook her head. Why you always gotta drag me, Jiru? Easy pickings, she shrugged. Next to Shinsou, Todoroki had completely forgotten his meal, opting to stare at the door that Midoriya had disappeared behind. Is he all right? No, he's not all right, he's a disaster, Kirishima replied. Todoroki frowned, still staring intensely at the door. Was he even going to move until Midoriya came back? You dense thing BSU. Bakugo shook his head, looking personally offended by these two. Guys, leave Todoroki alone. Let him have his crush in peace, said Yorozu. Todoroki, still not looking away from the door, shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, Shouto, don't be embarrassed. Everyone's had a crush on Midoriya at some point, scoffed Shuji. This time, Todoroki did look away. He blinked at Shuji with a frown. What? That's not true at all, Ida assured him. Yeah, it is, scoffed Asui. Tokuami's eyes narrowed. Aren't you a lesbian? Yes, Ribbit, she replied, and he is very pretty, like a girl. The table sniggered and Shinsou shrugged as he picked at his meal. Even I've had a crush on Midoriya, he muttered. God, why did his mouth keep moving when he didn't mean it to? The table stared. What, really? Gasped Kaminari. When he slammed me to the ground at the sports festival. I really felt that. He nodded. The table laughed, and Shinsou, for some godforsaken reason, felt quite pleased. Until he looked at Todoroki. He thought his stare before was cold. But it turns out it was just stoic. This was cold. Back off, he said quietly. Somehow, everyone heard it, and there was a collective gulp. Shinsou wasn't frightened. No, of course he wasn't. But he explained anyway. I said had. Had, like, a year ago. Todoroki's glare softened, and he nodded, going back to staring at the door, waiting for Midoriya's return. Ida leaned closer to Hitoshi. No one's allowed to like Izuku anymore. Todoroki gets upset. I apologize for not informing you earlier. Shinsou let out a little smile as he nodded. Thanks for the warning. When Midoriya returned, with no water, mind you, Todoroki visually relaxed, going back to his soba and smiling when the boy sat down. The table chatter resumed, and Shinsou returned to his food. Still surprising himself, he replied when he was spoken to, but didn't initiate anything. He didn't really need to anyway, these people talked enough amongst themselves anyway. He was surprised at himself that he really didn't mind the noise as much as he thought he would. He was even more surprised to realize that by the time lunch ended and they all trailed back to class, his earlier smile was still plastered on his face. This time, he didn't even try to get rid of it. 2A group chat. Chargebolt, guys. Has Shinsou been added to the group yet? Ingenium, get off your phone. Creati, no he has not, I'll get his number after class. Creati, also, get off your phone. Chargebolt, it's study PRD. Sensei's sleeping. Chargebolt, now, about Shinsou. HV you guys ever actually looked at him? Red Riot, I feel like this is a trick question. Red Riot, 'cause yeah we have. Red Riot, he's right there bro. Chargebolt, No, I mean actually looked at him. Charge Bolt, like actually looked. Charge Bolt, 'cause oh my god, he is so pretty, I wanna cry. Charge Bolt, like I might actually cry you guys. Tailman, please don't cry onto my tail, it feels really weird. Charge Bolt, guys help me, I think I'm in love with him. Tailman, goddamn Denki. Charge Bolt, okay fine, just really DMN attracted to him. Charge Bolt, do you think it shows? Sugarman, I think the flirting you were doing all day kinda gave it away. Pinky. Also don't forget the staring and drooling. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, you. King Explosion Murder, you have no right to talk, icy hot. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, I have no idea what you're talking about. Charge Bolt, Todoroki's dumb pining is old news, what about me? 𝐔𝐬𝐽, excuse me, my what? Charge Bolt, look at all the pretty. Just look at it. Charge Bolt, oh my god, don't actually look, you idiots, you'll give me away. Cellophane, I think you gave it away when you asked him to cream you, bro. Charge Bolt, 𝐴𝐵𝐵 Charge Bolt, oh god, I can't believe I actually said that. Froppy, neither can we, ribbit. There were only 2 classes after lunch, and both were with Mr. Aizawa. He showed up once the class had settled down, told them to use this PRD to study over last year's work that they might have forgotten, and then promptly sat at his desk, put his head on the table, and went to sleep. Apparently, study PRD was code for be quiet and let me sleep until the bell rings. So most people just pulled out their phones, while a few of the good ones actually had some books on their desks. There was quiet chatter, but everyone was respectful enough of sensei's naps that they kept it real low. Shinsou pulled out a notebook and started copying down notes from what Midoriya had given him earlier. His mind drifted off quite a few times, but he also managed to take some decent notes. Everything was just fine, until all of a sudden, half the class, almost at once, turned to look at him and then back at their phones. Shinsou's eyes widened. What he saw, Kaminari let his head fall down to his table, and Kirishima reached over to pat his shoulder. What the oh god, they were talking about him, weren't they? They all had their phones out, and most classes in the school had group chats, well, he assumed. He hadn't been invited onto the 1C chat, and now they were all on it and talking about him. He didn't want to assume it was bad, but come on, he was Shinsou Hitoshi, so of course he assumed that it was bad. It didn't help that every time he assumed something was bad, he was almost always right. They didn't look up again, just stayed on their phones, talking about him while he tried hard to stay concentrating on the notes that suddenly didn't matter that much because they were talking about him. And it was probably bad. He was kinda glad that they at least weren't looking anymore, and wouldn't see the sudden panic on his face, because he was pretty sure that there was sudden panic on his face. But then, just when he was starting to calm himself down, Shinsou had that tickling feeling on the back of his neck that told him that he was being watched. Very closely watched. Discreetly, Shinsou braved a glance backwards, and immediately noticed heterochromatic eyes staring back at him. Shinsou looked back to his notebook. Okay then. That wasn't at all concerning. Aizawa stirred in his sleep, and Shinsou tried to concentrate on the words on the book, but still, that being watched feeling never went away. Again, just to make sure, Shinsou risked another glance back, and once again, the two-toned boy was looking at him with narrowed eyes. Okay, well what the hell was that about? Was this about what he had said in the cafeteria? About liking Midoriya? Because that had been a very brief, very long ago crush. Great, now Todoroki hated him, didn't he? DMN it. Was that why everyone had turned to look at him just now? Great, this is what he had been afraid of. See, this didn't happen if you just didn't talk to people. This is why human interaction just wasn't worth it. 'Cause as soon as he started to enjoy it, it would be gone just like that and he'd feel even worse than before. This wouldn't have been a problem before. Even though before was literally just, like, yesterday. He had managed to let himself kinda be open to the fact that maybe this class was gonna be cool with him. Maybe even build up to being friends. And now, Todoroki was glaring at him, as if he hated him and Hitoshi was panicking. DMN it. The eyes at the back of his head made no move to leave him alone, and this time Hitoshi didn't dare look back. Maybe he was being paranoid. But then again maybe he wasn't. If Todoroki hated him, then that was sure to put a damper on everyone else. Midoriya would side with the boy he was obviously in love with. By extension, he assumed that the rest of the Deku squad would avoid him too. And after the Bakugo public apology for whatever it is he did to Midoriya, Hitoshi was pretty sure that he would follow Midoriya's lead. And then that meant the Baku squad would leave him alone too. And by extension, all of 2A. Midoriya wouldn't bug him about his quirk anymore, and Kirishima wouldn't ask him to make him do stunts anymore, and Kaminari would stop flirting with him, and Dark Shadow would stop pecking at him, and Shinsou's eyes snapped up, and he saw Aizawa, no longer asleep, frowning back at him. "Come outside, we need to discuss what you need to catch up on." Shinsou swallowed. He had been on the brink of a panic attack, and Aizawa must have noticed. He glanced around the room quickly, but thankfully, everyone else was still staring at their books or their phones, none the wiser. Except Todoroki. He was still staring at Hitoshi with narrowed eyes. Hitoshi swallowed hard again as he stood up and followed the teacher out of the room. Aizawa turned to him as soon as they were outside and out of hearing range. "Are you all right?" Hitoshi stared at his capture weapon rather than at his face. "Yes." "Let me rephrase. What's wrong, Hitoshi? You were nearly hyperventilating in there, what happened?" He shook his head again. "Since when have I ever needed a reason to have a panic attack?" He scoffed, making an unconvincing effort to sound nonchalant. And then Aizawa had both hands cradling Hitoshi's face, forcing him to look at him. Hitoshi's eyes widened. He'd been adopted a little over a year ago, but it still surprised him when he just received gentle affection like this. And besides, Aizawa hated showing any kind of emotions in public. He must have been really worried. "Hitoshi, what's wrong? Are the other kids they're fine, Dad? They're nice. Real nice. Nothing happened, I'm just a little overwhelmed is all." Aizawa still just watched him with narrowed eyes. "Dad, I'm fine." And he really was. Well, better than when he was inside at least. His dad's presence was as calming as it was intimidating. "Fine," he finally said, letting go of Hitoshi. "I really did need to talk about schoolwork though. Tomorrow you'll be doing practical training, and you need a support weapon. Something to help you when your quirk can't." Hitoshi nodded. "Go to the support department, Hatsumi will help you find something suitable." Hitoshi nodded, and then frowned. Where is that exactly?" Aizawa thought for a bit. "Do you mind if I send someone with you? That won't be too much." "No, it's fine," he said quickly. His dad, and now teacher, nodded and then went to go back inside. Midoriya, show Shinsou to support and introduce him to Hatsumi. He'll need some support items. "Okay, sensei," he heard a grinning voice pipe up, and then a chair scrape quickly back. "Oh sir, can I go too?" he heard another voice pipe up. "I need an upgrade on my boots." "I too would like to accompany then." An upgrade." "Me too. I just want to take a walk, ribbit." Aizawa looked back at Shinsou, who nodded his okay. "Fine. Be back before the start of the next PRD." 4 more seats scraped after Midoriya's, and Aizawa went back inside. Wait, 4 seats. He'd only heard 3 voices. Midoriya came through the door smiling at Shinsou, followed by Asui, a bouncing Uraraka, a stiff Ida, and Todoroki, with that piercing fin glare. Great. Just fin great. Was he here to watch him or something? Make sure he didn't try anything with Midoriya. It had been a year ago, for God's sake. Shinsou swallowed down his trepidation, and then the 6 of them made their way down the hall. "So do you guys normally just travel in a pack?" he mumbled. Uraraka giggled. "Well, it's not a necessity. But it's fun sometimes. Besides, I really do need an actual upgrade. Ida's only coming because he has a crush on and I do not." He was completely ignored, and I don't really know why Todoroki tagged along. They all turned to the two-toned boy, who looked up from the small notebook he had in his hands. "Actually, I had a few questions for Shinsou," he said plainly. Shinsou's breath hitched. Well, this guy didn't beat around the bush here. He tried to keep his expression schooled. "Questions?" The boy nodded. "Yes. First of all, when did you find out that you would be joining our class?" He swallowed. "End of last year." "Who told you?" Shinsou frowned. Mr. Aizawa did. Todoroki looked back at his notebook, and then back up at Shinsou. You seem to have bulked up since the sports festival. Did you train during the year? Yes. Did Mr. Aizawa train you? Shinsou frowned. Yes. 𝐿𝐴𝐺. Todoroki nodded, and frowned back at his book. Uraraka looked back to see what was going on, and then she laughed. Oh no, that's his conspiracy notebook. There were groans all around, and Midoriya whined, 𝐿𝐴𝐺, no. Give me a minute. The boy held his hand up as he flipped a page. This wasn't really the line of questioning Shinsou had been expecting. Am I missing something here? Todoroki looked back at him. Does your hair naturally do that, or is it some type of secondary levitation quirk? Shinsou frowned. No, it's just like this. And is it naturally purple? It is. 𝐿𝐴𝐺. He returned to the notebook. Ida shook his head. Todoroki, this is highly inappropriate. Stop this at once. No, I want to see where he's going with this, grinned Asui. You have very dark eye bags. Do you have trouble sleeping? 𝐿𝐴𝐺. Shinsou fought away a blush. He was pretty sensitive about his eye bags. Yeah, I have insomnia. Todoroki jotted something down again, and then finally nodded. He closed the notebook. Shinsou, are you Mr. Aizawa's secret love child or something? What? Shinsou literally tripped over his feet, and was only stopped from falling by Midoriya. Uraraka gripped onto her cheeks as she tried to keep a laugh in, and Ida gasped, scandalized. Am? What? 𝐿𝐴𝐺, you've got to stop, the boy glared at his friend. Well, he didn't deny it. Todoroki shrugged. Besides, I have been closely observing you all day, and you two seem to be frighteningly similar. And you look almost exactly alike. Shinsou looked at the boy with wide eyes. Wait a minute. That's why you were staring at me in class. Because you think I look like Aizawa. You noticed that, the boy blinked. I thought I was being discreet. Well, you have a very intense stare, 𝐿𝐴𝐺, murmured Midoriya. Wait, Hitoshi shook his head. You were glaring daggers into the back of my head the whole time because of that. Well, yes. Why did you think? Shinsou wanted to bang his head against the wall. Well, now he felt really stupid. He'd almost worked himself into a panic because of this. Todoroki didn't hate him, he was just really DMN nosy. Hitoshi just sighed, shaking his head. I am not Aizawa's secret love child. He blushed as he said it, and Midoriya patted him on the back. Sorry about him, he looked apologetic. He's always going on about some conspiracy. They're not conspiracies, I have cold hard proof. For some of them. My favorite will still always be Izuku is All Might's secret love child, snickered Asui. Don't remind him. The others laughed while Todoroki glared. That's a very feasible theory, and I still have no evidence that says that I'm wrong. Midoriya just held a hand to his head and sighed. Shinsou narrowed his eyes at the green-haired boy. Well, are you? He couldn't help but ask. There were very many similarities. Not you too. Midoriya flushed. He's not my dad. If you say so, Deku, sighed Uraraka. Now back to Shinsou and Aizawa. He's not my dad. Are you sure? Todoroki raised an eyebrow. I have some facts that suggest otherwise. Let me see that. Asui took his book and flipped to the latest page. Uraraka read over her shoulder as they walked, and the look of concentration on the faces was concerning. How far away was this support department anyway? Nodded Uraraka. You know what, I think 𝐿𝐴𝐺 has a point. Shinsou choked. What yeah, it's pretty well thought out. Makes sense too. Nodded Asui. What? No. Well, you're forgetting the part where Shinsou is a 16-year-old high school student and Mr. Aizawa is only 31, pointed out Ida. Are you trying to suggest that Mr. Aizawa had a child at 15? Well, it's not impossible, shrugged Todoroki. It is, insisted Shinsou, because he's not my dad. God, he couldn't believe he was having this conversation. Especially because that last sentence was a bit of a lie. And also you're forgetting the part where Shinsou's adopted. Midoriya spoke up. Thank God for Midoriya. Well, actually, that would make sense, Uraraka perked up. If Mr. Aizawa had him at 15, maybe he wasn't able to take care of him and had to give him up for adoption. That's actually pretty feasible, ribbit, nodded Asui. Shinsou was nearly gaping by now. They were actually considering this. Really? Todoroki's smug little smile turned to him. My thoughts exactly, he nodded. Ooh. Uraraka bounced, and that's why he took the time to train you when you got to Ue. He knew you were his son and wanted to get to know you. Oh my no. And did you hear him at the sports festival, ribbit? The way he talked about Shinsou after his match, like they were kindred spirits. Oh God. Shinsou let his head fall into his hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Asui spoke up, are we making you uncomfortable? Of course you're making him uncomfortable. Ida spoke up for him. Todoroki looked sympathetic. Is it because you're upset to find out that your father gave you up when he was a teenager? Oh, for the love of, he didn't give me up, he's not my father. Well, you have no way of really knowing, do you? Who gives up a kid just to adopt him again? That makes no sense, he burst. All eyes then snapped to him, and Shinsou froze. His eyes widened. Oh no. What? Midoriya gaped. What did you say? Shinsou stopped breathing. Oh no. Uraraka and Asui turned to each other. And then back at him. And then each other, as if making sure that they had heard the same thing. Ida was gaping with wide eyes. And Todoroki's mouth was in a perfect oh nothing. Shinsou tried. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. What did you say? Midoriya squeaked again. They were now just standing in the hallway, all staring at Shinsou, who was trying to activate a secondary quirk to turn back time. Turns out he didn't have one of those, so he just stood there like an idiot. Nothing, I said nothing, he tried desperately. Nobody listened. And then Todoroki was smiling. I knew it, he said simply. And that's all it took to open up the floodgates. Sensei adopted you. Holy SHD, Asui gasped. You mean he's actually really your dad? Oh my God, oh my God. Uraraka's shriek could only be heard by dogs at this point. I was right, I was so right, I told you. Shinsou squeezed his eyes shut and held his head in his hands as he was bombarded with questions. Oh SHT. He was supposed to keep this a secret. And he hadn't even lasted a day. Okay you guys please, wait, please. He finally managed to speak up and let himself be heard, greeted by 5 very excited, very shocked faces. You can't tell anyone this, okay? I don't want to complicate anything with this class, so we agreed to keep it on the down low, so keep it to yourselves please. The others didn't calm down at all, but they nodded and at least stopped screaming at him. They started walking again, Shinsou still with his head in his hands, and the others hissing excitedly at each other. And then Midoriya let out a huge gasp. Wait, if Mr. Aizawa's your dad, frowned Midoriya, and you have 2 dads. Then that would mean that the realization started another round of yelling. Mr. Aizawa's married. Uraraka gaped, to a man. Oh Xiao, this needed to stop before all of his dad's secrets was spilled because of him. Would you keep it down? Shinsou held his hands up. I'm already gonna dead for telling you people, I don't want the whole school to know. He is right, nodded Ida, who had been suspiciously quiet for a while. Let's just get to Hatsune and return to class. Before we're late. Ida, why don't you seem as shocked about this as we are? Midoriya shook his friend. This is huge. I am shocked, the boy exclaimed. The news that our teacher is married to a man is completely new to me. I had no idea about it at all whatsoever. Not a single clue at all. The bespectacled boy was then met with silence and narrowed eyes. Even Shinsou raised his eyebrows. You're being suspicious, Todoroki blinked. Ida managed to keep his resolve for a few more seconds before deflating. All right, fine, I knew. The others cried out again. I'm sorry, I didn't intend to keep it from you, he waved his arms around. They're friends with my brother and I attended their wedding, but it was not my place to reveal it. So you know who it is? Uraraka got right up in his face, eyes wide. Who is it, Ida? Please, I beg. Please, don't ask me, I can't tell. He seemed close to tears. Don't ask me either, please. Shinsou all but begged. If I blurt out anything else I'll be grounded for a year." The others groaned and complained but eventually agreed that they would stop asking any more questions. It lasted about 30 seconds. Wait, so is Mr. Aizawa dead, or is he Papa?" asked Midoriya. Asui scoffed, "You really think Mr. Aizawa would ask Shinsou to bring him weed from the cafeteria? And then pretend to cry over the phone?" Todoroki raised an eyebrow. "Good point." Midoriya nodded. "Ah, we're here." He pointed to a door across from them, and Ida all but lit up. The others smirked at each other as he straightened his already perfect tie and reached for the door. But before he could even touch the doorknob, an impossibly loud bang sounded, and they all jumped back. Inside, there was a scream, followed by manic laughter. The door burst open, and a girl with pink hair burst out, followed by 𝐿𝐿, who was aiming a fire extinguisher at the room. The girl was grinning at the fire. "Hatsune, this needs to stop." "Sensei, it's called progress," she insisted. "It just means I have another plan that doesn't work yet." The teacher grumbled some more, while the girl laughed, and then finally spotted them. 2A, she grinned, launching herself at them. "Hey guys, what are you doing here?" "Oh, hey Midoriya had a wobbly smile as the girl all but pressed up against him. "Is this a bad time?" "Not at all. It is a very bad time." 𝐿𝐿 yelled. Never mind him." Who's this?" She turned her attention to Shinsou, and suddenly he was the one she was pressed up against. "Oh, I saw you at the sports festival. Brainwashing, right? Neat. You here for some support items? I can make whatever you want, just tell me." She was coming closer with every word, and Shinsou was almost bent over backwards by the time she was done. He blinked at the hard stare on her face. Yes, Shinsou's new in our class and we were sent to keep some kind of support weapon," said Uraraka, thankfully drawing the girl away from Shinsou, "but we could come back tomorrow." "Tomorrow would be fine," 𝐿𝐿 said, still fighting the flames. "Well, you got an idea on what you want, Shinsou?" asked the girl. Not yet," he mumbled. "What exactly can you make?" "Everything," she shouted. "Don't let that fire fool you, I'm amazing. Come up with a couple ideas and bring them to me tomorrow, K." "Okay, thanks, 𝐿𝐿, she yelled, immediately forgetting Shinsou and jumping at Ida. "Long time no see, babe." Ida had wide eyes and a stiff back. "Good afternoon, Hatsune. How are you, Todd? I'm great, you great?" "Good, now let's skip that," she waved her hand. "You gonna ask me out yet or what, Tenya?" Ida spluttered, trying to get some words out, and failing miserably. Hatsune just laughed. "Don't worry, babe, take your time. You know where to find me." She winked at the 6 of them, and then took off into the still-burning room. "Hey sensei, what if next time I use sulfuric acid instead?" No. Shinsou blinked at the door, and then at the flustered Ida next to him. He frowned and turned to the person next to him. "Asui, that's the girl Ida likes." "We too were surprised, Ribbit," she nodded. "Also, just call me Zu." Shinsou nodded, and then they all turned in the direction they came from. Shinsou frowned again. "Hang on. Isn't that the girl that completely humiliated you at the sports festival?" Ida only reddened. "Yes, that's her." Hitoshi nodded slowly. "Interesting. I think he has some kind of K&K. Jesus Christ, Todoroki." Ida burst, finally fed up. The walk back to the classroom was at least less invasive than the one away. But still, the questions didn't quite stop. And Hitoshi answered none of them. He just swore them to secrecy once again, and they entered the classroom with Shinsou still flushed pink from the interrogation. "Hatsune blew up the lab again, so we have to go back tomorrow, sensei," Ida informed the teacher, who nodded and sent them to their seats. Shinsou, are you blushing?" Hitoshi's eyes snapped up at Kaminari. "What? No." He ducked his head as he, Midoriya and Todoroki made their way over to their side of the classroom. "Yeah, you are," grinned Kaminari. "Did your crush on Midoriya reignite on your little walk?" he smirked. Midoriya squeaked in confusion, eyes widening, and Shinsou just smirked at the bold boy. "Nah, actually I'm more into blondes." Kaminari gave a pink-cheeked, far too bright grin, and Shinsou tried not to smirk. He didn't know where this newfound boldness was coming from, but he found that he kinda liked it if it meant Kaminari kept smiling at him like that. "Go to your seats," he heard Aizawa drawl behind him. Hitoshi then heard a voice right by his ear. "Should you really be talking like that in front of your father?" he whispered. Shinsou's eyes widened, and a brand new flush formed on his face. Aizawa's eyes snapped up to the pair, having apparently heard the quiet murmur, and Todoroki just smirked at him as he went to his seat. Hadn't they just talked about keeping their mouths shut? Hitoshi avoided Aizawa's stare, and as he glared at Todoroki, "You're a little SE, you know that," he hissed. Todoroki's smirk grew as he sat down. "Yes, I've been made aware." As he sat down, Shinsou tried hard to pretend not to notice Aizawa's hard look. He was so gonna get it later. Charge Bolt, Red Riot. Charge Bolt, hey does white hair count as blonde? Red Riot, nope. Charge Bolt, did you see how they were just whispering to each other? What if he likes him? Red Riot, chill out, why would he like Todoroki? Charge Bolt, have you seen Todoroki? Red Riot. Good point. Charge Bolt, Astrolfis F, Dad, Hitoshi. Dad, Hitoshi. What the hell did Todoroki just say? Hitoshi, shush, I'm in class, leave me alone. The bell finally rang for the end of the lesson, and Mr. Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag. He went into his bag and pulled out sheets of paper. "Put all your things away," he said, and everyone immediately did as they were told, putting away phones and books and, in Kuda's case, a Fing rabbit for some reason. Mr. Aizawa walked over to the class and started handing out the sheets. "This is your first pop quiz of the year," he said, and the protests were immediate. "What?" shrieked Uraraka. "Sensei knew." Seitu followed. "It's the first day." Hagekyu threw her hands up. "But Sensei." Ashido looked distraught. Aizawa ignored the shouts and kept going up and down the aisles. "It's to see exactly how much you remember from your lessons last year, if anything at all. Besides, you did just have a study PRD, did you not? If you spent that time on your phones instead of actually studying, that's not my problem." Aizawa finished handing out the tests, ignoring all the cries in his wake. "Mr. Aizawa, my good sir, this test is very unnecessary. Tried Emma. It is not wise to dwell on the past. Only the future, and the gift of today." "Yes, Sensei." Zero threw his hand up. As Gandhi himself once said, "Live and let live, bro." "Yes, sir, it's in the Bible," nodded Kaminari. Aizawa just looked at them for a long time, looking more tired than he did 5 minutes. He let out a long sigh. "You see, this is why you need this test. Now no more talking. Your time starts now." The class waited as he went behind his desk, but instead of reaching for his sleeping bag, he just sat at his chair, crossed his arms, and watched them. "Now," he said, with red eyes and floating hair. Everyone's heads snapped down, and whimpers went all around as they began. Urozu handed her paper in after half an hour, and Bakugu growled when he saw that he hadn't been the first. He handed his in several minutes later, followed by Todoroki and Ida. In front of Hitoshi, Midoriya had stopped writing a while ago, and it now seemed that he was just obsessively looking over each page again and again. One by one, each student handed in their test, and by the time the bell rang, only Aomar, Kaminari, Kirishima and Ashido weren't finished. "Wait, Sensei, gimme a minute." Mina squeaked as her pen flew across the page. "You had more than enough time, Ashido. Time's up. Pens down." None of them put their pens down. So Aizawa sighed and went to fetch the tests himself. Kaminari hit his head against the desk repeatedly once his paper was gone. "Now go back to your dorms. I know some of you aren't done unpacking even though you've been here all weekend. And do all your homework. You'll probably want to be on my good side after I grade these tests." And with that, he slung his bag over his shoulder, tucked his sleeping bag under his arm, and left the room. The room started to empty behind him, and Hitoshi started packing his bag. "Shinsou, we're going over to Ground Beta to get some training in, you wanna come?" Midoriya turned to ask him. "Didn't Aizawa tell you to go back to the dorms?" Todoroki appeared behind him. "If everyone listened to Aizawa all the time, I don't think he would be this tired." Shinsou snickered. "Thanks, but I need to get to unpacking." "Okay, we'll see you later then." The boy waved as he took Todoroki's wrist, pulling him to the door, where Ida, Asuya, 𝐒𝐿 and Uraraka were already waiting. Come on Kaminari, let's go, I'm hungry. Zero shook the blonde's shoulder. No, just leave me to wallow in my misery, said the boy, head still on the desk. He was jostled a few more times, but just told his friends that he would catch up with them later. Amar whimpered, still in his seat, well, I definitely failed that. There were nods and murmurs all around. Amar turned to the left, batting his eyelashes. If only I had a monumentally big hug to comfort me in my time of despair. He fluttered long blonde eyelashes at Shuji, who had immediately sighed after hearing the word hug. Seriously? Mizu, mon ami, I am in pain. No you're not, he blinked wearily. Would you really refuse a friend in need? It's just a hug. You know very well it's not just a hug, Shuji sighed. Whenever you want a hug I end up having to carry you around all day. And what wrong with that? I'm helping you train your strength, darling. So you're welcome. Shuji finished packing his bags and gave a long-suffering sigh that turned into a groan. Fine. Amar squealed as he grabbed his bag. And then to Hitoshi's surprise, Shuji opened all 6 of his arms and Amar jumped right in, snuggling up as if he were in a hammock. Whoa! Yeah, he gives the best hugs. Ashido giggled at his stunned face. Wait Shuji, I failed too, she exclaimed. How come I don't get a ride? I mean, a hug. Shuji glared at Emma. This is your fault, he mumbled, before opening his arms again and letting the pink girl climb in. Hey Shuji. No, Kaminari. Tokoyami appeared behind his friend. We discussed this last year. Only 2 at a time in Shuji's arms. Wow, everyone just hates me today, here. First come first serve, loser, laughed Mina, muffled by the arms. Get Shinsou to carry you, he looks pretty ripped. The 4 of them were out the door before Kaminari could reply. Shinsou was just standing when he saw Kaminari turn around in his seat, a slow smile spreading over his face. Ashido's words finally registered, and Shinsou shook his head. No. Oh come on, Shinsou, please. He clasped his hands in front of him. I'm dead tired and also I just failed that test. Don't you feel sorry for me? You should feel so very sorry for me. Shinsou blinked, he wasn't being serious. He looked around for some help, but they were the only 2 left in the classroom. CRP. You probably didn't actually fail. Sighed Shinsou. I absolutely did, dude. Come on, look how sad I am. Kaminari was literally blinding him with his big butt grin. You don't look the least bit sad. I'm just hiding my pain, bro. Shinsou was inching towards the door, trying very hard to avoid this situation. Plus, I'm not even all that heavy. I have limp noodle limbs, see. That was a DMN lie, because Kaminari had had his blazer off all day and Shinsou had seen exactly what his arms looked like, and neither the word limp nor noodle applied there at all. Not that he had been actively looking at his arms. They just happened to be in his line of sight. When he leaned to the right a bit. And plus, like Amar said, this is like weight training. So technically, I'm doing you a favor here, don't you think? You're kind of reaching now, Kaminari, he scoffed. Oh come on, please, Hitoshi. He stopped shuffling right then, and he could feel his eyes widen almost comically. Okay. That wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal at all. Except yes it thing was because no one had ever called him Hitoshi before. No one outside his family at least. Not even in previous schools or foster homes. And now Kaminari was calling him by his name while smiling that Fing smile with those big but golden eyes, and Hitoshi hadn't moved in a while. Kaminari then seemed to notice the look on Hitoshi's face, and his smile slid off. No, don't stop smiling. Oh CRP sorry. I didn't think. I won't call you that again sorry. Hitoshi just blinked a few times, and Kaminari, looking kinda deflated stood up and grabbed his bag. No, why aren't you smiling anymore? Sorry Shinsou, didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable or anything. No, don't call me Shinsou anymore, gross. No it's fine, he cleared his throat, trying to get his face back to normal. Call me whatever you want, I don't care. Kaminari raised his eyebrows and then smiled again, but not as brightly as before. Okay, cool, he nodded as he made to the door. You going straight to the dorms, right? I'll help you unpack if you want. Shinsou shrugged. Sure, okay, a bunch of us will, actually. None of us will actually be doing homework straight after school. Except maybe Ida. Shinsou nodded along with him, but was frowning. Kaminari was still smiling, but not like before, and Hitoshi didn't like that one bit. Kaminari was about to exit the door when Shinsou spoke up. Well, what happened to helping me with weight training? He asked, hoping it was the right thing to say. Kaminari turned to him and beamed. And Shinsou finally relaxed. Ah, there it was. Seriously? Yeah, why not? You're sad or whatever. Kaminari punched the air. Hitoshi, you're the best person in the world, you know that. Shinsou just rolled his eyes. You'll have to carry my bag though. Kaminari nodded eagerly and draped Shinsou's bag around his back along with his own. And then, with no warning, he just darted behind Shinsou and jumped onto his back. Hitoshi let out an embarrassing yelp and stumbled back, before righting himself after few seconds. Whoops, Kaminari snorted right by his ear. My bad. Shinsou just sighed as he made for the door. Just don't fall off, okay? Gotcha, he said, tightening his arms around Shinsou's neck and hooking his feet together at his torso. Shinsou finally left the room and made towards the dorms. He was really glad that Kaminari was behind him right now, because he would have had a really hard time explaining away the furious blush on his face. Talking to Kaminari was one thing. Flirting was another. But having the bright-eyed blonde literally wrapped around him with his arms around his neck and his chin on his shoulder and his voice right in his ear was a whole different ball game. One that was making it very hard for Hitoshi to keep the poker face that he had trained onto his face for the past 16 years. And because the universe hated him so very much, just as they left the school premises, who should they run into but Yamada Hisashi himself? The man took one look at the situation, blinked once, and let out a wicked grin. Well, what is going on, little listeners? Hey Mr. Mi. Shinsou could hear the grin in Kaminari's voice, which greatly contrasted the glare on his own face. The glare that was completely negated by the fact that his face was flushed pink. We're just on our way to the dorms to help Hitoshi unpack. Oh, is that right, Hitoshi? Shut the F up. He mouthed at his papa, and the man paid him no mind. Well then you'd better get to it, kiddos. And looks like the new kid is fitting right in, am I right, Denki? Oh totally, we love him. The boy nodded against Shinsou's shoulder, causing his hair to brush against his neck, and making Hitoshi shiver. The move was not missed, and present MIC's grin only widened. God, he was never gonna hear the end of this. And this whole -MIC gestured in their general direction, carrying thing. Some kind of initiation us teachers aren't allowed to know about. It's training, Hitoshi spoke up quickly, weight training. For strength. Heroes are constantly training, right? Training. Okay. Shinsou's glare was nearing deadly. Well, let me not keep you then, little ones. Have a great day, 𝐒𝐲𝐷ig. CYA sir. Kaminari waved back as Hitoshi took off immediately. His great, isn't he? Kaminari said, returning his arm to wrap around Hitoshi's neck. Fantastic, he said through gritted teeth. His face still hadn't returned to its normal color, and it stayed that way until they finally made it to the dorms and Kaminari jumped off his back. Thanks, bro, you're the best. Hitoshi nodded as he took his bag back. No problem, Kaminari. Nah, if I can call you Hitoshi then you. Gotta call me Denki. Everyone else does anyway. God, would his face ever return to its normal color? Fine, Denki. He nodded. The boy grinned again, and took off through the dormitory doors. Hitoshi followed a few moments later, still trying to get his face back to being normal. 2A group chat. Chargebolt, so bad news. I'm in love with him now. Tailman, goddamit Denki. UA staff group chat. Hisashi, my son. Nemurai, here. Hisashi, my wonderful son. Nemurai, did something happen? Hisashi has got himself a boyfriend. Nemurai, I'm sorry, what? Ken, what? Ainen, no way, don't lie. Khan, excuse me, what? Nemurai, no thing way. Shouter, what Nemurai, who is it? Spill. Nemurai, This is so great. Nemuri, I can't get him to make one friend in Class C, and on the first day in A he gets himself a boyfriend. Nemuri, I'm gonna cry. Shouter, Wdo Toshinori, Aizawa, are you alright? Shouter, Who Hisashi, Kaminari Denki. Ken, I'm sorry, what? Nemuri, I can't breathe. Hisashi, they are boyfriends and they are in love. Shouter, if you would all excuse me. Hisashi, Shouter, no. Leave the kid alone. Toshinori, Yamada, how do you know this? Did they tell you themselves? Hisashi. Well. Kan, there it is. Hisashi, well, if you wanna get technical, I don't have any actual proof. Or any actual confessions. Nemuri, you disappoint me in Hisashi, but Hitoshi was literally carrying him on his back all the way to the dorms. Hisashi, for training purposes. Hisashi, I've been a teenager before you know. Me and Shouter were making out for weeks to practice kissing for the play, remember? Hisashi, I know how this SHT works. Shouter, stop projecting onto our son, Hisashi, he is nothing like either of us. Hisashi. Nemuri. Higari. Ken. Kan. Ainen. Toshinori. Shouter has left the chat. Nedzu has added Shouter to the chat. Shouter, I hate it here. Shinsou didn't expect unpacking to take as long as it did, but that probably had to do with the fact that Denki had recruited his whole squad to come and help him. And the five together seemed to have the attention span of a particularly slow goldfish. Bakugo obviously hadn't wanted to be here, but it didn't seem he had much choice in what he did and did not participate in, so he sat looking through Hitoshi's things and criticizing most of the things he owned. Minata's stuff had been cleared during the day, and Shinsou's new room was packed and decorated within a few hours. He hadn't wanted to really do any decorating, but it was apparently a requirement, because later the class would be coming in here to inspect it. Shinsou's protests fell on deaf ears as a determined Ashido stared him down, telling him that it was a class tradition and he really couldn't do anything about it. Sorry, hun. So just shoving things under his bed and into the closets wouldn't cut it apparently. He was on the second floor, with Midoriya, Emma and Tokoyami as his neighbors. There were no girls on this floor, which had been a strategic move on Aizawa's part when Mineta had been there. Bakugo finally managed to escape to go do his homework when there was very little unpacking left to do, of which he had done none. To their surprise, however, he was back at the doorway after a minute. Hey, Weird Eyes, Aizawa's in the common room and wants you. Ashido looked on in surprise, and then her face crumbled. Oh shoot, he's already graded that test, hasn't he? Did I do so bad that he has to seek me out to yell at me? Bakugo scoffed and rolled his eyes. No, you fing idiot. He wants all the girls, not just you. Everyone else is already in the common room. Oh, she relaxed, and her face went back to its easy grin. Alright, cool. You know, I'm pretty hungry, we should go down too. Zero stood. Besides, there's not much we can do in terms of room arranging without your leadership, Mina. Ashido just rolled her eyes. You mean you just don't want to have to do any work when I'm not here to force you, she scoffed. Yeah, but also the whole leadership thing. Kirishima threw an arm around her shoulder and followed her out the door. Shinsou felt like he could finally have a moment to himself now that they were all leaving, but alas, he was mistaken. Kaminari held out a hand to him when he saw that he hadn't moved yet. Come on Shinsou, snack break. Besides, I think we're done for the day. Bakubro's bound to force us all to do homework soon anyway. Hitoshi was pretty sure that if it had been anyone else he would have politely declined, but something about the way Denki grinned down at him made it really hard to say no to the guy. This had been an ongoing problem today and he had to figure it out. But maybe not right now. So he took the hand held out to him and followed the rest of them down to the common room. Aizawa was standing by one of the couches, hand on a rather large box in front of him. Had Shinsou forgotten something at home? And why was Aizawa bringing it to him personally? Surely that was kinda suspicious. All the girls in the class were already sitting on the couches, a few boys loitering about doing their own business. Ashido, he nodded when she arrived. Good, you're here. Asui and Uraraka are at ground beta, so I can't really wait for them. Ashido went to sit next to Hagakure, who shrugged when she was sent a questioning look. So I'll just get to the point. Aizawa rubbed at his temples. While Mineta's things were being removed, it became apparent that he had quite a significant stash of items that obviously do not belong to him. The FO was stealing SHT too. Bakugu yelled, despite the fact that they weren't even supposed to be here. Unfortunately, Aizawa sighed, patting the box, looking far too tired for the first day of school. So why did you specifically call us, sensei? Frowned Jiru. Aizawa sighed again. Because the majority of his stolen items seemed to belong to you. He pushed the box forward, and Ashido was the first to peer inside. The look on her face morphed into one of horror. That little freak, she shrieked. Oh my god. Jiru looked disgusted as she looked in as well. Yorozu looked in once, shut her eyes and sat back down, covering her face with her hands. He's been stealing our underwear. Hagekyu fumed, he's been stealing our underwear. This was my favorite brother. The BR Ashido pulled out was white with black polka dots. I thought the dryer ate it. It's been gone since last year. The girls were furious as they rummaged through the box, and Mr. Aizawa sighed heavily as he watched them. Girls, he quietened them down. Firstly, I apologize for all of this. The fact that Mineta was allowed in this school for so long, even with his disgusting behavior, is unacceptable. And although I'm sure you're glad to have your things back, I sincerely suggest you think twice before taking them back. The girls looked up at him with frowns, and then back at the underthings in their hands. Oh god, who knows what the hell he was doing with them all this time, shuddered Kaminari. At that, the girls dropped everything immediately. Oh I wish you hadn't said that, shuddered Hagekyu. I need a very long shower. Jiru let her head fall on Yorozu's shoulder, and the other girl sighed as she patted her back. So I'll just go and throw these out then. Aizawa reached for the box. Just thought you ought to at least know what happened to all your stuff. Thank you, sensei, Yorozu said, still looking at the box, face a little green. What if instead of throwing them away we burn them during tonight's party? Ashido threw her hands up. She was immediately shushed by those around her, and her head snapped to Mr. Aizawa, who she had seemingly forgotten was there. Oh, did I say party? Ashido giggled, scratching her head. I meant him. Yeah, I got nothing. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. There will be no party on a school night, he told them, and there will be no burning on any night at all. But sensei, do you really think I could trust you kids to play around with fire unsupervised? The man sighed. So supervise us then. Hagekyu grinned. Yeah. It'll be like a BR burning party in honor of Mineta being gone. I said no parties, he glared. Sensei, you're as happy as we are to get rid of that grapefruit, and you know it. Kirishima smirked at their teacher. Just admit it, your secret is safe with us. I am a teacher and am completely unbiased with my students. I will admit to no such thing. Well, he's not your student anymore, right? Seitu smirked. So you're not breaking any rules by admitting you hate him. I will not admit that I hate him, he sighed. Doesn't that sentence kind of count as you admitting it though? Tokoyami asked. Aizawa blinked at that. And then sighed. Leave me alone, I have work to do. We got him, boys. Shiro and Kaminari shared a high five as their teacher trudged his way to one of the desks and pulled out his computer. Hey, we should go get Zu and Uraka and let them know. Ashido turned to her friends, plus we'll need Todoroki's fire for the burning. There will be no burning, Aizawa muttered half-heartedly. He was, of course, completely ignored. Come on guys, Ashido made for the door. Let's go get them. We're taking a break from packing anyway, right? But it's so far, whined Shiro. Yeah, UFers need to get to doing homework anyway, said Bakugu. You know, on second thought, Shiro stood up. Mina's right, we should go get the others. Kirishima laughed as Bakugu rolled his eyes at the black-haired boy, and then followed them out the door. When Bakugu didn't move, Kirishima slumped his shoulders at him. Babe, come on, let's go. No way, I'm not going there, I don't care about them. Come on babe, yeah you do, he sighed. Bakugu snarled, and Kirishima pouted at him, babe. With a final growl, Bakugu dragged himself to the door, muttering to himself all the while about stupid, annoying shitty-haired boyfriends. Whipped, grinned Denki. Shinsou snorted, nodding in agreement before turning back to the elevator. What, you're not coming with us? Denki asked before he could take a step. No. Shinsou said simply. Oh, come on please. Why, he said, in the closest thing to a whine he would allow from himself. Just cause, he shrugged. Hitoshi sighed. He just really wanted to go to his room. Denki, I don't dash, come on, please. He looked up at him with wide eyes. You were packing too, you know, you need the break. But dash please, Hitoshi. Oh god damn it. Hitoshi's jaw clenched. God fing damn it, now why'd he have to go and do that? And why'd he have to go and look at him like that? And why the hell was Hitoshi now following the grinning idiot out of the door? Dad often told him to stay away from loud blondes if he wanted to keep his sanity. Did this have something to do with it? Did all loud blondes have some kind of psychic thing that made it impossible to say no to them? Because that was the only explanation as to why Hitoshi was now on his way to ground beta instead of safe and alone in his room right now. For some reason, none of the Baku squad questioned his presence, and thankfully, they allowed the fact that he trailed behind them and didn't participate in any conversation. For the most part. Denki still kept looking back at him every few seconds, probably to make sure that he hadn't turned tail and ran. Not that he would do that. Then the loud blonde would get upset, and that wasn't allowed. They were only about halfway to the training facility when they saw the people they were going to fetch coming towards them, looking pretty banged up. You done already? That's quick for you guys, said Kirishima as they met in the middle. Yes, well, Uraraka dropped a building on me, so Ida made us stop. Midoriya played with the hem of his charred gym shirt. I'm sorry, you what? Hitoshi said before he could stop himself. We were playing heroes and villains, explained Asui. Zoo, damn it, Zoo, and these people get really competitive. And you don't, scoffed Todoroki, you threw me out the window with your tongue. You're just bitter cause you lost, the girl smirked at him. We did not lose, Ida called it a draw. Midoriya stomped his foot, because she dropped a building on me. Alright, we've been having this argument for ages. Ida chopped an arm between the two teams. It was a draw and we will leave it at that. Uraraka just huffed, and then turned to the group that was watching their back and forth. Were you guys going to train too? Nope, we came to get you for the BR burning. Zero grinned, we're burning bras. Yeah, we even got permission from Aizawa, nodded Kirishima, kind of. Sort of. Well, not really, but still. Your feminism is appreciated guys, really, but burning bras is unnecessary, Zu said. It's not for feminism, it's for Mineta. Ashido told them. The confusion only grew, and Bakugo growled. You fing idiots can't explain for Esachi. He shook his head. Aizawa found a bunch of underwear in the purple PSS Stains luggage, so now we're gonna go and burn them because the perv's probably been jerking off to them since last year. Now can we go back to the dorms or what? Bakugo turned on his heel, leaving the Deka squad looking horrified. Uraraka looked about to her. How does he just keep getting worse, she whined. The squads, and Shinsou, turned to make their way back to the dorms, the girls shuddering with each other at the prospect of Mineta with their underthings. It was as they were strolling back that they heard it. Holy SHT, Bakugo's gay. The very new voice made everyone stop their conversations. All eyes looked up, and approaching them fast, eyes on Bakugo and Kirishima, was Minoma Nito. Two other people followed behind him, a tall girl with pink hair and a boy with a horn and mousy brown locks. They did not look very friendly, and immediately, Shinsou noticed the squads tense up. By the looks on their faces, Bakugo and Kirishima hadn't realized that their gripped hands were on full display, and that they were walking much closer together than was necessary. Minoma, apparently, had noticed immediately. The number one villain of the class has a lover, here. Ha, that is rich. The blonde boy laughed manically. Hard to imagine anyone would have the tolerance to actually like you, sniggered Hornhead Boy. Well, if anyone, it would probably be the one guy who can harden his skin, the girl smirked. There was a silence as the two groups and Shinsou frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Midoriya asked, in a voice so quiet it was DMN near terrifying. He glared at the trio like he knew exactly what it was supposed to mean. Oh, you know, the girl crossed her arms as she continued, hardening his skin like that, he probably won't be able to show bruises so easily, right, Kirishima? Another short silence followed, and then a growling Ida stepped forward. "What the hell are you trying to suggest?" he thundered. Monoma only threw his head back with a laugh. "Oh, you know what she means. Bakugo has a temper and a mile-long mean streak. And Kirishima doesn't show bruises. Perfect relationship when one doesn't with to show evidence." Shinsou frowned. "Holy SHT. This guy was really suggesting that. Holy excuse you." Uraraka clenched her fists in anger. "What the F are you trying to say?" Ashido growled. "If that's a joke it's not funny," 𝐂𝐿 glowered. The trio was seemingly very pleased with the reaction they managed to get, and Hornguy smirked. "It can be funny and true," smirked Hornguy. "How the F dare you?" Kaminari was crackling with electricity. "What the F are you trying to imply, you F-er?" "Oh, he's not implying anything," Todoroki said, in a frighteningly quiet voice. He said it right out. "Oh, you mother F-er." Ashido leapt forward with outstretched hands, only stopped from reaching Monoma by Asui's tongue. "If you fight him we'll get in trouble," she said with a glare at the three smirking students. "If we report them for slander, they'll be in SH. I don't care," said a quiet voice behind him. They all looked to see Midoriya, his whole body crackling with green lightning. They're not getting away with something so mean. He stepped forward, his quirk fully activated, with only Todoroki's hand on his shoulder, half-heartedly trying to stop him. Zu was right. If this ended in a fight on their first day back, it would not end well for 2A. "You guys really don't like Bakugo, here?" Shinsou frowned at the three students. He didn't know when he had stepped forward, or Fing why he had stepped forward, but suddenly everyone was behind him, still fuming and trying half-heartedly to hold each other back. Shinsou focused on the three in front of him. "What did he do to you?" "As if he could touch me," Monoma scoffed. "We just hate him on principle," the girl shrugged. "After all the trouble he and 2A caused this school, we have every right to hate him. It's only a matter of time before he explodes and becomes a villain." Hornguy stuck his nose up. "And then you'll see we were right." Shinsou couldn't care less what they had to say. But he had his three responses, and he smiled. "Go find Mr. Aizawa at the 2A dorms and tell him what you said here. Tell him Shinsou sent you." The three now limp-faced idiots turned away, slumped and dull-eyed, and made their way towards the dorms. Shinsou could feel them in his brain. Or rather, he could feel himself inside theirs. For the first time, he regretted the fact that he hardly used his quirk because he didn't know how far away he had to be to keep his control. Or if he could even keep it with multiple people. Or when he would know that they had done what he told them. Or how long he would be able to hold this. Or, Shinsou, holy Deshitoshi held his hand up to stop whoever had spoken. "I need to focus," he muttered. "Can't break the connection till they do it." "Okay, everyone shut up and leave him alone," Kaminari hissed, electing himself in charge of keeping Shinsou focused. He should have known that they wouldn't shut up though. You okay?" Asui spoke up first. Bakugo let out a scoff that was probably supposed to sound unbothered, but was failing. Shinsou couldn't help but look back, and he saw that the blonde had his hands clenched into fists and was actively knocking away Kirishima's hand every time he tried to go back to holding it. "Fing. Obviously, what the F do you think? You think I give a F what those stupid extras think?" 𝐂𝐿 shrugged. "Well, it kinda looks like dash. Well, I Fing don't," he snarled at the tall boy. "I don't give a F. And besides, you people think the same thing anyway, so why would I Fing care?" There was a short silence in which the group collectively gaped at Bakugo. Shinsou risked another look back, while still keeping a hold on the people inside his mind, and saw the looks of shock and disbelief on everyone's faces. "What the F? No, we don't." Ashido gasped. "Bro, why would you think that?" Kaminari shook his head rapidly. "You know that's not true, dude." 𝐂𝐿 agreed. "Well, you're always the one calling him the Baku Whisperer." Bakugo threw his hands up, as if he's the only one who can take me. "You Fing run away every time I get mad as if you're scared I'll Fing kill you or something. You're all Fing scared of me." Uraraka opened her mouth to argue, but was stopped by Ida's hand on her arm. "Best to leave this to the Baku squad. You can't think that's what we actually meant." Kaminari threw his hands up. "We just call him that cause we know you've always liked him the most, that all." "Yeah, we can all take you just fine." Ashido nodded rapidly. And we run away, but we're kidding, bro. Just like how we know you're kidding when you tell us all to go die. We're not actually scared of you, bro, Kaminari all but pouted, you know that, right? Bakugo just shrugged, still scowling at his feet. Oh my god, Baku. Ashido leapt at him, wrapping her arms tight around his waist. Bakugo grumbled at her. Get the F off me, idiot, he growled, while making no actual effort to shake her off. Babe, you believe us, right? Kirishima spoke up for the first time, both hands wrapped around Bakugo's clenched fist, and his voice unbelievably soft. You know no one thinks of you like that. Right. Bakugo just kept silent, staring at the ground with a clenched jaw. Even Ashido took a step back, wide-eyed and realizing that they weren't getting through to him. Katsuki's Kirishima was shaken off immediately with an angry growl. Just F off, alright. Drop it. If those F'ers think I'm a Fing abuser, then who the F cares? It's not like they'd be Fing wrong anywhere. I'm gonna stop you right there. Midoriya held a hand up angrily. How many times have we talked about this? F off, Deku, he spat. No. I don't like people talking bad about my friends, Kaken, even if it's you. Minute Deku, what the F is wrong with you? Bakugo finally exploded. How the F can you call me your friend after everything I dash? Oh my god, how many times are we gonna have this conversation? Midoriya threw his hands up. Why would you ask me to forgive you if you won't let it go? I didn't actually think you'd forgive me, the blonde shouted. You weren't supposed to forgive me, damn it. The two stared each other down, both with scowls on their faces. Midoriya finally spoke first. Guys, we'll be right back, he spoke to the group, but kept his eyes on Bakugo. What the F you mean we'll dash? Sorry, Kaken, he said, before once again he was surrounded by green lightning. Bakugo only had time to let his eyes widen, before Midoriya lurched forward, wrapped his arms around his waist, and took off into the sky. You Fing Shi, he was heard yelling even as they blasted further and further away from them. Shinsou blinked up at where they had disappeared, blinking his confusion while trying to go over the weird conversation he'd just witnessed, while still trying to keep a hold on the three he had brainwashed. Needless to say, his head really hurt. What the F was that? He finally managed to ask. That was Deku and Kaken, sighed Kaminari. They're real weird like that. Denki, that explains nothing, sighed Uraraka, before turning to Shinsou. Those two have a weird relationship. They used to be best friends, then they were enemies, then they were rivals. Now they are trying to be friends again, but Bakugo has severe emotional constipation and is having a hard time of it. He's getting better, Kirishima said, still looking up into the sky worriedly. Just the other day I told him I loved him and he didn't even try to convince me I was wrong. That's progress. Progress that Monoma and them probably just fed up, frowned Zero. Yes, well, if anyone can get through to him it will be Izuku. Todoroki was looking up too, just as worried. Although Shinsou had a feeling that his worry wasn't so much for Bakugo as it was for Midoriya being out of his sight. Does this have something to do with the public apology? Shinsou asked. Oh yeah, nodded Ashido. We have it on video, but still, no one's completely sure what happened between those two. But whatever Bakubro did to Midoriya was bad. Like, really bad. Like, they have to go to joint therapy bad. That sounds bad. Hey bro, aren't you supposed to be concentrating? Kaminari finally remembered his self-assigned job. I'm multitasking, he shrugged, plus your class dynamics are too fed up to completely ignore. Ain't that the truth, scoffed Zero. We should probably get back to the dorms, said Ida, still occasionally glancing up at the sky, as if just waiting for them to drop down on them at any second. They'll probably meet us there, right? Probably once they sort out some of Bakugo's issues, Ribbit, nodded Asui. Yeah, last time they were gone for about an hour, right? Asked Uraraka. This has happened before. He has a lot of issues. They were gone for a little over an hour actually, said Todoroki, still looking at the sky, 67 minutes to be exact. Dude, you counted. Kaminari grinned. I was worried. Todoroki's cheeks pinked. This is Fing weird, Shinsou muttered. Oh, you have no idea, sighed Zero. Shinsou kept concentrating on the connection in his head and the others glancing up every few seconds. Well, except for Kirishima and Todoroki, who hadn't looked away from the sky since they left. Several minutes passed, until Kirishima gasped suddenly. There, he pointed upwards. They all looked, and, sure enough, a green blur was hurtling towards him. They landed roughly on the floor, tumbling a few feet away. Well, that was quick. Uraraka grinned at the two as they got up, dusting themselves off. Thanks for waiting, Midoriya smiled. We're good now. Bakugo just glared at him, and then huffed. Well, are we going to go or what? He growled, stomping off to Kirishima, and grabbing his hand, letting their fingers intertwine as they had been before Monoma and them had shown up. Kirishima beamed at him, and Bakugo's face softened for the first time in a while. Yeah, let's go burn some bras. Uraraka smiled. The group finally started moving again, and not a minute later, Shinsou's phone rang. He pulled it out, and sighed in relief when he saw the caller ID state Dad. Mr. Aizawa, he answered it. I've got 3 students here who say that you sent them to me, is that true? Yeah. Did they tell you what did? Yes, and they will be dealt with accordingly. Aizawa told him. Alright, good. Can I let them go now? I've never held it this long and my head is killing me. Yeah, go ahead. Shinsou let out a long sigh as he finally broke the connection, and his head was clear again. A rush of dizziness came and he stumbled, only to be caught by a hand on his arm. Are you alright? I know that must have been hard. Yeah, just a bit of a headache, I'm fine, he assured him. Naturally, his dad didn't seem convinced, but he sighed anyway. Alright, if you say so. Now get some rest, I'll deal with these 3. Shinsou nodded, despite not being seen. And Hitoshi? Yeah. I'm proud of you. You did great. It took all his strength not to beam. God, he would never get tired of hearing that from Aizawa, no matter how often he said it. But he couldn't let the man know that, of course, so he just muttered. Yeah, whatever. Aizawa just scoffed before hanging up. Shinsou pocketed his phone and rubbed at his temples. You good, bro? He looked at who had caught him, and had to fight off a blush when he saw just how close Kaminari was standing. God, why was he always fighting off a blush with this guy? What the hell? Yeah, I'm good. He managed to get out, just a bit of a headache. Kaminari grinned at him. That was so badass, dude. Totally, Uraraka nodded. I still would have liked to fight though. You always want to fight, 𝐤𝐻 smirked at her. And she just shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. As they kept walking, Kirishima cleared his throat. Hey, Shinsou. Yeah. That was Mr. Aizawa you were talking to, right? Yeah. Okay, he nodded. Okay, so, weird question. Why is his number saved on your phone as Dad? Shinsou's eyes widened at the pensive look on the red-headed boy's face. What, it is? Ashido frowned in confusion. Kirishima nodded. I saw it when he was taking the call. 𝐤𝐻 frowned, and then looked to Shinsou. Why, bro? Shinsou blinked as all eyes were suddenly on him. He said, as he thought of something to say. It was hard to do with Todoroki smirking at him like that, and Ida shaking his head with closed eyes, and Asui looking on with raised eyebrows, as if eagerly anticipating whatever answer he came up with. The Baku squad was looking at him with confused little frowns, only getting more confused as his lack of a coherent answer. He had to say something. Some lie that would sound convincing to these nosy but people. Come on, say something. Anything, Hitoshi. Not that, Hitoshi. Shinsou. It's no big deal, guys. Midoriya, bless his heart, waved his arms. We all call Mr. Aizawa Dad, right? Not to his face, said 𝐤𝐻, and we don't put evidence of it on our phones. It's called valuing your life. And wouldn't that be confusing for you? Having both your dad and Mr. Aizawa saved as the same thing. Shinsou blinked at Denki's confused face. How are you all this stupid? Bakugo shook his head at his friends. Kirishima was the first to realize, and he shook his head rapidly. Dude, no way. Shinsou sighed heavily. Well, at least he said a word this time. Dude, holy 𝐻𝐻, no way, is Mr. Aizawa your dad? Kirishima's eyes widened. That's impossible, scoffed Ashido. That can't be why. She trailed off when she saw Shinsou's face. His eyes squeezed shut. Her eyes widened. No thing. Way. Weren't you supposed to keep this a secret, sighed Ida. Oh my god, what? Gasped Kaminari. It's true. Shinsou rubbed at his temples. Holy see, you are very bad at keeping secrets. Zhu shook her head at him. Hitoshi kept his head down as he was bombarded with questions. Practically the same as when the Deku squad had found out earlier that day. But this time he kept his mouth shut because apparently he couldn't be trusted to talk. And not for the reasons people had previously thought. Uraraka and Zhu were happy to fill in on any questions that he refused to answer, while Midoriya tried his best to turn the conversation around and cover for Hitoshi. But the boy seemed to be an even worse liar than him, so that didn't work out that well. By the time they reached the dorms, Shinsou couldn't stay quiet anymore. No matter how much he wanted to. He spun around to the group, finally silencing their yapping. Okay, listen. Yes, Aizawa's my adoptive father. No, I can't tell you who my other dad is, I'm already gonna be in SHT as it is. I said I'd managed to keep this a secret all year, but it's been a day and half the class knows already and it's gotta stay that way, please. Don't tell anyone else. How did you think you could keep this a secret all year? Zero raised an eyebrow. That seems dumb. Well, I didn't anticipate the fact that you people are nosy as F and won't stop talking to me. Yeah, that's fair, nodded Kirishima. Just, please don't say anything. To anyone else. Especially to Mr. Aizawa. The Baku squad glanced around at each other, as if considering it. All right, Shinsou, nodded Ashido, your secret is safe with us. That's not thing likely, muttered Bakugo, but he was stopped with an elbow from his boyfriend. Shinsou sighed wearily as he ran a hand over his face and they continued on to the dorms. He probably should have taken Bakugo's words to heart though, because as soon as they entered the common room, Mr. Aizawa was still at the table, working on his computer. Mr. Aizawa. Kaminari grinned at the teacher. Do you see what Shinsou did with those asshats? Pretty cool, right? He stopped us from getting into a fight and everything. He must have been raised really well. The suggestive tone in his voice made Aizawa look up slowly. And when Denki turned and gave Shinsou an obvious wink, he had to hold back a scream. For the love of God, why? Oh, definitely, Zero grinned with his friend, his father really deserves a pat on the back. Whoever that may be. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, and Shinsou wanted to cry. Yeah, sensei, Kirishima added, and thanks for dealing with those idiots who were mean to Katsuki. You're a great dad, sir. I mean, teacher. I meant teacher. I don't know what kind of dad you are. If you even are a dad. Which is a thing I obviously wouldn't know. Shinsou closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. What was wrong with these people? Yeah, you're fed, Bakugo muttered as he passed Shinsou, the rest of his squad following and giggling quietly. Midoriya spared him a sympathetic smile before he ran off to the kitchen, and Ida gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Before long, Aizawa was glaring at Shinsou from behind his computer screen, and Shinsou made the decision to just pretend that none of that had just happened. Hitoshi, he heard a hiss behind him as he tried to rush past. Sorry, sensei, I have a headache and have to go rest. Like you told me. Good night. He made it into the elevator and looked around at the empty walls as it slid shut on his dad's narrowed eyes still glued on him. As the elevator finally started moving, Hitoshi groaned into his hands. God, he hated these stupid thing people. He really did. Now if only he could think that without this stupid grin behind his hands. A moment alone. That was all Shinsou needed. That's it. And he thought that he finally had it when he made it back to his room and pulled out his homework. And honestly, Shinsou should have expected it by now, but he was still startled when there was a knock on his door. He opened it to find a flustered-looking Midoriya, clutching a full backpack to his chest. Hey Shinsou, he smiled. I was wondering if you wanted to do homework together. Shinsou hesitated. You don't have to. Midoriya was quick to say, I just thought since it's your first day in the dorms you might want some company. Company? All he'd had all day was company. Now he'd be okay with just him and his books, thank you very much. And also, I could use some help with maths. I noticed you finished all your work really quickly today, so I thought maybe. He trailed off as he talked, scuffing the floor with his toe. Shinsou frowned, wondering if this cute, flustered thing he was radiating was just an act, or if he was just like this. He decided that it must be a well-thought-out manipulation device, because no 16-year-old boy with the power of the gods had any right looking so flushed and adorable. Midoriya looked up at Hitoshi with bright green eyes, and he realized that it was a very successful manipulation device, because Hitoshi found himself stepping aside and feeling quite glad when Midoriya beamed up at him. He made himself comfortable on the floor and started pulling out his books. Only half of which, Hitoshi noticed, were school-related. The others seemed to be random notebooks he just carried around. Here. Weird. Shinsou made his way to sit at his desk, but then Midoriya cleared away some of his books to make a space in front of him, and then smiled up at Hitoshi. He wanted him to sit on the floor with him. Hitoshi's instinct was obviously to ignore him and sit on a chair, like a normal person. But then again, he was using that manipulation thing again that made it hard to be rude to him. So with a sigh, Hitoshi grabbed his books and sat on the floor, leaning against his bed, and got to work. They worked in silence for some time, and Shinsou made the mistake of thinking that it would last. At some point, he noticed that at certain intervals, Midoriya would stop writing and look up. He'd open his mouth and close it several times, and then shake his head and go back to work. Shinsou just kept his head down and pretended not to notice. But he kept doing it. Again and again. He knew he should have just closed the door on this boy's face and called it a day. Now he wanted to talk. What about? Shinsou had no clue. But his hesitance to say anything made him think that maybe it wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. He'd spent quite a lot of time with Midoriya and his friends today. Just as much as he had with Kaminari and his. Was that the problem? That was the problem, wasn't it? They'd all been friends for ages, and Hitoshi had just shown up out of nowhere, and here he was just taking up their time. Maybe he should have protested a bit more whenever he was included or invited to do anything. They were just being polite, and him, being the attention-starved loner he was, had latched on like a leech and he was annoying them. This was fine. He had been anticipating a talk like this. A back off and leave us alone kind of talk. He just hadn't expected it to be Midoriya that they sent. But he guessed it made sense. What with his manipulation tactic of being overly adorable, Hitoshi guessed he was the best guy to shut him down lightly. Again, Midoriya stopped writing, looked up, and opened his mouth. Then he closed it again and ducked down. He couldn't take it anymore. You look like you have something to say. He finally managed to speak up. Midoriya squeaked and looked back down. No, nothing. Shinsou blinked at him, and didn't look away. If he was going to be told to back off, he would much rather hear it now than later. As much as he didn't expect Midoriya to be the one to tell him, he still wanted to get it over with. So he stared him down, and Midoriya pretended not to notice. Until he couldn't anymore. He gulped as he finally looked up, eyes shifting. Well, I just wanted to say how happy I am that you finally made it to the hero course. Shinsou blinked at him again. There's no way he'd been working himself up for so long just to say something nice. He tilted his head, eyebrow raised. Really, he drawled. Midoriya nodded. Really? It's just. I remember our match at the sports festival and the stuff you said. And the stuff Mr. Aizawa said during the match. It's really not fair how they let people in only based on physical quirks. I mean, not all heroes are based on how strong you can be, you know. Shinsou still just looked at the boy with narrowed eyes. He also remembered that match. He also remembered unloading his frustrations while being pushed out of the ring by someone a head shorter than him. It has been one of the worst moments of his life, losing that match. And he had a lot of really shitty moments in his life. When he didn't say anything out loud, Midoriya cleared his throat and continued. I'm really glad you're gonna be a hero, Shinsou. You'll give hope to people without physical powers like everyone else in the class. I mean, I really could have used a hero like you when I was little. Shinsou's frown deepened. That's why I always loved Eraserhead so much. I mean, he basically fights quirkless. Sure, he has an advantage cause his opponent becomes quirkless too, but still. Why would it matter to you that he fights quirkless? Shinsou couldn't help but ask. Midoriya went red, and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I was a pretty late bloomer when it came to my quirk. Like, really late. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. Well, that was news to him. He had heard of late bloomers though. Someone in his old school only presented a quirk when they were 8. 4 years late. Everyone was shocked. How late? He asked. Ah. Midoriya went redder, like, really late. Like, the first time I used it was at the UA entrance exam. And then I basically broke all my bones while I was at it cause I didn't know how to use it. It's a miracle I even got into this school, really. He huffed a little laugh, as Shinsou's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. No one gets a quirk at that. That's impossible. Midoriya let out a choked laugh. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Shinsou suddenly remembered the sports festival. He remembered his match against Midoriya. He remembered what he had said to him. Calling him a lucky bastard. Born with a perfect quirk. Having everything come easily to him. He'd said that to a boy who'd had it even worse than him. So yeah, the green boy shrugged. Basically what I'm trying to say is, since I was quirkless before then, everyone just laughed when I said I wanted to be a hero. But heroes like Mr. Aizawa made me think maybe it was still possible, you know. And once we're all pros, you'll probably be some other little kid's Eraserhead, you know. Shinsou couldn't look away from the boy scribbling in his notebook who was basically saying everything Shinsou had ever thought himself. Everything he wanted to be. Eraserhead had been his hero long before he had even met him. Long before he had been adopted by him. Because of this exact reason. Shinsou tried to shake himself out of this stupor, and he cleared his throat. You seem pretty sure that I'll be a hero with you guys. Well, of course, he said it like it was the most obvious thing. You're already one of the strongest people in this class, Shinsou. And with your dad training you, you'll be unstoppable. I can't wait to see how great you become. Goddamn this boy. Shinsou swallowed hard for what felt like the 5th time during this conversation. He wished that didn't mean as much to him as it did. He really wished he wasn't fighting the urge to start sniffling. No one had ever said anything like that to him, beside his parents of course. At home, his sister never shut up about the hero Deku, who, along with Lemillion, was the best hero in the world and how he was also the best person in the world and how she loved him so much. He had thought that it was just the ramblings of a starstruck little girl, but now, after one conversation with this kid, Shinsou was ready to join Eri in her Deku fan club. Shinsou managed to let out a small smile at the boy across from him, and he nodded his head. Thank you. It's all he knew how to say at that moment. But he really meant it. Midoriya beamed at him, which only made Shinsou's own smile widen a little bit more. Midoriya went back to scribbling in his notebooks, but Shinsou couldn't go back to schoolwork so easily. There was still something that was really eating at him. Something making him absolutely hate himself. You know, more than usual. He sighed heavily, and cleared his throat. Midoriya. The boy looked up immediately. Yeah. Hitoshi sighed again. At the sports festival, he forced himself to say, the things I said to you oh, don't worry about that. He shook his head. I was cruel, he said. You had gone through the same discrimination as me. Having a villain's quirk and having no quirk are hated almost at the same level in this society. And still I accused you of you didn't know any of that, though. Midoriya stopped him. You had every right to be mad about how quirks are judged at this school. Shinsou looked down, but still. I'm sorry. Midoriya smiled at him. Besides, you were kinda right about me, you know. He shrugged. I am really lucky. I mean, even though my quirk came late, it did eventually come. And I've had so many people helping me out along the way. People who believed in me, you know. And now, you have that too. Shinsou raised his eyebrows. I do, here. He grinned. I mean, Mr. Aizawa obviously. But he's your dad, you already know how great he is at teaching and caring about us. Even though he tries to pretend he doesn't. And also this whole class. We've always got each other's backs here. And we help each other out and encourage each other all the time. I didn't have. any friends growing up, so it was quite a shock going from that to having all these people all of a sudden care about me, but it really is amazing. You're gonna love it, trust me. He finished with a grin, and went back to his work. Eventually, Shinsou managed to do the same, not even trying to ignore the smile on his own face. A couple of hours later, Midoriya was on his last math problem. Hitoshi hadn't needed to help that much at all. The guy was crazy smart when his phone chimed. He looked at his phone and beamed. The BR burning is about to start, he told Shinsou. Several minutes later, Midoriya had packed his things and left them in his own room next door, and the two made their way downstairs. The common room was filling up, and a disapproving-looking Aizawa was standing by the door. How the girls had eventually convinced him to let this happen, Shinsou would never know. But he knew that it probably hadn't been this hard. Aizawa loved these guys. He denied it daily, refusing to admit to feeling anything but standard teacherly affection, but that was a straight-up lie, and everyone knew it. In the beginning, Hitoshi couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Class 1A. He had been adopted just before starting at UA, having been fostered by Aizawa and Yamada for several months before that. And then when school started, and his dad almost died protecting this class, Hitoshi couldn't help but hate them just a little bit. He knew it wasn't their fault that they were attacked, but still. He couldn't help it. He couldn't help that the man he had only just started to call had almost given his life for a bunch of other kids. As Eraserhead's biggest fan, Hitoshi knew that what he had done was incredible and heroic. But as Aizawa's son, he couldn't help but wish his dad had worried about himself a little too. And then he noticed his new father start to care more and more for his homeroom class. He saw the class go through ordeal after ordeal, with Aizawa right there with them, fighting for them and protecting them, and eventually, loving them. And Hitoshi had been scared that that would mean there would be less love for him. It was the first time in his life that he was feeling any kind of parental love, and he didn't want to lose it to these kids. These hero kids who were living his dream, and who he then became jealous of for more than one reason. One night, after going several days without sleep and in a foul mood, Shinsou had accidentally ranted on about his fears to his parents, saying some things he wished he could take back, and generally acting like a spoilt brat who didn't want to share his dad. He had been sure that he had crossed a line then, but instead of being yelled at for his disrespect, and sent back into the system like he had thought, he just got a hug. A three-person, suffocating, overly emotional, and downright amazing hug. Aizawa wasn't much with the words when it came to being kind and reassuring, or at least, that's what he told himself, but that day he had brought Hitoshi to tears. "You're my son, Hitoshi. You are. My students mean a lot to me, and fine, I guess I'll admit that I do care about them. Probably a lot more than I should. But that does nothing to take away from the way I love you, do you understand? I love you. And no matter how many problem children I care for, you are my son, and I love you." It had taken Hitoshi a little too long to believe him completely, but he had eventually gotten there. He had eventually believed that Aizawa's love wasn't divided between his class and Hitoshi, but rather he just had a heart big enough for them all in there. And so when Aizawa had brought home a little girl with an even more traumatizing past than Hitoshi's, and their little family expanded by one, Hitoshi didn't get worried about having to share his dad and his papa. Instead, he too finally understood that loving another person didn't take away from the love he felt for his parents in the slightest. Instead, his heart only got bigger, making plenty of room for his new little sister. And Ai's mere presence only further exposed just how incredibly soft Aizawa Shouta was for his kids. All 21 of them. So now, Shinsou was no longer jealous when he saw his dad caring for his class. Just amused. It became even more apparent when he, the hard-hearted, no-nonsense-taking Aizawa Shouta, couldn't even bring himself to say no when surrounded by 6 teenage girls with big pleading eyes asking nicely if they could please burn their bras. Shinsou would be telling Papa all about this later. He was always the best at teasing his husband about his big soft heart. The burning was to take place outside. Mr. Aizawa made it very clear that he did not approve of this one bit, but seeing as they refused to listen to him, then they had better not start any fires inside again. Shinsou frowned at that again, but decided to ask about it later. Their teacher stood by the doorway. "You're demon right, you need supervision. Just because I don't approve doesn't mean I'm going to leave you to burn yourselves to death," as the 20 students surrounded the unsettlingly large pile of underwear. The process was going to be quick. Todoroki would start a small fire, while the girls tossed their items into it and watched them burn with every memory of Mineta. Once everything was all burnt up, they would all go back inside and have a quiet dinner. Simple really. But when had things ever been simple with these guys? Their first mistake was letting 𝐻𝐻𝐷 close to the fire. Once everything was up in flames, and the cheers were ringing out, Mina grew overexcited and decided that she wanted to participate in the actual burning too, so with gleeful laughter, she aimed her hands at the fire and shot out some acid. There were several shouts of protest, but they were all a second too late. The fire tripled in size in only a split second. And if it weren't for the scarf that wrapped around and yanked at those closest to the explosion, there would have been several very intense burn victims in Recovery Girl's room. Everyone shrieked at the rapidly growing fire, and Todoroki, thinking quickly, shot out his right arm. He meant to only throw enough ice to stop the fire, but he ended up creating a particularly large glacier that doused the flames, but also encased several surrounding trees in impenetrable ice. Everyone blinked up at the ice that was casting a pretty large shadow over themselves and the dorms. Mr. Aizawa released those in his capture weapon, and glared red eyes at his class. Everyone. Inside. Now. They all filed in quietly, hiding little giggled and grins. As angry as Mr. Aizawa was, the things were burnt, and no one had ended up with Recovery Girl, and so the BR burning was considered a success. Mr. Aizawa tried to send them to bed immediately, because, I told you not to burn things and you didn't listen and look what happened. But after several protests of, but what about dinner? And it's not even 6. And but sensei. The class managed to convince him to forgive 𝐻𝐻𝐷 for her lack of understanding that maybe acid and fire was not a good combination. Whether Aizawa really just gave in, or whether he was too tired to argue anymore, was anyone's guess. After standing outside with Todoroki while he melted his ice and thawed out the trees, and making sure once again that no one had been touched by the fire, Aizawa trudged off to his upstairs apartment, looking absolutely exhausted as the elevator closed in front of him. Never again would Hitoshi ever question why his dad was so tired all the time. It was the first day, and already the man deserved a vacation and as much sleep as he wanted. And also probably a raise. What Class 2A had failed to mention to Mr. Aizawa is that their idea of a quiet dinner was more like pizza and soda in the common room. With maybe some music playing and maybe a movie or two if they could convince Ida to let them stay a little after lights out. It wasn't a party though, 𝐻𝐻𝐷 assured Shinsou. No, apparently he'd know if it was a party. This was just dinner. But for Shinsou, who had never shared a meal with more than 3 people in his life, it sure felt like a party. Now, pizza for 20 hungry teenagers was bound to be a little pricey, so Shinsou was kinda surprised when the pizza was delivered and set out, and no one had come to him about pitching in. He mustered up the courage to ask Midoriya about how much he owed, but the boy just shook his head. Oh, don't worry about it, Shinsou. Xiaotou, Momo, and Tenya are paying. Shinsou raised an eyebrow at that. It's just, they're like stupid rich, and it's like they're always trying to give their money away somehow, so the 3 of them end up treating us to stuff like this all the time. Shinsou thought about the 3 in question. Well, it was true. The names Todoroki, Ida, and Yorozu were known all around Asia, so it made sense that their families were wealthy, but still. He didn't know how to feel about leeching off his rich classmates when he had literally just got here. We all felt pretty weird about it in the beginning. Midoriya seemed to know what he was thinking, but they insist, and it's really hard to say no to free pizza, you know. That, Shinsou understood well enough. So he just shrugged and grabbed a slice. And so that's how late that evening found Shinsou on the floor in the common room surrounded by boxes upon boxes of pizza, bottles of soda and an assortment of snacks, with the rest of Class 2A, all of them somehow squashed between 3 couches and the floor space in front of a TV that was on but completely ignored. People moved around the room like clockwork, while Shinsou stuck to his spot in front of the couch like a lifeline. However, he always had someone next to him. He tried to keep to the background as much as possible, but as was inevitable in this class, he was always some way, somehow, pulled back into whatever conversation was taking place. Even after the pizza ran out, and the soda bottles emptied, and the TV was muted, the class stayed in the common room, talking away as if they hadn't been in the dorms all weekend already. At some point, Yorozu went to the kitchen and came back with several pots of tea and popped 20 teacups out of her arms. Yeah, Shinsou would never get used to seeing that. He sat with a cup of the most delicious tea he had ever had, and the party or absolutely not a party according to Ashido seemed to be finally winding down. Everyone was on the floor now, light blankets draped everywhere. Shinsou found himself wedged between Uraraka and Kaminari, who hadn't moved from Shinsou's side in a while. Half of Hitoshi was so uncomfortably hot that he wanted the blonde boy to move, but the other half of him knew that he'd kinda hate it if he actually did. Ojuru lay in front of Kaminari while the other boy absent-mindedly played with his tail. Todoroki and Midoriya were basically on top of each other, covered in a suspiciously small blanket, and Shinsou couldn't even tell which limbs belonged to who under there. Their closeness was only rivaled by Bakugo and Kirishima, with the former leaning back onto the red-headed boy's chest and refusing to move even to let him comfortably drink his tea. Aomar had claimed the table for himself and was draped over it as if he was waiting to be painted. Tokoyami, who had been scolding everyone for using Shuji's arms for hugging privileges, was now the one perched in his embrace, and it didn't look like he was about to go anywhere anytime soon. Zero had his head on Kuda's lap while his long legs spread over Mina and Zu. Everyone was draped over each other in some way or other, in a way that only people who were unbelievably comfortable around each other could be. "Are you sure Bakugo and Kirishima are the only couple in this class?" he muttered to Denki next to him. "Well, officially, yeah," he nodded, mumbling back, "but there's tons of others who are either keeping it a secret or just really into each other." Like, you obviously know about Todoroki and Midoriya's obliviously pining for each other's situation, he supplied. "Obviously," nodded Hitoshi. "Yeah, then there's those two." Kaminari discreetly pointed to Jiru and Yorozu who were sharing a pillow on the floor as they talked quietly. "Jiru's totally in love with Momo. I mean, look how she looks at her. And Momo's the smartest person in the class, but she's still dumb enough to think that Jiru's just a really good friend. They'll get there eventually. And them," he gestured to Shuji and Tokoyami, "they are absolutely inseparable. Like, it's scary, I don't think I've ever seen one without the other. And 𝐒𝐿𝐵 always likes climbing him or sitting on him or just somehow being on top of him. But he blames that on his bird instincts, but come on. How obvious can you be? But neither of them will ask each other out because they are both totally insecure. You know, Fumi's a bird and Mizu. Well, I dunno what Mizu's problem is actually, 'cause he's totally hot." Hitoshi found himself nodding along, as Denki continued. "And then there's Hagakure. She has a crush on Ojuru, but apparently she's convinced that I have a crush on him too, so she won't do anything. Plus the whole invisibility thing makes her real shy about crushes and stuff. Even though I'm pretty sure she's totally hot under all that light refraction." Hitoshi nodded once more, and then cleared his throat. "So, do you?" "Do I what?" asked Denki. "Have a crush on Ojuru?" He scoffed. "What? No way, he's just my bro. I think it's 'cause I'm always clinging on his tail and people get the wrong idea. But it's so soft and so strong, I can't resist." Even as he said it, Denki nuzzled his cheek into the fluffy end on the tail in his lap. It was maybe the most adorable thing Hitoshi had ever seen. He had to look away to keep from smiling. He had a thing reputation after all. "So yeah, that's basically it as far as I know." "Good to know," Hitoshi nodded. "So what about you?" Shinsou turned to him. "What about me?" "You got your eye on anyone?" He wiggled his eyebrows, and Shinsou swallowed, looking away again. "I just got here," he said. "Oh yeah, true. Denki nodded, fluffing the tail. "Besides, I'm not into any of that." "Oh." Denki nodded. "Oh, okay, cool. Zero identifies as asexual too, so no, that's not. I'm not asexual. I just want to concentrate on school and stuff. No distractions, you know." "Oh yeah, totally. That's totally cool, yeah. That's great." He was still nodding. Cool. Denki cleared his throat before speaking again. "So what are you?" he asked. Shinsou looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Like if you're not asexual. What do you like?" "Like?" Shinsou blinked. "Oh, SHT, that's a weird question. Sorry, you don't have to answer that. I didn't mean to dash. No, it's fine. He rubbed his neck again. I don't know, I like what I like. Don't have an actual preference. So Pan, I guess. Oh cool, Denki nodded a few times. Cool, I get that. Everyone's so hot. Especially in 2A. Like, everyone in this class is really hot. All of you. Shinsou snorted. Yeah, you guys are a pretty good-looking class. Denki just kept nodding. He was nodding a lot. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Cool. Hitoshi nodded at his cooling slice of pizza. And the two sat in silence. Hitoshi didn't know why it was uncomfortable. Silence was one of his favorite things. Well, it was before today anyway. He cleared his throat, rubbing his neck, before speaking up. And you. Denki's head snapped up to him. Me. Yeah. You into anyone? No. He said too loudly, and then cleared his throat, lowering his voice. Nope, not at all. No, I don't like anyone. At all. Why? Why do you ask? Well, you asked me. Oh right, yeah I did. Denki laughed shakily. I forgot. 2A group chat. Tailman, holy 𝐿, are you guys hearing this? Sugarman, I missed most of it, but I got that last part. 𝐿𝐴𝐷, are we talking about Denki's attempt at flirting? 𝐿𝐴𝐷, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Anima. Earphone jack. Denki, this is sad. Invisible girl, oh my god, right. Tentacle, we can all hear you, and you are not doing well. Can't stop twinkling. I thought flirting was his forte. Shuri. What is happening? Pinky. I think I know what the problem is. Earphone jack, well enlighten us, because if I have to watch Denki embarrass himself any more I'm gonna cry. Pinky. Flirting is what he does with every random person, but he can't do it properly if he actually likes the guy. Cellophane, yeah. Feelings has made him dumb. Earphone jack, read, dumber than usual. Deku, oh come on guys, he's not that bad. Froppy, Izuku has opened and closed his mouth about 8 times and nothing has come out. Deku, okay yeah, you right, it's bad. Creati, someone help him, this is making me sad. Tsukuimi, no, let him suffer like the rest of us, it will build character. Tentacle, what exactly are you suffering from? You know, besides the usual demons. Tsukuimi. Tsukuimi has deleted a message. Xiaoto, this is so sad. King explosion murder, once again, you have no right to talk. Xiaoto. Xiaoto has deleted a message. Chargebolt, wow, so you're really just gonna call me out like this here? Shinsou was on his 3rd cup of tea, and the class was acting as weird as usual. They were all still having their conversations, but they were also all typing on their phone, making him think that maybe a whole other conversation was happening over there. The only one relatively affected by it though, was Denki. His face was red and scowling as he stabbed at his keyboard, looking up and glaring at people at random intervals. Shinsou was at least grateful for the lull in conversation. Now he could stare into space for a while and recharge his social battery. The battery he didn't even know he had, mind you, but was already woefully overexerted. He wanted to go to bed. He probably wasn't going to sleep or anything, but just lying in bed in the dark seemed very tempting right now. But he knew that he would feel bad just leaving like that. Maybe it was his lifetime of having no friends, or even acquaintances, but Shinsou didn't really want to disappoint these people. And his leaving early would probably disappoint them. They were weird like that. They were a very strange group of people, was Class 2A. Hitoshi was being reminded of that. With every passing minute. He was dragged away from his thoughts when he felt a nudge at his foot, and he blinked next to him. Kaminari was looking at him with a frown. You okay, man? Shinsou frowned back and nodded. Why? I dunno, you just looked kinda zoned out. Shinsou shook his head. No, I was just thinking. You wouldn't know anything about that, Denki. Goddammit Jiru, why you always gotta drag me like this? The boy threw his hands up. You're just too easy, dude, the girl smirked. What were you thinking about? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 asked Shinsou from across the room. And just like that, all eyes were suddenly on him. Damn it. Just stuff, he said, like the true conversationalist he was. Stuff. Ashido tilted her head. Yeah, he shrugged, and decided to actually tell the truth. Just, you guys are a lot. They really are, aren't they? Tokoyami nodded his head solemnly. I'm pretty sure you're included in this mad banquet of darkness, Shuji scoffed. Tokoyami looked horribly offended. How dare you use my own lines against me? Yes, these people do tend to be overwhelming. Ida nodded at Shinsou. What were your friends from Class C like? Asked Kirishima. I mean, we're all just teenagers, we can't be all that different. Trust me, you are, Shinsou assured him. Class C is nothing like this. What are they like? Kaminari joined in. God, why the hell were they so curious? How was he supposed to answer these questions? He had no idea what they were like. He was never invited to any study sessions or common room hangouts or movie nights. He spent all his time in his own dorm and only interacted when doing group projects that were forced upon them. And even then, still keeping interaction to a bare minimum. How did he say all that without sounding as pathetic as he felt? But still, these people were waiting for an answer, so he sighed. Well, I don't know what they were like. We weren't really friends. There. Now drop it. Well, they seemed to be cheering you on enough at the festival last year, Seitu frowned. Yeah, well, that was because general studies was getting some spotlight. But that was basically it. Why? Uraraka frowned. Jesus Christ, what was with these people? Shinsou let out a sigh with gritted teeth. They didn't like my quirk. No big deal. Well, that's stupid, your quirk's awesome. Denki scoffed as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's brainwashing. Hitoshi said slowly, trying to get it through theses people's skulls. I could make anyone do anything just by talking to them. So naturally, people would rather I not talk to them in case I make them my slaves or something. Yeah, but you wouldn't do that. Midoriya frowned. People actually think you would do that. Shinsou looked at the green-haired boy, and then the rest of the class. They all seemed genuinely confused. As if people being afraid of brainwashing couldn't possibly be a thing. I had to wear a muzzle throughout elementary school and most of middle school before my dads found out and took me somewhere else, he found himself saying. Why was he saying this? He had no idea. But the fact that this class didn't seem to get his isolation didn't sit well with him. Wait, hold up, I'm sorry, did you say muzzle? Zero sat up so quickly he spilled his tea. Everyone was gaping at him in shock. Yeah, well, the kids didn't want me to talk. Villain quirk, you know. And when the teachers found out they just kinda agreed with them. What the actual F? Bakugo spat. Oh my god, honey, are you kidding? Yaoyorozu looked scandalized. That is seriously messed up. Shuji shook his head as he spoke through one of his tentacles. Shinsou shrank back from the angry, concerned protests coming his way, tightening his hands around his cooling tea as he shrugged. Hey, chill, it's cool. Everyone gets bullied at some point, right? Not like that. Uraraka slammed her fist to the floor. That's just horrible. The protests kept coming, and Shinsou kept trying to shrink himself, and it would be great if they would all stop concentrating on him now, please and thank you. Hey man, kids can be PPS, he muttered. As if by answered prayer, a voice spoke up over the chatter. It's true. Midoriya said, the kids at my old school used to practice their quirk on me all the time, since I didn't have one. They said they were practicing to be heroes, and since I loved heroes so much I believed them and thought I was helping. Same as when they'd beat me up and say we were training. He frowned suddenly and let his shoulders fall. Wow, I was really stupid back then. Seemingly out of nowhere, Asui's tongue reached out and slapped Bakugo upside the head. To Shinsou's shock, the blonde did nothing, just rubbed at the spot he was hit as glared at the ground. Sorry babe, but you deserve that, Kirishima said from behind him. Yeah, I know, he muttered. Midoriya smiled sweetly at Shinsou, nodding a little, and Shinsou realized that the boy had seen him get uncomfortable and had caused a distraction. He smiled, dude, that's fed. And Midoriya Fing giggled, bullied brothers, he grinned, raising his hand for a high five. And Shinsou couldn't help his little grin. Bullied bros, he retuned the high five, albeit with much less enthusiasm. Hey, I want to join, Todoroki spoke up, Does it count if the bully is your father? Sure. Midoriya grinned. Bullied bros, he deadpanned, holding out his hand and forcing Shinsou to join in another high five. Okay, this is all very concerning. Ida cried, it seems that you people are undermining the seriousness of these situations. We're just used to it, shrugged Todoroki. Besides, I'm pretty sure Endeavor being a bully is common knowledge. Yeah, but to other heroes, not to his kid, Ojuru frowned. Midoriya suddenly looked very angry. Endeavor is the worst person in the world and I think we should all just kill him. His angry face would have been cute if he didn't look like he was completely serious. No murder please, Izuku, said Yorozu. Yeah, maybe just a slight beating, nodded Uraraka. No, it's got to be murder, Midoriya continued. Plus, I'm pretty sure Xiaoto and his siblings would be cool with it, right? We wouldn't mind at all, confirmed Todoroki. Shinsou had to agree with Ida here. This was slightly concerning. I didn't know you had siblings, Todoroki. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 spoke up. For some reason, I can't image Endeavor with more kids. I have 2 older siblings, Todoroki replied. Well, technically 3, but he shrugged. The room waited. But what? Asked 𝐔𝐬𝐽 after a while. Well, Tuia's probably dead, but I'm not actually sure. The room suddenly went into a confused silence, and they all looked at each other in confusion. Wait, what? Blinked him. How can you not know? Todoroki was still focused on his cup of tea, and hadn't seemed to notice that everyone was frowning at him. Well, I haven't seen him in about 8 years. We were pretty close because he's the only one I was allowed to see once I developed my quirk and started training. We trained together because we were the only ones with Endeavor's fire, but then Tuia would refuse to fight me because I was only 5, and the old man got real mad at that. A few years later he just disappeared and Endeavor told us that he died, and after that we weren't allowed to talk about him. The silence was palpable, while Todoroki just kept stirring his tea. Natsuo is convinced that Endeavor actually killed him, but we can't prove it, so guess we'll never know. Todoroki sipped his tea, and it's only then that he seemed to realize that no one had talked in a while. He finally looked up and went still at all the wide eyes that were staring at him. What? He blinked. Still, silence. Until Bakugo blinked. Dude, what the actual F? Todoroki blinked again. What? So there's a lot to unpack here. Yorozu set down her cup. Yeah, mainly, what the actual F muttered Jiru. What? What did I say? Todoroki turned to Midoriya for help. Unfortunately, said boy looked like he was very close to crying. Is that really what happened? I thought you just didn't like to talk about Tuia. Not that he. Midoriya let his head fall as he sniffed. No, why are you crying? Todoroki grabbed his shoulder. Your brother just disappeared. Denki threw his hands up, horrified. And you legit think your dad might have killed him? Todoroki, what the F? That's not okay. Oh. The boy seemed a bit lost. I'm sorry. No. Ida snapped. You shouldn't be sorry. The real question is, how bad is your father that you genuinely believe he might have killed one of his children? Todoroki just blinked. Why don't you ask your mom, Ribbit? Asui blinked. I've heard you talk about her a few times, maybe she would know. Todoroki frowned. Well, she lives in a mental hospital and we try not to mention Endeavor when we visit her. Again, silence fell, and this time Todoroki swallowed hard. Did I say something wrong again? Dude, what the F? Bakugo frowned again. What? Todoroki asked again, seemingly not understanding the fuss. Your mom's in a mental hospital? Asked Uraraka quietly. Todoroki shrugged. Well, yeah, after she burned my face, Endeavor locked her up in there for damaging his best creation. Again, a haunted silence fell. Shinsou shook his head. Do you hear yourself? Why are you talking like this is normal? Todoroki blinked. That's a burn. Kirishima said softly, I thought it was just a cool part of your quirk. Todoroki looked genuinely confused at everyone's horrified shock. He looked to Midoriya. I thought you told them. Why would I tell them? He sniffed. You won't even let me tell Mr. Aizawa. Todoroki blinked. I thought everyone knew everything about everyone in this class. There was a silence as Todoroki made an effort not to make any eye contact. Are we just gonna skip over that best creation bit? Shuji said quietly. Once again, the class was quiet as they processed. So, I'm guessing that you being half ice half fire wasn't really an accident, here. Kaminari all but whispered. Todoroki looked around at everyone's crestfallen faces. He didn't look like he wanted to talk anymore, but he swallowed anyway. Well, no. His goal was always to produce a child with half ice, half fire, straight down the middle. That's why he married my mother. And that's why he kept having kids. He didn't really need her after I developed my quirk, so I'm guessing that why it was so easy to send her away. Silence, once again, enveloped the room. Todoroki swallowed hard. Let's talk about something else now, he mumbled into his tea. Eyes darted around the room as they waited for someone, anyone, to say something. So I sent my sister that video of me doing a backflip. Kirishima piped up loudly. She immediately asked if I had been brainwashed into doing it. She has that little faith in me. He shook his head in disappointment. Well, she was right. Shrugged Uraraka. Yeah, your sister sounds a lot smarter than you, scoffed Bakugo, considering she's only 9. Kirishima slapped his arm lightly, telling him to shut up. From the corner of his eye, Shinsou saw Midoriya hug Todoroki close to him with arm, and Todoroki looked down at him with a little smile. Well, at least the distraction was working. You're lucky your sister's smart. Shinsou found himself speaking up. Mine's an idiot. Adorable, but real dumb. You have a sister? Asked Kaminari. Shinsou nodded. A while ago she wouldn't stop crying because she hadn't been invited to our dad's wedding. Well, I'd be sad too if I wasn't invited to my dad's wedding, shrugged 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Shinsou sighed. They've been married for 10 years. She's 6. Ah, nodded Asui, truly a dummy. The room snickered as they stared, talking about their own siblings. Next to him, Uraraka leaned over, close to his. Are you talking about Eri? She whispered. Shinsou nodded with a little smile, and Uraraka grinned. I love her. Everyone does, he nodded. Wait, did you say Eri? Jiru asked from across the room. Uraraka slapped a hand over her mouth. DMNU and your super hearing, she hissed. Jiru just frowned at Shinsou. Your sister's Eri. Shinsou blinked a few times, and said nothing. He noticed Midoriya's eyes widen, and Bakugo huff out a laugh as he let his head fall back. Like they knew what was coming. Wait, Eri. Yorozu frowned. Doesn't Eri live with Mr. Aizawa? Ida slapped a hand to his head, and Shinsou sighed slowly. No way. Not again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does, nodded Seitu. Togota's always asking me to make her some candy apples and he gives them to Mr. Aizawa to take to her. He's basically adopted her. The class frowned as their minds worked. Denki winced as he looked at Hitoshi apologetically, knowing where this was going. And Shinsou just shook his head. You have got to be kidding. Wait a second. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 was the first to speak up. If Eri's your sister, and Eri's basically been adopted by Sensei. Nope. No way, he was not doing this again. Not today. Shinsou stood up all too quickly. Well, this has been great. I'm gonna go to bed now, good night. He turned and walked out of the common room as quickly as he could, the voices picking up in volume behind him as the rest of the class came to the realization. He was aware that his booking it out of there was only making him more suspicious, but at this point, he didn't even care. On one hand, at least now the class had something else to think about besides Todoroki's horrifying revelations about his family. And on the other, Shinsou might just be at risk of getting expelled tomorrow. He really shouldn't be trusted with secrets anymore. As a chronic insomniac, Shinsou was very familiar with coffee and its effects. Although he had become immune by now, he still knew exactly how a caffeine drop felt. Several cups of coffee got you through most of the day with enough energy to function, but then as soon as that caffeine is gone, your body feels drained and dead and 10 times worse than before you'd even had the coffee. It was a familiar feeling. One that Shinsou had become accustomed to. He just hadn't thought that caffeine crashes also applied to other things. Things like social interaction. A moment alone. That's all Shinsou had wanted all day. Every moment of his day, since he walked through the doors of Class 2A, he had been surrounded. Surrounded by all these people who, for some god-forsaken reason, seemed to like him. Like his company. Or at the very least, his presence didn't repulse them. He had to admit, he quite enjoyed not being repulsive. He also quite enjoyed when people weren't afraid of him. God, he just got sadder with every moment, didn't he? The fact that all he wanted in classmates was people who weren't repulsed or afraid of him was ridiculously sad. And the fact that instead of that, he got class 2A, was nothing short of perplexing. Perplexing and unbelievably overwhelming. Which is why as soon as he got to his room, he had thrown himself onto his bed, closed his eyes, and breathed. He had enjoyed the silence. The solitude. The fact that he was alone, finally. It was like instant relief to the chronically tired teenager, and he sighed in relief. That had lasted all of 10 minutes. Before he knew it, Hitoshi could feel his brain start to betray him as nagging doubts and fears started niggling at the edge of his mind. He was alone. He had silence. And solitude. And the relief he had been craving all day. So now why the hell did he feel the need to run back downstairs, grab a cup of Yorozu tea and sit back down next to Denki? Or even invite Midoriya back in here and ask to copy down his notes even if he didn't need them. Or ask to see Todoroki's conspiracy book, which apparently was very detailed and very interesting and slightly ridiculous. God, why the hell was he like this? Why was his mind like this? He thought that he had stopped craving social interaction years ago. He'd gotten so used to being alone that he had actually convinced himself that he didn't even want it. But now, he had gotten a taste of it, and he had soaked in every bit of it, but it had also dumbfounded and overwhelmed him so much he had wanted to run into his room all day. And now he was finally in his room, and was suddenly hit with this all-consuming loneliness. What in the hell was wrong with him? Why was he like this? Why did his brain do this? Couldn't he just make up his mind? Goddammit. Hitoshi sat up, swinging his legs over the bed and gripping the bedsheets on either side of him. He looked up and saw the bookshelf near the window, and even through his muddled brain, he had no choice but to smile. He remembered when Kaminari and his friends had been in here helping him unpack. He remembered Kaminari packing away his books. Hey Hitoshi, I wanna pack your books up real nice, right? How do you think I should do it? Like, your Harry Potter collection, do you want me to set them in alphabetical order or by color? But then again, they all start with Harry Potter, so alphabetical might be a bit hard. Also, I don't know what order colors come in, so that might be confusing too. So how do you want them? Hitoshi thought he was joking, and looked at him for a long time. But then he saw Bakugo shake his head slowly at him, as if daring him to say something mean. And Kaminari looking at him eagerly awaiting an answer. Shinsou blinked. I think chronological order would be good. Chronological, he said a little quietly before frowning a bit, biting his lip. He then looked up, how about in order of when they came out instead? Shinsou blinked again. Seriously, was he joking? He looked to the others again. Zero and Kirishima had their heads in their hands, Ashido was sighing at Denki, amused, and once again, Bakugo was staring him down. A warning if Hitoshi ever saw one. Sure, he nodded, that would be great. Denki had given him a grin so wide it squinted his eyes shut, and then got to work packing up his books. Hitoshi smiled as he thought back. He hadn't known he so enjoyed Damaseiri until today. And almost every word out of Kaminari's mouth exuded absolute Damaseiri and he loved it. But if he listened close enough to the blonde, he would have a moment or two when he would say something. Incredibly smart. It was just a pity that most people weren't listening when that happened. Shinsou shook his head at himself. Thinking about Kaminari, no, he was thinking about his friends as a whole, not just him. That would be crazy was not exactly helping his current situation of wishing he wasn't all alone in his room right now, while also knowing that being around a lot of people would spike up his anxious meter to its maximum. Besides, it's not like he could do anything about it right now. So he needed to calm the hell down. He was going to stay in his room all night, probably not sleep, wait for morning and then start his classes again. And hope to God that nothing had changed. Because fine, he had made up his mind now, he wanted them to like him. He so desperately wanted this class to like him. Not just out of curiosity or as a fluke or just to be nice, which is probably what was going on right now. If anything changed after the day he had had. If it turned out that they had changed his mind about him in any way. If Class 2A became anything like any other class he had had in his lifetime of schooling. God, it was hard to even think about. And damn it, he had thought himself into a panic again. God damn it, what was wrong with him? Hitoshi sat at the edge of the bed, put his head between his knees and started breathing. Slowly and steadily, just like his therapist had told him. He had been opposed to therapy in the beginning, just like every teenager with issues. But, afraid of making his parents upset with him, he had agreed to it. He could now admit that maybe it sorta wasn't absolutely useless. He had taught Shinsou about these breathing exercises that had seemed pretty stupid at first, but actually sometimes calmed him down. He did them now. Not caring if he was being loud, no one could hear him anyway. He breathed deeply, and thought happy thoughts. He remembered how stupid that had sounded to him at first. But that had mainly been because he didn't have any happy thoughts. At all really. He had almost broken down that first time. When he was told to think happy thoughts and realized that he couldn't think of a DMN thing. But now there were plenty. So much he actually had to pick and choose. Because for all the misery he had faced at school the year before, he had been so DMN happy at home. He thought about that night when an on-patrol Eraserhead had found him beaten up and passed out in an alleyway with a GG shoved halfway down his throat. He'd spent that night in the hospital, and woken up with 2 worried heroes at his bedside. Within the week he had been removed from his foster home, had changed middle schools, and was living with Eraserhead and presidency. He thought about that day when Aizawa and Yamada had asked to speak with him with those serious expressions on their faces, and Shinsou had just known that they were telling him that they were done fostering him and it was time for him to leave. Instead they asked him if he'd consider staying with them permanently, as if they were actually scared that he might actually say no. He had cried that night. And it was the first time he had ever done so while smiling. He thought about the moment he got his acceptance letter from UA. To general studies, yes, but still, he was a step closer to his dream. And with 2 encouraging parents, getting into the hero course didn't feel impossible anymore. He remembered the first time he had slipped up and called Aizawa, and waited for the scolding, but instead had received a smile and a sure, son. He thought about the night he had been watching TV with his family, and a newly adopted Eri had asked him what Ni-chan meant. And then proceeded to ask him if it was okay if she called Hitoshi that. He thought about the night his dad had told him that he was moving to the hero course, and how he'd spent that night dripping tears into his annoyed cat's fur. Hitoshi breathed. Calmer than he had been a few minutes ago. Happy thoughts was working. Thank God it was working. But his brain didn't seem to be done, and all of a sudden, more memories were invading his mind. Very recent memories. He remembered feeling a pair of arms wrap around his shoulders while Class 2A celebrated the expulsion of Mineta. He remembered Class 2A grinning at him with admiration after he had just finished brainwashing them all. He remembered sitting squashed in the cafeteria surrounded by chatter. He remembered Zero and Kirishima pulling him into a game of catch around his room after they found a stress ball in one of his boxes, only for the ball to be melted into acid while Mina ordered them to get back to work. He remembered sitting quietly with Midoriya, doing homework while the boy muttered under his breath. He remembered having Kaminari climb onto his back, nearly toppling them both over, and then laughing about it. He remembered Kaminari throwing an arm around his shoulder and making him spill his soda. He remembered Kaminari grinning as he flopped down next to Hitoshi on the common room floor. He remembered every time Kaminari winked at him. Or smiled at him. Or Hitoshi's eyes flew open. Where the hell did that come from? Why was Class 2A invading his happy thoughts? And why was Kaminari in almost all of them? This was new. And damn it, he was done with anything else new today. It was too much. It was all too much. Now his breathing exercise was ruined and he was back to square one, and he let out an embarrassing whimper as his breathing spiked, once again. Because along with all those happy when the hell did that happen thoughts about 2A, came all those memories about him slipping up and blabbing his dad's secrets to all of them. Oh God, he couldn't believe he had done that. How could he have done that? A private life that his dad had kept under wraps for years, and Hitoshi had ruined that all in one thing day, goddamn. He remembered Dad's narrowed eyes every time there was a hint that they knew. This breathing thing was supposed to help, not make it worse. He removed his fingers from the deadly grip they had on his hair and instead clasped them together. Pulling his hair out was bad and unhealthy, as he had learned in all that therapy. Find another outlet, Hitoshi. One that will help rather than harm. Hitoshi grabbed his phone, fumbling to get it open, and blinked his eyes, trying to get them to adjust to the light, and trying to get his fingers to stop shaking enough for him to get this done. With another breath, Hitoshi started typing. Eraser my C-fam group chat. Shinsun, the class knows dad adopted me. And they also know that you are married. To a man. They don't know it's papa, but they'll probably try to FNAD out. Shinsun, it's just I let SLP that I have 2 dads and then Todoroki had a conspiracy book and then it just slipped out and then LTR on Kirishima saw your caller ID when you called and then later I mentioned IHV a sister and Uraraka asked if it was Eri and Juru heard and asked me about it and now everyone knows and I'm sorry. Shinsun, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to let it slip. I honestly thought I would be able to keep this a secret. But apparently ISCK at secrets. I just didn't know because I didn't anyone to tell them to before, but this class hasn't stopped talking to me since I got here, which is a whole issue in itself. Shinsun, really, I'm sorry, I honestly didn't mean to. Shinsun, please don't be too mad, I'm sorry. Shinsun, this isn't me trying to avoid punishment, I swear, and I'm not trying to make excuses or anything, I'm just saying sorry, that's all. Hitoshi tossed his phone aside and lay down, pressing the heels of his palms into his eyes. It made him see stars, which at least distracted him from the painful lump in his throat that had been ever present for the past couple hours. He hoped he'd said the right thing. He tended to over-explain things when he got like this. Years of having to avoid punishment for things he didn't do, he guessed. Except this time, he had done something. And he knew that whatever punishment he got would be deserved. But still, didn't mean he was any less scared. In the year he'd been adopted, and the several months prior he'd been fostered, he'd never actually been punished by his dads. Disciplined once in a while, sure. But never punished. He'd always been careful, even in the really bad homes. Especially in the very bad homes. But there had always been that part of him that really hadn't cared what they did or what they said or what they thought about him. That didn't apply to Aizawa and Yamada. He cared so much it hurt. He heard the vibrations coming from his phone, telling him that he was getting replies. Quite a few of them. He didn't dare look. He was still working on getting his breathing steady, as it had gone straight back to hyperventilating while texting. And every buzz from his phone only spiked his heart rate. But still, he did those breathing exercises and thought happy thoughts, and tried his hardest to keep Class 2A or Kaminari Denki out of them. And then, like the opposite of an answered prayer, there was a light knock on Hitoshi's door. Oh no. Please no. Not right now. He was not in a good state for visitors right now. He wasn't breathing right, and he was pretty sure he was deathly pale, and his eyes were probably a reddened mess. He just wanted to be alone. But also he didn't see what was wrong with him. The knock came again. Only a little harder than before, as if the person was building up some courage. Hitoshi swallowed hard. He didn't want to open the door. But he couldn't exactly call out for the person to go away. Mainly because he didn't want to be too rude, but also, he had no idea what his voice would sound like right now. And he didn't want to risk it breaking in the middle of calling out. At least maybe if he went to the door, he could make his eyes do that thing that made most people cower and leave him alone. Yeah, that usually worked. His phone buzzed again, and Hitoshi got up off the bed to run away from it. He arranged his face accordingly, and then opened the door. His expression, out of his control, softened immediately when he saw who was on the other side. Kuda! The tall boy nodded. He had a wobbly smile on his face, and a bunny curled in his arm. Hi Shinsou. His voice was so soft and so sweet, and Shinsou immediately wanted to remove any hint of hostility from his face. Can I help you? He asked. Kuda's smile wobbled a bit as he took a breath. It's your first night. He said softly, and well, first nights can be hard in a new place, so. Kuda quickly moved his arms out, flushing pink. Shinsou blinked at the bunny that had been shoved to his chest. This is Thomas. Kuda told him, I know it's a weird name for a bunny, but she picked it herself. Hitoshi lifted his own arms and took the bunny from Kuda. It was the softest thing he had ever felt, and he couldn't help his smile. She's adorable. 𝐭𝐲 nodded as he smiled. She can stay with you for the night, he continued. She's really a great comfort, and she likes getting cuddled, and she's very sweet, and she likes you already, he smiled. She just told me. Shinsou's eyes widened as he stared at the boy. Wait, you're letting her stay here? 𝐭𝐲 nodded. First nights can be hard, he repeated simply. He bent down and grabbed a bag from his feet. There's her snacks in there and some toys and her litter box. He handed the bag to Hitoshi, who took it with a dazed blink. And don't worry, the class won't bother you about Mr. Aizawa being your dad if you don't want to talk about it, 𝐭𝐲 said softly. Denki told us to leave you alone about it until you say otherwise. With that, 𝐭𝐲 patted Thomas on the head, waved a goodbye to Hitoshi and then scurried off to the elevators. Hitoshi stood there blinking for a little while before looking back down at the bunny in his arms. She was looking back up at him, nose twitching and little head tilted. Hello Thomas, Hitoshi said, in a voice softer than he would let anyone ever hear. The bunny pawed at his arm and squeaked up at him, and Shinsou smiled. He kicked his door closed and went back to his bed. He was more of a cat person, but he already knew that Thomas was his best friend forever now. He opened the bag and set up the litter box and set out some snacks on the floor and on his bed for her to take whenever she wanted. And then with a sigh, he went to sit back against the headboard of his bed. Thomas sat on top of him, skittering around his lap, and nuzzling up to him as if she just knew how much he needed it. And then Hitoshi grabbed his phone again. 𝐭𝐲 bringing Thomas had calmed him down without him even realizing he was calming down. Calm enough to now look at his phone without bursting a blood vessel. He picked Thomas up to rest under his chin as he pulled his legs up to his chest. And he took a breath. Eraserhead family group chat. Dadzawa, Hitoshi, we're not angry. Yamadad, stay calm son please. Try your breathing thing, I can feel you panicking from here. It's alright, just breath. Dadzawa, please don't work yourself up over this. I never expected this to stay hidden, Hitoshi. When you said you wouldn't tell the class, I expected it was to keep yourself out of the spotlight, not for the sake of my secrets. Dadzawa, the reason the class doesn't know about you or MIC is because I've never had reason to mention it, not because I'm keeping my family a secret. Dadzawa, being out of the public eye isn't the same as your friends knowing who your parents are. There's nothing wrong with that. Dadzawa, if I made you think I was angry throughout the day, that was not my intention and I'm sorry. I was just surprised that it took less than a day for those kids to find out. They're not that bright, as I'm sure you've noticed. Yamadad, you're not getting punished Hitoshi, you didn't do anything wrong. And even if you did, you know that's not how things work in this household. Dadzawa, Hitoshi, are you there? Dadzawa, Hitoshi. Dadzawa, I'm gonna go down and check on him. Yamadad, no wait, what if he's with someone and you embarrass him? Yamadad, or what if he's sleeping? Dadzawa, Yamadad, okay fine he's probably not sleeping. Dadzawa, Yamadad, Dadzawa, I'm gonna go check on him. Yamadad, yeah go. Shinsun, no it's fine don't come down. I'm fine. Yamadad, Toshi. Dadzawa, are you alright? Shinsun, I'm fine. Dadzawa, Shinsun, I wasn't a few minutes ago, but I am now. Really? Shinsun, sorry for worrying you, it's just been a long day. Dadzawa, has anyone been giving you a hard time? Shinsun, no, chill. The opposite actually. They're all aggressively friendly. Shinsun, it seems kinda fake, but also not. Dadzawa, it's not fake, they're just like that. It is most irritating. Shinsun, yeah, they need to reel it in a bit. Being too nice can get you killed. Dadzawa, I'm trying to teach them that, they won't listen. Yamadad, well look at you two pretending not to love those kids. Dadzawa, I don't love them Shinsun, I don't love them Yamadad, you. Dadzawa, what were you doing when you weren't answering? Shinsun, that breathing thing. Kinda helped and kinda didn't. Then 𝐭𝐲 came to my room and gave me his bunny for the night. Shinsun, so that's really helping. Dadzawa, yes Thomas is a godsend. Yamadad, it's almost like 𝐭𝐲 knew that's exactly what you needed. Yamadad, which he probably did. He was probably getting his little bug friends to spy on you, so he knew what to do. Yamadad, I Fing knew it, that kid is a sly cryptid. There's no way anyone can be that cute without a hidden agenda. Dadzawa, first of all, how dare you even suggest that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 is anything less than perfect? Shinsou, you take that back, even I know that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 is purity in its rarest form and I've only known him for a day. Dadzawa, tell him son Shinsou, hell yeah Yamadad, shouter are you sure you didn't get some woman T15 and then just readopted your own son? Just tell me I can take it. Dadzawa, not this again. Shinsou, that's the theory in Todoroki's conspiracy book. He explained it to me after asking if I was Aizawa's secret love child. Dadzawa, that kid I swear. Yamadad, Hitoshi you have got to get me that conspiracy book, I need to see what's in there. Dadzawa, you really don't. Shinsou, so you guys really aren't mad? Dadzawa, not at all. Although I still can't believe you caved so quickly. They got to you quicker than I thought they would. Yamadad, not here to make friends. 𝐻𝐸, dumbass Shinsou, shut up, leave me alone. Yamadad, do you feel stupid Hitoshi? You should feel stupid Hitoshi. Shinsou, Papa ISTG Yamadad, I Fing told you didn't I? But no one ever listened to MIC. He's too good looking, there can't possibly be a brain in there, but I was right. Ha! Shinsou at Dadzawa, Papa called me during lunch asking me to get him weed from a student. Yamadad, you little Fing brat, how could you? Dadzawa has left the chat. Yamadad has added Dadzawa. Yamadad, shouter you try to leave this group every day, just give it up baby, it's not happening. Hitoshi smiled at his phone screen. He took a breath as he finally lay down. Setting Thomas on the pillow next to him, letting his fingers brush through her fur as she nuzzled into his neck and face, he closed his eyes, lulled by the buzzing that kept coming from his phone in intervals as his dads kept arguing. The buzzing by his pillow and the bunny on his face somehow made a magical combination, because soon after that, Shinsou Hitoshi fell into the deepest sleep he had had in a long time. When morning came, Hitoshi knocked on Kuda's door to regrettably return Thomas. He thanked the shy boy as he got one more bunny kiss. The two walked onto the school campus together, and Hitoshi was surprised not to see any of their classmates on the way. When they arrived at the classroom, however, he saw why. Everyone was gathered around Mina's desk. The girl wore dark sunglasses and a serious expression as she spoke with authority. Kuda and Shinsou stood at the doorway, and Kuda sighed. I don't think they're leaving it alone. He shook his head, sorry Shinsou. The boy made his way to his seat, and Hitoshi approached the huddled group cautiously. So we all know our positions, yes? Mina nodded. Everyone nodded, except Ida, who had his head on his desk in the ultimate sign of giving up. So we go in strong, surprise him a bit, then mellow it down throughout the day. We pepper in some guilt, a little bit of shame, and then Midoriya and Kirishima slam him with their baby tears, and then we end with a bang, and then he'll have no choice but to tell us. Got it guys? Good. Now let's do this. Plus ultra, the class shouted. Shinsou sighed, oh my god. The class sprung away from the desk, their eyes widening as they all saw him for the first time. What the hell are you people doing? He said tiredly. I had nothing to do with it, I swear. Denki waved his arms immediately. Bakugo scoffed. F off dunce face, your step 6. Denki glared, you couldn't leave him one friend, could you Kaken? Shinsou turned to Midoriya, knowing that he would be most likely to cave. He wasn't wrong. After a few seconds stare, the boy squeaked, we're trying to find out who your papa is, he admitted. I tried to stoke them, I really did. Ida lifted his head a bit. We won't have to do it if you would just us who it is, Ida. Todoroki crossed his arms, and Ida just glared back. Don't worry though Shinsou, Zu spoke up, the plan doesn't involve you at all, so Mr. Aizawa won't know anything about how you blabbed about his secrets. We're gonna be very subtle about it and you can just pretend to be clueless, said Hagekyu. It's a 12-step plan, there's nothing subtle about it. Shuji told him. I tried to be the voice of reason. Tokoyami bowed his head at Shinsou, but eventually, I too was swept up in the curiosity of our sensei's marital status. I apologize in advance for my participants, and my role in step 4. Shinsou just blinked wearily at the class in front of him, and he had to admit, he was having a hard time fighting off a smile. He made his way over to his desk. "Well, good luck I guess," he told them. "We could avoid all of this if you would just tell us," shrugged Jiru. Shinsou flashed her a look. "No. Okay, cool. Please, return to your seats everyone, sensei will arrive any minute now." For once, everyone listened to Ida, and made their way to their tables. Not long after, they heard slow, heavy footsteps, with the telltale drag of a sleeping bag. "Okay, he's coming." Ashido adjusted her black shades. "Uraraka, you're up. He'll probably be distant and a bit mean, but keep at it." Uraraka nodded with fierce determination. "Got it." Shinsou held back the urge to lay his head on the desk, and then Aizawa finally walked in through the door. Uraraka wasted no time. "Sensei, can I ask you a question?" Aizawa sighed. "Not even gonna wait for me to get to my desk." He shook his head. "What is it, Uraraka?" The girl took a deep breath. "Who are you married to, sir?" she blurted out. Aizawa turned to the pink-cheeked girl. And with the most deadpanned expression, he answered. "Present MIC Okiko choked." Ashido's shades fell off her face as her mouth popped open. Midoriya's hands slapped over his mouth. The class was shocked into silence. Shinsou's shoulders shook as he laughed in silence. "Ida, start roll call," Mr. Aizawa said, hiding a smirk that could easily be detected by anyone who looked hard enough. "I'm taking a nap." Ida stood up, chuckling silently as he made his way to the from, and it's only then that the class exploded. "Present MIC. Sensei, are you serious?" "Present MIC. Sensei, you ruined my whole plan." Wait, present MIC." Ida tried to quieten them down, while Mr. Aizawa just slipped into his sleeping bag, zipping it up as he lay down, but not before sending a subtle wink to his son. Hitoshi grinned back as his dad zipped up the rest of his sleeping bag. He took out a book and got to reading as his class all but exploded around him, ignoring every question and comment thrown his way as he smirked at the pages of his book, not caring that not a single word was registering in his mind. He just sat there and waited for the day to start, surrounded by his annoying as hell, nosy but classmates. Even over the ruckus happening all around, Hitoshi could tell that they still kinda seemed to like him. And no one was repulsed by him. And no one seemed afraid of him. It kinda felt like yesterday hadn't been a fluke. And man, that felt really DMN good. Class 2A didn't change. A week passed, and then 2, and then several more, and their attitude towards Hitoshi never changed. After a while, he stopped waiting for it to. He stopped waiting for the other shoe to drop. He stopped waiting for them to turn on him after one too many brainwashings during training. He stopped preparing himself to go back to being alone. Even after the news of him being the son of Eraserhead and present MIC, no one treated him any differently. Bar for the first few days when they tried to get inside information on their teachers on how to butter them up, and solid blackmail material. He quite literally ran away from those questions, because he was legit afraid that he might let something slip. He had learned his lesson about himself and secrets on that first day. Luckily, they stopped asking after one too many bolts out of the common room. The class didn't even get weirded out every time he slipped out and called Aizawa dad in class, or Yamada Papa during English. No, instead, these gremlins joined him. It had started with Midoriya sending a thanks dad Aizawa's way after he was fished out of the flood area of the USJ. Aizawa had accidentally dropped the boy back in, much to Bakugu's joy if the loud cackling was anything to go by. Midoriya had apologized profusely, but Hitoshi had had to hide a grin when he noticed his dad's flushed face. Of course his classmates, like the demon children they were, followed suit, calling Aizawa dad at every opportunity. Until their tired teacher stopped trying to get them to stop, and eventually answering to dad more than he did to sensei. Except from Ida, who opted to call him dad sensei. Out of respect, he said. MIC, however, thrived in being Class A's papa. He had basically squealed everyone's ears off when Kaminari had sent him a CY later papacy. Unlike his husband, who had just given in eventually, MIC demanded that Kaminari never call him anything else. And of course, his class followed suit. Every day, Shinsou was learning new things about his classmates. And there sure was a lot to learn. Like the whole situation with Midoriya and Bakugu. Their relationship was so strange it caused Shinsou actual whiplash. He thought it was because he was just new to the class, but when he asked anyone else to explain it to them, they were just as clueless and confused as he was. There were times when Bakugo seemed to hate the world and everyone in it. At those times, everyone did their best to stay out of his way. Except for his boyfriend and Midoriya. And sometimes Kaminari, but that was less bravery and more him not understanding that he was putting himself in danger. Midoriya had taken to the sky with a screaming Bakugo several times already, and the two always returned either flying back after an actual conversation, or limping into the dorms after what seemed like a death match. No one ever knew which it would be until they returned. Todoroki and Kirishima had developed a sort of kinship. A brotherhood of sorts, where they would get together often and complain about their respective, reckless significant others. Or in Todoroki's case, "We're just friends, that's it, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't feel anything else for him at all, you are obviously mistaken. And even if I did, which I do not, it's not like he would ever feel the same anyway, which doesn't even bother me because it's not like I feel anything either." Urozu was often the victim of all of Todoroki's bullshit when it came to Midoriya. Mainly because she sat next to him in class and had a front row seat to his longing stares at the boy a couple of rows in front of them. She always shook her head at the two-toned boy, judging his obliviousness. Not that she had much room to talk. Jiru tried so hard, Hitoshi legitimately felt bad for her. Every advance she made towards Yaomomo, as she liked to be called, was misinterpreted as friendly compliments. Just girls being girls. Calling each other pretty and looking at each other's clothes and admiring each other's intelligence and having nightly sleepovers. And giving each other mixtapes and writing each other poetry and sleeping on each other's laps. Shinsou felt sorry for lesbians sometimes. It must be pretty hard to flirt so hard and have it be mistaken for friendliness. Or maybe Yaomomo just wasn't a genius at everything. It seemed that she was pretty amazing at everything else, though. Every class assignment or test ranking returned with her at the very top. With no exception, ever. The class rankings were actually pretty predictable by the time they received their third tests. Yaomomo and Ida would always be at the top, with Bakugo coming in third, except for the few times Midoriya would overtake him. When that happened, the blonde would spend a significant amount of time in an empty classroom by himself, letting out his frustrations with deafening explosions. Another constant in the class rankings was that at places 19 and 20, it would always be Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki. Shinsou hated to say this, but he wasn't especially surprised by this. With all the time he had spent with Denki, Hitoshi noticed that so much of what came out of his mouth was pure nonsense. The things he said sometimes made Hitoshi's brain short-circuit for a second or two before he could find a way to reply without making Denki aware that he was being a dumbass. Because it was a no-brainer, Kaminari Denki could be a real dumbass. And Hitoshi loved it, didn't really mind it. Today was no exception. They were having a biology lesson with Vlad King. It was nothing special, just the basic stages of evolution. And then Denki. Wait, sensei. Kaminari's hand shot up with all the confidence in the world. If the Homo sapiens were in fact Homo sapiens, is that why they are extinct? It had taken Hitoshi a moment to register what he had just said, and he turned to stare at the boy. Waiting for him to laugh at his own joke. To grin and say psych. Something. Anything. But no, he just looked at Vlad with open curiosity, waiting to see if he was right. Bakugo slammed his head to the table and refused to come back up, and Yaomomo let out a quiet whimper behind Hitoshi. The rest of the class let out little sighs and shakes of their heads, with Zero and Kirishima being the exception as they shook, laughing silently into their hands. Other than that, no one looked all too surprised at the question, and it's only then that Shinsou realized that he was completely serious. Vlad King looked at Denki for a long time before blinking. "Kaminari," he said slowly, "Homo sapiens are people." Denki threw his hands up. "Hey, I'm not judging," he insisted, "just asking." Kirishima accidentally let out a snort and disguised it as a cough, fooling absolutely no one. Hitoshi shook his head in disbelief. No way, he couldn't actually be saying this. Bakugo seemed to be having a seizure on his desk, and Hitoshi had to let his face fall into his hands. No thing way. Vlad tried to move on, not knowing what to say anymore, only for Ashido to stop him. Wait, no, so is Denki right or nah? 𝐒𝐿 had to leave the classroom then, and Vlad didn't try to stop him. At the end of the school day, Denki made himself comfortable on Shinsou's back and the two made their way to the dorms. After that first time, he had decided that riding on Shinsou's back was now going to be a regular thing. Shinsou complained every day, assuring him that, "This is the last time, Denki, I swear." But then the next day would come and Denki would do that stupid thing with his eyes, and then Hitoshi had no power anymore. It was through no fault of his that he couldn't say no. It was that loud blonde curse thing that his dad had warned him about. He had no control over the matter. He tried to explain it to Asui, damn it, Zu, when she saw him walk into the common room with Denki on his back for the umpteenth time in weeks. Denki waved goodbye and went up to his room while Hitoshi collapsed on the couch, stretching his neck. "If you're tired, just tell him no," Zu suggested. "It's not that simple." Shinsou shook his head. Asui raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to elaborate. "Whenever I say no," he explained, "he does this thing with his eyes, and then I have no choice." Zu frowned. "You mean, he looks at you?" Hitoshi nodded. "It's lethal." The frog girl let out a sigh and a little smile. "Oh dear. You've been trapped by a sunshine boy, ribbit." Hitoshi frowned at her, blinking. "Excuse me, a what?" "Well, Class 2A has 3 resident sunshine boys," she smiled, "Izuku, 𝐂𝐸𝐺, and Denki." Hitoshi didn't need any more explanation, that made perfect sense. He nodded for Zu to continue. "Well, it seems to be running theme in this class that someone gets trapped by a sunshine boy at some point," she explained. "Bakugo and Todoroki were the original victims. Although Todoroki is still coming to terms with his own feelings. Bakugo, however reluctant, was pretty quick to accept the fact that Kirishima had him wrapped around his little finger. Not that Kirishima even realizes that though. He's too sunshiny to think he has any kind of control, ribbit." Hitoshi nodded. Anyone with eyes could see who was in charge in that relationship. Except the people in the relationship, of course. "And then Todoroki's been enamored with Izuku since the sports festival," Asui continued, "which, can you blame him? I'm pretty sure it's impossible not to immediately fall for someone once they break all their fingers multiple times for you after you've had one conversation, ribbit. It's taking longer for him to come to terms with his feelings though, being all emotionally constipated and stuff. But even he can't hide that he's in love with Midoriya, even if he refuses to say it. No one blames him though. I mean, it's Izuku." Hitoshi nodded. "Absolutely understandable. And now, grin Zu, it's you." "What's me?" Hitoshi frowned. "You're trapped by a sunshine boy," she sighed, exasperated. Hitoshi scoffed. "What? No. No, I'm not. Those situations are completely different. Bakugo and Todoroki are in love with those two. That's not how it is with me." "Oh," Asui raised an eyebrow, giving him a suggestive look. "Okay." Hitoshi frowned at her. "I mean it. So, I carry him to the dorms once in a while, that's it. It's not like I have a choice when he has that look." Zu's smile didn't change. "Okay." Still, Hitoshi's frown deepened. "You can't say okay and still have that look on your face. It's not like that." Zu nodded. "Okay." Shinsou scoffed, shaking his head and standing up. "You can't just go around making stuff up in your head, Zu. It's not like that." Zu's leer followed him as he stomped off. "Okay," she said simply. Even as he waited for the elevator, and as he stomped inside, and as he waited for the doors to slide closed, Zu's smile stayed trained on him, like a creep, and he glared right back. He scoffed when the elevator finally started moving. Dumbass Frog had no idea what she was talking about. Later that night, when Hitoshi looked at the clock on his phone, he saw that it was way past 2 a.m., and he wasn't any closer to sleeping than he had been 4 hours ago. He rubbed at his face and sat up. He had been so tired today. He had hoped that his body would take the hint and release the melatonin. But then insomnia gave him a big FU, and now here he was. Shinsou rolled out of bed and put on his slippers, dragging his feet as he made his way out the door, not bothering to get a shirt to go with his sweatpants. He'd grab a glass of water and hope that that would help in some way. He trudged down the stairs, yawning and with hooded eyes. He was so tired that he almost missed the fact that one of the lights in the common room was on. He frowned at the table, where someone sat with their back to him and was surrounded by a bunch of books and scrunched-up papers. The person was bent over the desk, hands in their hair in what looked like a painful grip. Hitoshi frowned. Denki. Denki gasped and whipped around with wide eyes. Hitoshi. Hey. What are you doing here? I was just getting some water, he shrugged. What about you? Ah. Denki looked at the mess of notes and textbooks on the desk. Nothing, he said looking back up. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Kinda looks like you're studying. Denki's shoulders dropped. Yeah, guess I am. Don't tell anyone though, okay? I got a reputation over here. He grinned his signature smile, although Hitoshi noticed that it didn't quite meet his eyes. Are you okay? He had to ask. Denki's eyes widened and he nodded quickly. Yeah, of course. Just getting some work done, you know how it is. Hitoshi raised his eyebrows. You should go get your water. He gave him a small smile and then turned back to his books. A clear dismissal if Hitoshi ever saw one. With a nod he carried on towards the kitchen. A few minutes later, he returned with 2 cups of tea. Denki looked up in surprise when Hitoshi set one of them in front of him and then sat in the chair next to him. Denki took the cup and thanked him quietly. Hitoshi noticed that he was on the same page he had been when Hitoshi had gone to the kitchen. What are you working on? Maths, sighed Denki. I don't think I'm really getting it. His shoulders were slumped as he leaned back with his cup of tea. He looked real tired, with a downcast expression that Shinsou had never seen on him before. It was worrying to say the least. Yeah, ectoplasm can be kinda hard to understand. Denki scoffed. That's not the problem, I'm just stupid. Hitoshi was shaking his head immediately. You're not stupid, Denki. Kaminari's lip quirked up. That's sweet, but come on. Let's be real. You're not. Denki finally looked at him with narrowed eyes. Hitoshi, I didn't know that Homo sapiens were people. And now you do, he shrugged. We all learn things at different times, it's no big deal. Denki just scoffed, clearly not believing him at all. I thought Yorozu and Ida held a study session today. Shinsou spoke up after a while. Yeah, I went to it, but I guess those don't help me much. Hitoshi thought for a while, knowing that if he said the wrong thing, Denki would probably clam up and send him away again. He really didn't want that to happen. Do you know why? Denki pouted into his tea, eyes downcast. He didn't say anything for a while, and Hitoshi just waited. Denki finally let out a long sigh. They all just move so fast. He threw his hands up, not noticing that he was spilling most of his tea. People call out answers when I'm not even halfway through my questions and I can't ask them all to wait for my slow but all the time. And even if I do, they keep joking about how I'm stupid, except it's not really a joke because I really am stupid, and it doesn't really help that everyone keeps bringing it up. He swiped at his nose and Hitoshi slid his own cup of tea towards him. And then they move on to the next section and I try so hard to catch up but I never can, so I start panicking and then I just leave, which makes everyone think I just don't care or I'm not trying, except I really am. He absent-mindedly took the second cup in front of him. I always study by myself at night, except studying in my room is hard cause there's a bed in there and I get sleepy. So tonight I came down here, but that didn't help either cause how can I study something I don't understand in the first place? And I end up really tired and just as stupid as before, and then I end up falling asleep in class, which makes the teachers think I'm not trying to. And I can't tell them that I am, because what's even more embarrassing than being as stupid as me is actually trying really hard and still being stupid. Kaminari - and my ADHD's been acting up more than usual, so concentrating on anything is doubly hard, and Ojiru's tail helps give me something to play with in class, but he's gonna get tired of me eventually and tell me to F off - Kaminari - and I barely passed the written exams last year, and this year's gonna be even tougher, but I'm not getting any smarter, which means I'm almost definitely gonna fail and get kicked out of school, and then I'll never be a hero and - Denki. Shinsou gripped his shoulder. Denki, come on, that's not true. It is. He looked into the tea as his voice cracked. It's totally true and everyone knows it. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. Hitoshi told him, cause first of all, you're not stupid. I mean that. You passed the same exams as everyone else to get into this course. And then again to pass first year. It's not unheard of to struggle with some stuff, you know. And the fact that you've been struggling alone this whole time and still made it this far just goes to show that you're far from stupid, okay? Denki looked up at Hitoshi through damp, blonde eyelashes, and Hitoshi had to fight to keep the hand on his shoulder steady. You think so? Absolutely, he nodded. I'm not a very nice person, I wouldn't just say that it weren't true. Denki snorted, shut up, you're hella nice. Shinsou managed to let out a little smile, glad that he had almost pulled a laugh out of him. Denki sniffed, rubbing at his nose and setting down the almost empty cup of tea. Thanks Hitoshi, he sighed softly, sorry for dumping all that on you. Guess you just caught me at a bad time, I'm not usually like this. Everyone needs to vent once in a while, Hitoshi nudged him, don't worry about it. The two sat there in silence for a while, before Hitoshi spoke up again. You know, I'm pretty good at math. Denki narrowed his eyes at him, well there's no need to show off. Shinsou scoffed, I'm not. I'm saying that I could help you out. If you want. Denki's eyes widened with hope, and then fell again, and he sighed, I can't make you stay up with me. You should really go to sleep now anyway. Shinsou raised an eyebrow, I don't sleep, Denki. In case these ugly eye bags didn't give it away. Denki scoffed, shut up, your eye bags are sexy as hell and you know it. Both boys' eyes widened a little at that, and Denki groaned. I said that out loud didn't I? Hitoshi found himself chuckling as he shook his head. Denki all but beamed. Hey, I made you laugh. He grinned, sounding proud, I've never heard you laugh before. Yeah, don't get used to it. He rolled his eyes, now, should we do this? Denki nodded, if you really don't mind. I don't, he assured him, and pulled his chair closer to the table as he looked over the book in front of Denki. He then heard a cleared throat, and he looked to see Denki looking at him with wide eyes. You mean right now? Hitoshi blinked. Well yeah. Unless you want to go to sleep. We can always start tomorrow. No, it's just. You're not wearing a shirt, he mumbled. Hitoshi looked down, remembering, right, yeah. I didn't really think anyone else would be down here. But I can go get one if you're uncomfortable. No. Denki waved his arms, no it's not that. I'm completely fine with it, it's just. Won't you get cold? Denki's cheeks were flushed, probably from the chill he was feeling. And although Hitoshi wasn't feeling it, it was sweet of him to worry. I'll be fine, don't worry. If you're fine, that it. Yeah fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Denki smiled a wobbly smile, well let's get to it. And so they did. Getting past the initial awkwardness on both sides, the two hunkered down and got through the day's assigned math homework. Shinsou did have to go back and explain the section, and explain which section they were on. And explain what calculus was. But as Hitoshi had predicted, after very detailed explanations, a lot of patience, and 4 more cups of tea, Denki managed to finish all the problems by himself, getting most of them correct. When Hitoshi showed him the mark he'd written at the top of the page, Denki's grin was radiant. Hell yeah. He punched the air, well look who's not that stupid anymore. Take that calculus, you ain't. Hitoshi couldn't help but smile at his joy, and he leaned back in his chair. You were never stupid, Denki, he reminded him. He turned his grin to Hitoshi, and the next thing he knew, Denki lunged forward, and had him trapped in a hug. Hitoshi's chair toppled dangerously, and he let out an embarrassing yelp as his arms flailed out. Denki quickly let go and held onto the chair, steadying it before Hitoshi could fall. Whoops, he grinned at him again, my bad. He let go of the chair and turned to his books, gathering everything up, and making sure to put the worksheet with the good marks safely inside his textbook. As he packed, he didn't notice the wide-eyed look staring at the back of his head. Hitoshi hadn't quite recovered from that 1 second long hug. It was only a second long. He was there and then gone, because of his stupid weak chair. He hadn't even had the chance to return the hug. That was rude of him. It was rude to get hugged and not return it. So he should probably hug him again, right? So as not to be rude, and stuff. Right. Now, how exactly was he to go about that? Hitoshi had never hugged anyone before. Besides his dad's and his sister, of course. But this hug was different. Not because it was specifically Denki or anything. No, just that it was someone outside of his family, so that was a big deal. It had nothing to do with wanting to hug Denki, specifically or anything. No. He just didn't want to be rude. But before Hitoshi could think of a logical way to reinitiate an interrupted hug, Denki was all packed and ready to go to bed. Well, come on, we can get in at least 2 hours of sleep before we gotta be up for school, he told Hitoshi as he stood up. You go ahead, I'm gonna wash up these cups. Oh right. Here, I'll help. No, Denki, go to sleep, he shooed him, you can get the cups tomorrow. Denki smiled, so you'll help me tomorrow too. I'm your personal tutor now, there's no getting rid of me, smirked Hitoshi, both my parents are teachers, after all. Right, Denki grinned, which just means I'm bound to get an A at least once this year, right? We'll try to make it more than once, nodded Hitoshi. I think you have a bit too much faith in me, Toshi, he sighed. Shinsou tired not to short-circuit at that nickname alone. Tell you what. When you get 2 A's, on whichever subjects, I'll make you dinner. Denki beamed, deal. I'm gonna kick the hell out of all those tests, just you watch. I don't doubt it, the purple-haired boy nodded, and Denki slung his bag over his shoulder. So what's your favorite dish then, asked Hitoshi, not really wanting the conversation to end. My favorite dish? Asked Denki. Hitoshi nodded, and Denki looked up as he thought for a second. I guess I like mugs, he nodded. Hitoshi blinked a few times, mugs. Denki nodded, yeah, I mean, they're like really comfortable in your hand. And they hold hot things, like soup or coffee, so you don't have to touch them, you know. Hitoshi took a moment to process, and then just pulled his lips into his mouth and nodded, okay. Denki smiled and then waved his goodbye. Good night, Toshi, thanks a lot, bro, try get some sleep, okay? I'll do my best, he smiled after him. Denki got into the elevator, and it went up with him. 20 seconds later, Hitoshi hadn't moved from his seat, and then he heard the elevator ding again. It opened up to show a slumped-over Denki. You were talking about my favorite food, weren't you? Hitoshi nodded apologetically. Yeah. And I said mugs. Yep. Denki hung his head and sighed. He pressed the elevator button without a word, letting the doors slide shut in front of him. A minute later the power went out in the whole dorm, and Hitoshi grinned. Kaminari Denki wasn't stupid. But he sure was still a dumbass. Shinsou very quickly got used to his new routine. School, classes and training during the day. Then homework in the dorms with Midoriya, and whoever else wanted to take advantage of the green boy's excessive note-taking. There was a study session twice a week that Ida insisted he participate in. Dinner was held in the cafeteria, unless Bakugo or Seitu were feeling generous enough to share whatever they decided to cook. Learning that Bakugo was a skilled cook didn't really come as a surprise to Shinsou. The boy was obviously the type who just had to excel at everything he tried, and the culinary arts were no different. It didn't hurt that he had a boyfriend who was a gym rat and worked off calories so much, he was constantly hungry. And also that same boyfriend didn't want the rest of their incompetent friends to starve when they were too lazy to go all the way to the cafeteria. After dinner, Shinsou would try, unsuccessfully, to hang out alone in his room. Most days he would be guilt. Kaminari would look at him and say please into watching TV or playing games or just hanging out with several others. Eventually he didn't even need to be persuaded, but still, he at least pretended not to want to hang out. He had a reputation to uphold after all. Lights out would come, and they would all be herded into their rooms by an arm-chopping Ida, and then came Shinsou's favorite, most interesting part of the day. After killing time in his room, he would watch his clock until it hit 1 a.m., and then he would make his way back downstairs to be greeted by a grinning Kaminari, already surrounded by books. Their late-night study sessions were almost daily, mostly sticking to one subject a night. Hitoshi felt himself practically swell with pride as each day passed, and Denki showed off just how not stupid he was. All he needed was a bit more time, and a bit more attention. Something he got in spades from Shinsou. It didn't take long for their sessions to move from the tables to the couches. And then from the couches to the floor. And eventually, school wasn't the only thing they talked about down there. Hitoshi hadn't even known that he could talk this much. He didn't know he had so much to say. But everything just seemed to get pulled out of him when he was around Denki. And even on days when he didn't feel like talking, Denki made up for it with a mouth that never seemed to stop moving. And Hitoshi wouldn't have it any other way. It became a kind of unspoken agreement that they didn't mention these study sessions to anyone else. It wasn't a secret, per se. There was no reason to keep it a secret. After all, it's not like this was anything more than just two bros studying alone together in the middle of the night. There was nothing secretive about it. But still, they kept it to themselves. But that didn't stop this notoriously nosy class from noticing that Hitoshi acted a little differently around Kaminari. He was already being drawn out of his shell, but around Denki it's like he didn't even have one. And it was no secret that Kaminari didn't exactly treat Shinsou like all his other brothers. But that was just because they were studying together. That's all. Some people, well, some frogs didn't seem to accept that though. 𝐬 never actually said anything to Hitoshi after that first time he had assured her that her sunshine trap theory was bullshit. She never had to say anything. She had this sinister smirk that always seemed to find Hitoshi whenever he was within a few feet of the electricity hero. Hitoshi would always flush an embarrassing pink when she did that. But that was just because she was a girl and she was staring at him with that unnecessary knowing look, and that was bound to make anyone a little embarrassed. Unfortunately for him, 𝐬 wasn't the only one. He noticed everywhere that people were giving him those same looks and those same smirks. He only ever caught them just as they turned away though, because they usually happened when he was looking at Denki for some reason or other. Which was completely unrelated, of course. Even Bakugo and Todoroki turned against him. He had Denki on his shoulders so he could reach the highest shelf in a hallway closet, and the two of them had walked by, smirking at him as if they knew something he didn't. As he had passed, Bakugo had stopped to whisper in his ear, "Trapped." Hitoshi had almost dropped Denki when he lunged towards Bakugo so he could grab him and explain that it wasn't like that. He knew that this whole misunderstanding could easily be resolved by him maybe spending less time with Denki. But he didn't want to do that, so F them. And so their study sessions went on as always, and Shinsou mainly forgot about all the unnecessary ridicule he was receiving from the rest of their classmates. The only downside, however, was that Hitoshi was never able to fall asleep as easily as Denki did after their study sessions. He hardly fell asleep at all. Denki made up for the lost sleep by dozing off between classes, or taking a nap before dinner, or, one time, falling asleep with his face buried in rice during lunch. Hitoshi didn't have the privilege to sleep as easily as Denki did, however, which meant that his already fragile relationship with sleep only got worse. He didn't mention that to Kaminari though. The boy already asked him daily if he was getting enough sleep, and Hitoshi would tell him that he was. You now, like a liar. But he couldn't risk telling him the truth, because then Denki might insist on cutting back on the late-night studying. And Hitoshi really didn't want that to happen. Unfortunately, his body was a beach that couldn't hide his lack of sleep forever. This became apparent when he went through an entire school day not knowing what classes he had had or what teachers he had seen because his brain kept shutting itself down, getting rest whether or not Shinsou would let it. He didn't even realize it was happening until the end of the day when he vaguely saw a hand waving in front of his face. Oshi! Hey, Hitoshi! Hitoshi! Shinsou blinked a few times, before his blurry vision cleared and he saw Denki's face in front of his. Hey! Dude, Denki frowned, come on, class is over. Hitoshi blinked again, and then looked around the room, noticing that it was empty save for the last few trickling out of the door. Bro, were you just sleeping with your eyes open? What? No. No, of course not. He shook his head, wondering when the hell the bell had rung and why he hadn't heard it, and also, what the hell the last lesson of the day was. He looked down to see a history textbook open in front of him. Hell, he didn't even remember seeing Midnight walk in. Hitoshi, you don't look so good. Denki crossed his arms, are you sick? Hitoshi shook his head as he packed his bag, moving sluggishly. No, guess I'm just tired, he punctuated with a yawn. I'll take a nap when we get back to the dorms. He stood up, stretching his neck, and tried to shake off the sudden exhaustion he was feeling. Hitoshi, Denki stopped his arm as he was about to sling his bag over his shoulder. Shinsou frowned at the look on his face and then remembered. Oh right, yeah. Okay, hop on. He turned around and braced himself for Denki to jump on his back, but then the boy darted in front of him. What, no way. I'm not gonna get on your back when you look this tired, bro. You'll probably collapse. Hitoshi scoffed, I'm always tired, Kaminari, it's kinda my thing. Yeah, but not like this. Denki shook his head. I'm gonna force you to go to sleep today, alright? Even if I have to tuck you in and sing you a lullaby. Although my voice won't really calm you, to be honest, it's not that great. Hitoshi smiled a weak smile. Yeah, that's what every good singer says. Denki snorted, and then shook his head. I'm serious though. You're gonna take a nap. And also, I'm gonna be the one carrying you today. Because he was tired, and because Denki was smiling at him, it took a couple seconds for that to register in Hitoshi's brain. He scoffed when he finally did. Yeah. Right. No, for real. It's the least I can do, bro, after you've been carrying me around all this time. Come on, it'll be great. Hitoshi's eyebrows rose. You can't be serious. Oh, but I am, grinned Denki. Just let me do this, bro, you're really tired, I can tell. That doesn't mean I'm too tired to walk to the dorms, he scoffed. So? Denki shrugged. Doesn't mean I still can't carry you. Come on, just for today, yeah. No. Oh, come on. Denki slung his own bag and Hitoshi's onto the latter's back. Denki, no. Hitoshi slipped the bags off. Denki, yes. The boy grinned. Come on, hop on. I'm not going to. There's no need to be embarrassed, Hitoshi. Denki tugged the bags back onto Shinsou. There's no shame in getting a piggyback ride. Yes, I know that. He tried to tug the bags off again. I just don't want to. Yeah, but you kinda need to. I really don't. Come on, just let me. No. Bro, come on. No. Or please, Hitoshi. Goddamit. When they left the 2A classroom, Hitoshi had 2 bags on his back, and a triumphant Denki had a sulking Shinsou on his. See, not so bad, is it? Hitoshi just let out a non-committal murmur. As they ventured into the hallways, he noticed just how crowded the school still was. Hitoshi immediately turned his face away from the crowds, and into Denki's neck. Which, grated, was actually probably worse than facing everyone else. Because now, his face was a hair away from Denki's lean neck. And Denki's hair was tickling his cheek. And he could feel Denki's pulse under the arms that was wrapped around his neck. And God, he really should have thought this through. Oshi! Hitoshi, can you hear me? Denki spoke as if he had been trying to get his attention for a while. Which he probably had been. Hitoshi just hadn't been in the right mindset to actually listen. And he was currently unable to respond because of reasons. OSE, are you asleep? Denki whispered with a gasp. A soft grunt is all Hitoshi could let out. Okay, cool. Take a nap, that's good. Just don't fall off, okay? Denki's arms tightened where they were hooked under Hitoshi's knees, and Shinsou managed another grunt. Denki was quiet as he walked slowly towards the door. Hitoshi could tell that this was because he was trying hard not to jostle him, not because he was struggling with his weight. They had had quite a few gym sessions together with the others, and the occasional pool day during weekends. And from what Shinsou had seen, well, Denki would have no problem bearing Shinsou's weight. No problem at all. By that he just meant, well, he went hard at the gym, and it showed. And that's all he was going to say about that. Denki's slow and careful gait was so strangely calming, and the fact that his neck smelled like vanilla didn't hurt either. But that wasn't important. That Hitoshi felt his breaths evening out, and his blinks coming in slower. He was very nearly on the verge of drifting off, when a very loud, very not calming cleared throat interrupted him. You're Kaminari. From Class 2A. It wasn't really a question, because everyone knew Kaminari from Class 2A. But the boy nodded anyway. Yeah, hi, he said, still trying to keep his voice quiet. You guys are in 2C, right? How you doing? 2C. Hitoshi involuntarily stiffened on Kaminari's back, and the way the boy's head shifted told him that he had noticed. Yeah, we are, nodded another voice. Now that he knew, Shinsou recognized the voices of his former classmates, and he bit the inside of his cheek. Oh, if you want to talk to Hitoshi, can it wait? He's asleep right now and I don't wanna wake him. He's asleep. There was a sigh of relief. Okay, good. That's good. Hitoshi felt Denki's cheeks move as he smiled. Oh, Denki. He thought these guys were concerned for their former classmates' well-being. Too bad he was oh so very wrong. Hitoshi cracked his eyes open, peeking through his hair without moving his head. He saw that in front of them stood two boys from his old class, Chiba and Sugiyama. For a second, he wished that Denki had at least one rude bone in his body, so that he could just walk away quickly. Because if he stayed to talk to these guys, Hitoshi had reason to believe that it would not go well. Listen, Kaminari, are you okay? Asked Chiba. Denki frowned. Yeah. Why? It's just, there was a pause, as Sugiyama spoke up. There's a way to break out of his brainwashing, you know, he was whispering now. We haven't figured out what it is, but it's possible, Kaminari. We can help you. Kaminari frowned at them, staying silent for a few moments. Hey. Considering you're already under, we can help so that it doesn't happen again, alright, the first boy said sweetly, you don't have to carry him around anymore. Again, Kaminari stayed silent. He tilted his head. Look, Chiba spoke up again, we've seen him these past weeks with your class. Seen him just talking to you guys. Like that's okay. It's just worrying, said Sugiyama, you guys need to be more careful around him, alright? You know what he can do and you're not protecting yourself at all. You guys are the first class in the hero course, you've got to think. Hitoshi glanced up at Denki's face, just begging him to leave. But he didn't look like he was going anywhere, what with the way his eyebrows were furrowed the same way they got when he was trying to figure out a particularly difficult math problem. What the hell are you guys talking about? He asked genuinely. Hitoshi had to fight not to sigh. Oh, Denki. The two in front of them glanced at each other. Chiba stepped forward cautiously. Kaminari, it should be easier to break out of his control right now that he's sleeping. If you just let us dash, I'm not brainwashed, what the F you guys? Denki was frowning deeper than Hitoshi had ever seen. Just think, Kaminari, why would you be lugging him around like this then? 'Cause I want to. Denki raised his voice, before lowering it again for Hitoshi's sake. Geez, I'm just taking him to the dorms, he's been real tired lately. Kaminari dash, besides, if you've been watching him like you say, then you've got to have seen that he's usually the one carrying me around. What, you think he's just been buttering me up to make it easier to brainwash me? Denki scoffed. The other two glanced at each other. Denki gasped, oh my god, you think he's been buttering me up to make it easier to brainwash me? Guys, what the F? Look, you don't know him, Sugiyama tried. Clearly it's you guys who don't know him. Denki's voice was hardening, and Hitoshi's half-closed eyes snapped up to him. He'd never seen Denki angry before. He wished he hadn't had to experience it while on his back where he couldn't even stare straight on like he wanted to. We've known him for a year, Chiba's voice was growing cold, you've known him for weeks. We think we understand better how to deal with him than you do, Kaminari. Deal with him? Denki's eyes narrowed, what the F do you mean by that? Some people just aren't meant to be normal, Sugiyama spoke with all the conviction in the world, Shinsou's one of those people. How he out of all of us got sent to the hero course makes no sense in the first place. What, with a quirk like that? Hitoshi tightened his arm around his neck, hoping his message got through. Just go, Denki, please just go. Denki did not go. Instead he tightened his own arms under Hitoshi's knees, and glared. A quirk like what? Denki said through gritted teeth. Come on, Kaminari, sighed Chiba, he's a brainwasher. There's no way a guy like that can be any good at hero work. Even last year he kept to himself all the time, not bothering to even try to be a part of our class like everyone else. Because he knew that none of us were gonna fall for his tactics. Sugiyama continued, we weren't gonna let him get away with whatever he wanted just because he thinks his quirk can get him what he wants. We stayed away from him, Kaminari, like you should be doing. You know, I heard that his middle school had him wear a muzzle, nodded Chiba, to protect the rest of his classmates and teachers. God, Denki, please just go. That actually doesn't seem like a bad idea, and if you want we could bring it up to your teacher for you, since it seems he's already infiltrated even dash, alright, what the actual F is wrong with you people? Denki hissed, eyes looking near deadly. How the hell can you say this? You don't even know Hitoshi. God, he has you calling him by his given name. Chiba shook his head sadly. Yeah, he let me by his given name, Denki glared, because he's my friend and his thing awesome and you guys are thing terrible. How can you be in the same class as him for a whole year and still think of him like some kind of a villain? I mean, of course he'd keep to himself if you guys treated him like some outcast because of his quirk. Which, by the way, is super powerful and thing awesome. It's not awesome, it's dangerous. Sugiyama insisted. God, how's he gotten his claws sunk so deep in you, Kaminari? You've got to realize that he's just not fit to be a hero and you'll find out too late if you don't take our advice now. Your advice is Denki said bluntly, and your SHT people for thinking like you do, and talking about him how you are, and treating him like you did. Hitoshi's one of the best people I know and he's gonna be a thing amazing hero, and you're gonna be sorry you didn't actually get to know him when you had the chance. His glare intensified as he tightened his arms under Hitoshi's knees. God, I wish I could see how stupid you feel when you eventually figure out that you've been a PP to him for no good reason. Probably won't be around to see it, thought, 'cause I prefer to surround myself with actual good people. And we're not good people. Chiba was gaping angrily at the boy who, for some reason, wasn't being at all grateful for their helpful advice. No, Denki said shortly, considering how you've been talking about my friend, I gotta say that no, you're not good at all. And with that, finally, Denki turned away from the gaping duo and stomped off to the dorms. Hitoshi's eyes were fully open by now, and he couldn't tear his eyes away from Denki's frowning face if he tried. He was muttering angrily under his breath, and Shinsou couldn't even concentrate on his words as he gazed up from where his head was resting on Denki's shoulder. Did you mean all that? Hitoshi's lips moved without his permission, and he probably would have slapped himself if his arms weren't currently resting around Denki's neck. Denki stopped his muttering and turned his head slightly, letting his eyes meet Hitoshi's. The anger melted off his face as he smiled. Of course I did, he said, they're PPS, and you're awesome. That's just straight up facts, bro. Hitoshi huffed out a little laugh, and then he had no choice but to turn his head so that he was facing forward. For the sake of his sanity, he couldn't keep eye contact like that with Denki when he had just said all that and when his face was so DMN close and his eyes all golden and sparkling and close. Hitoshi cleared his throat, shaking out his thoughts. Thanks, Denki, he muttered, hoping he understood just how much me meant it. He heard the grin in Denki's voice as he nudged Shinsou's head with his own. No problem, Toshi. When they walked through the common room, Hitoshi's somewhat peaceful state was broken as soon as he saw how crowded it was. And of course, Denki insisted on carrying him all the way to his room, so Hitoshi was subject to a great barrage of smirks and sniggers and even a wolf whistle from a traitorous Mina. Denki laughed it off as he greeted everyone, but Hitoshi could feel the heat coming off his face. Couldn't they see that they were making him uncomfortable? It wasn't like that. Hitoshi made sure to send them all his coldest glare when they finally made it to the elevator, and he flipped off the room as a whole as the doors slid shut. Denki finally let him off his back once they were inside his room. There you go, delivered safe and sound. The boy smiled as he stretched his arms and Hitoshi shrugged the bags off his back. That was all completely unnecessary and tiresome for you. Your back's gonna hurt now and it will be entirely your fault. Kaminari just laughed. Just admit you enjoyed the ride, Hitoshi. He took the bag he was handed. Now promise you'll actually take a nap, okay? I'll know if you're lying. Actually, he'd been lying about sleeping for a while, so Hitoshi highly doubted he'd be able to tell. I promise, he sighed. Hope you're not lying. That wouldn't be very plus ultra of you, bro. Denki raised an eyebrow, and Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Well, would you like to stay, tuck me in and wait for me to doze off then? Denki. Okay. Hitoshi's eyes widened. I was kidding. Denki let out a loud bark of laughter. Huh? Yeah. Well, duh, I know you were joking. I was joking too, obviously. Ha. He cleared his throat and then turned to the door. Go to sleep now, okay? Good night. He waved over his shoulder as he left Hitoshi's room. Hitoshi watched the door for a few seconds too long before he shook himself out of it and turned to his bed. He shrugged off most of his clothes and flopped gratefully onto his bed. Sleep didn't come as quickly as he had hoped though. His mind was racing and his heart was pounding, and every time he closed his eyes he saw distracting gold. He waited for these weird, inexplicable feelings to pass, but they didn't. At all. 4 hours and hours. And even though his eyes were shut and he was keeping his breathing steady, sleep refused to come. By the time Shinsou felt like he might just be about to drift off, his phone alarm rang. It was 1 a.m. Time for their study session. Hitoshi could feel sleep calling him. Something it hardly ever did, and something he took advantage of whenever it came. But if he slept now, he would miss the whole session with Denki. He knew that the blonde would understand, but Hitoshi didn't want to disappoint him. Now rationally, he knew that the obvious answer was to sleep. When you had insomnia as badly as he didn't, every opportunity to sleep was golden and should be snatched up immediately. He knew that. But Denki though. Several minutes later, after splashing his face with cold water and forgetting to put a shirt on again, Hitoshi grabbed his bag and made downstairs. As usual, he found Denki lying on his stomach in front of the TV, his books already out. He grinned when he saw Hitoshi approaching, and Hitoshi couldn't help sending a smile back. "How'd you sleep?" Denki asked when he sat down. Hitoshi didn't meet his eyes, like a baby, The following day, Hitoshi was basically drifting through every class. He noticed the bell ringing, and he swayed his books out as was appropriate, but he couldn't exactly be sure what exactly was being said by any of the teachers who drifted in and out of his focus. Unfortunately for him, the day was to end with practical training at ground beta, something he couldn't afford to sleepwalk through. Especially because he was teamed up with Bakugo and Yomomo, against Jiru, Ida, and Tokoyami. Both these teams just so happened to have reputations for leaving buildings a little worse off than they had found them, especially in a place like Ground Beta, where there were plenty of buildings to spare. Mr. Aizawa ordered them out after one too many howitzers from Bakugo left the building they were in particularly unstable. They had just made it outside when the walls started to crumble. Shinsou kinda felt the ground tremble a bit, and he kinda heard Yomomo order everyone to run. And he kinda noticed that he was suddenly the only one near the building. But it didn't occur to him that something was wrong until he saw his dad shouting as he started to run towards him. Hitoshi then realized that maybe it was bad that he could see him yell, but couldn't hear him. But before he could even consider the implications of that, Hitoshi looked up sluggishly to see a particularly large piece of cement coming towards him. And then everything went black. Shinsou came to slowly. His senses came back gradually, as if he was waking up in slow motion. He immediately remembered the building, and his sluggish limbs, then his dad yelling as he took a falling rock to the head. Oh dear, so he was in the infirmary. See, he was in trouble, wasn't he? As his senses returned, one thing Hitoshi immediately latched onto was the voice to his left. "He'll be fine. He took a pretty big hit, Sensei, what if something's wrong? He should have woken up by now, why hasn't he waken up yet? People get knocked on the head all the time in training but they never stay out for this long. It's been hours, Sensei. Are you sure we shouldn't take him to a hospital or something? What if Kaminari, I swear to God," came Aizawa's voice on his other side. "He is fine. He will be fine. He's out for this long because besides the hit to his head he hasn't slept in days and he needed the rest. I've explained this several times already. But Sensei, I've also asked you to go back to the dorms so much I've lost count. If you insist on waiting for him to wake up, please do so in silence." "Okay. Sorry," Denki muttered. Shinsou wanted to smile, but the rest of him wasn't working right yet. He had been here for hours. And Denki hadn't left. Considering how absolutely SHT all of him felt right then, that little piece of information kind of made up for it. And his dad was here too, so that was nice, he guessed. But Denki though. Dad. Shinsou could almost see his dad let his head drop to his hands as he sighed. "Kaminari. I'm sorry," he blurted out. There was a pause, and then, "You don't have to apologize for being worried." "No, not that," the boy sniffed. It's my fault he hasn't been sleeping, sir. I know he has insomnia. But I thought he was at least getting a few hours in during the day, but I guess he wasn't and I'm sorry. Kaminari has been helping me out with studying at night, Sensei," he said quickly, And 'cause I'm really slow it takes a lot of time and he always stays up with me anyway and he never even calls me stupid when I get stuff wrong and I've been keeping him up and now he's all sleep deprived and I'm sorry." He finished with a sniff again, and Hitoshi could feel his hands fidgeting next to his own, and he wanted so badly for his stupid body to just move so he could at least put his hand over Denki's. Just to stop the fidgeting, not to hold his hand or anything. Aizawa let out a sigh. "Kaminari, this isn't your fault. It's no one's fault. Accidents happen during training all the time. This time it just so happened that the person who took falling debris to the head was also exhausted and sleep deprived. Which is also not your fault. But he probably would have stayed awake anyway. I'm happy he at least did so doing something worthwhile." Silence followed, and Hitoshi hoped that Denki was at least nodding, understanding that Hitoshi's fed-up sleep schedule or lack thereof had absolutely nothing to do with him. "I still think we should get him to a hospital," Denki said quietly, answered by a long sigh. "Kaminari-sensei, look at him. He looks so pale and tired and worn out. How can someone look tired while sleeping? That can't be healthy, bro, that's just my face." Hitoshi was surprised to find that the voice came from him, and the gasp and the squeal from either side of the bed showed their own surprise. Shinsou managed to pry his eyes open, and was greeted by two faces staring down at him. "Hitoshi!" Denki's worried face broke out into a grin. "Oh thank F, I thought you were never gonna wake up." "It was just a little falling debris," he muttered. "Yeah, but still." Denki was leaning so far forward his face was right above Hitoshi's, far too close than was necessary. "You just got knocked the F out and wouldn't move at all. Do you have any idea how scary that is, Toshi? You already looked like 𝐔𝐻𝐻 all day and then on top of that you spent hours knocked out in recovery girl's room and no one wants to do anything because it's apparently a mild concussion mixed in with sleep deprivation and they keep trying to kick me out and Kaminari." Aizawa finally yelled. It seemed he had been saying his name for a while, but neither boy had heard him. "I need you to calm down, please." Right, sorry Dad," he nodded, cheeks flushing as he straightened up. "I'm just really glad you're okay, Hitoshi. I was a little worried." "A little worried my butt." Aizawa muttered into his scarf, and the other two decided that they hadn't heard him, and he rolled his eyes. "Kaminari, now that you've seen that he's fine and awake sir, you can't make me leave. I would appreciate it if you would go to the teacher's lounge and inform present MIC and recovery girl that Shinsou is awake." Kaminari looked hesitant, "And then can I come back?" he asked quietly. He looked at Aizawa with those big eyes that turned everyone he came across to a fing puddle and would make them do anything the boy asked with a snap of his fingers. Or maybe that was just Hitoshi, who knows? "Just a few minutes more, Dad, please." Aizawa just rolled his eyes so hard Shinsou wondered if they would even come back. "Fine. Now go." Denki beamed, glanced back at Hitoshi, and sped out the door. Hitoshi could feel the smile still on his face as he watched the door he had ran out of. A snort came from his dad. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, shaking his head and sitting back down, leaning back and crossing his arms. "How are you feeling?" he asked, and Shinsou blinked as he looked away from the door and turned to Aizawa. "Like SE," he said honestly, and Aizawa scoffed. "Well, with a concussion, sleep deprivation, severe exhaustion, and dehydration, what did you expect?" Hitoshi at least had the decency to look sheepish at his father's narrowed eyes. "When's the last time you slept, Shinsou?" Great, that tone meant he was on dad mode. And also on teacher mode. And that was never good. Shinsou tried to think back, he really did, but that just made his headache worse. "I don't remember," he muttered honestly. Aizawa sighed, shaking his head. "With all your nightly escapades we're studying. At least Kaminari makes up for it by sleeping in class, and being able to doze off at a moment's notice. You, however, do not have that luxury, and now you've seen how dangerous that can be, Hitoshi." "I didn't mean I know you didn't mean to get hurt. No one ever means to get hurt. But you were exhausted and your reflexes weren't where they should have been. That's perhaps why no one thought to pull you out of the way, because we thought you would have been able to see it and move on your own. Now I'm not saying that it's your fault that you got hurt. If anything, it's mine for not noticing that you weren't okay." Dad he was stopped when Aizawa leaned forward and took Hitoshi's hand in his. And I can't risk anything like this happening again, do you understand, Hitoshi? Aizawa looked incredibly serious. I kept telling Kaminari not to worry so much, but honestly he had every right to. You were hurt, and it could have been prevented, and I never want to see you in that position again. Hitoshi's eyes were downcast, and he nodded. He hated worrying anyone like this. So I'm putting you back on melatonin. But I know you don't like how it makes you feel when you wake up, but that's preferable to you being too tired to notice that a building is falling around you, son. You're going to be a hero. This line of work is dangerous enough without any further obstacles, do you understand? Hitoshi nodded solemnly. Before he could even think of a reply, a shout echoed around them. He's awake. Shinsou and Aizawa winced, and then chuckled. Guess Denki got to Papa. He smiled as he turned to the door, where he had last seen the blonde boy. Aizawa watched him with narrowed eyes, seeing the small smile on his face. And then he sighed. So you're just gonna stare at the door until he comes back? He raised an eyebrow. Hitoshi immediately looked away from the door. What? No. No, I'm not. Why would I do that? He only had to glance at his dad to see that he was calling bullshit, and Hitoshi didn't even have it in him to argue. What did I tell you about loud blondes, Hitoshi? Aizawa shook his head. I warned you so many times. I don't know what you're talking about, he muttered, even as he glanced back to the door. So what if he was waiting for Denki to come back through it? Was it a crime that he liked having the boy around? That he liked the fact that he had insisted on staying by his side while he was unconscious? It was no big deal that he had sacrificed any sleep he could manage to spend more time with him and then lied about it. He'd do that for anyone. Well, anyone if they had weird blonde hair and dazzling golden eyes and smelled like vanilla and had a smile that felt like sunshine and was named Kaminari Denki. Shinsou closed his eyes. Oh dear. He sighed slowly as for the first time, he admitted to himself that maybe he kinda did know what Aizawa was talking about. And what Zu had been talking about. And what Bakugo had been talking about. And what literally everyone else had been talking about. He shut his eyes as he sighed. He muttered. Yeah, F is right. Aizawa nodded. I did the loud blonde thing, didn't I? He shook his head. Like an idiot, his dad nodded. Shinsou rubbed a hand over his face, and once again, he found himself looking back at the door, waiting for it to open. He groaned. How do I get rid of it? He asked his dad. Aizawa side-eyed him and scoffed. I married my loud blonde thing. You really think I know how to get rid of one? Hitoshi sighed as he let his head fall back. Aizawa blinked at him, and then sighed with him. You know, it's getting harder and harder to convince people that you're not my biological son. Shinsou smirked. Yeah, about that. How sure are you exactly? Aizawa glared. Shut up, brat. Disaster Denki group chat. Chargebolt, he lied to me. Chargebolt, he looked me in the eye and lied to me. Chargebolt, on the daily. Chargebolt, I trusted him, you guys. How the hell are we supposed to build this relationship without trust? Froppy, relationship. Ribbit cellophane, what happened? Ima kill him. Red Riot, or, I don't wanna kill him, he's nice. Pinky. Yeah, but he lied to Denki, so we throwing hands. Pinky. What did he lie about exactly? Chargebolt, he told me that he was getting enough sleep, but he lied because according to Recovery Girl, getting that concussion is the first time he's slept in days. Cellophane, bro cellophane, I was ready to do a murder bro Froppy. Are we gonna ignore that he said relationship? King Explosion Murder, Frog Face has a point. Can't be a relationship unless you do something other than stare and drool, Sparky. Chargebolt, Bakugo, you have no say here, you almost killed Hitoshi. King Explosion Murder, it's not my fault, I had to howitzer the place. Four Eyes is fast as F and I kept missing him. King Explosion Murder, which isn't the point of this is about the fact that you're a coward. Earphone Jack, just because you and Kiri are together now doesn't mean we've all forgotten how you were a pining coward for a whole but year Bakubro. King Explosion Murder, talk to me once you have a girlfriend bitch. Earphone Jack, it's not my fault she's an idiot who can't take a hint. Creati, who's an idiot? Cellophane, you people make me so grateful that I'm a rose, you're all so sad and hilarious. Sugarman, Everyone shut up and come get dinner. Sugarman, it's not really dinner, it's cinnamon rolls. I meant to make soba. Sugarman, I don't know how this happened. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, so there's no soba. Deku, LMAO mentions soba and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 appears. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 mentions cinnamon rolls and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 appears. Deku, 𝐴spribdal why are you so nice to me? 𝐔𝐬𝐽, that's what friends do, is it not? Cellophane, I can't fucking breath. Pinky, well done Todo Deku, you killed him. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, I thought this was about Kaminari. 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and what the hell is a Todo Deku? Pinky. Anyway, Denki, when you get down to dinner we're gonna have a long discussion called Don't Be a Coward and Make a Demon Move. Chargebolt, not coming to dinner, sorry. Chargebolt, I'm in Hitoshi's room watching him sleep. Tailman, oh my god Denki, no. Chargebolt, wait, no, that came out wrong. Chargebolt, I'm just making sure that he actually sleeps, cause every time I told him to sleep he didn't do it. Chargebolt, even though he said he did. Because he's a liar who's gonna get himself killed. Chargebolt, there's no trust anymore, so I must stay and observe. Chargebolt, it's not creepy, I swear. Cellophane, no SOY, this is too much, I can't. Creati, if we're talking about trust in your relationship, how about we start with the fact that you created a new group chat with the whole class except him. So you can talk about him behind his back. Chargebolt. Chargebolt, Momo illy, but get out of here with all your logic, I don't appreciate it. Creati, understandable, have a nice day. Deku, Denki, is that you singing in Shinsou's room? Chargebolt, WTF, you can hear me. Deku, I'm right next door. Your voice is appealing. Red Riot, you're singing to him. That's so cute and manly, bro, I'm gonna cry. Chargebolt, shut up, leave me alone, I'm just trying to make sure he gets some rest. Froppy, Izuku, what song is he singing? Ribbit. Chargebolt, no, shut up, leave me alone. Deku, it's Hey There Delilah. Deku, but I don't think he knows all the lyrics cause he just keeps repeating the chorus and humming the instrumentals. Chargebolt, you're dead to me. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, absolutely disgusting. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, Midoriya, please record it. Chargebolt, if y'all don't leave me alone I'ma start exposing some people, I swear to God. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, you know nothing. Chargebolt, try me beach. Deku, hey guys, let's leave him alone, dinner's gonna get cold. Invisible Girl, I'll bring some rolls up for you and Shinsou for when he wakes up. Denki. Tentacle, would you like anything else? We could get it for you. King Explosion Murder, Fing Kiss but FRs. Chargebolt, much better. Chargebolt, and since you're all doing SHT for me, could someone change the chat name? It's just plain hurtful. Tailman, it's true though. Chargebolt, yeah, but still. Shinsou had expected things to change now that he was aware that he possibly, maybe, probably, almost definitely liked Kaminari Denki. In an extremely non-platonic way. He expected himself to act differently or talk differently or stutter around him or become an awkward mess. Like Todoroki or something. None of that happened. The only thing that seemed to be different was the fact that he was aware of it now. He realized that his behavior these past weeks had been a dead-ass giveaway, to everyone but himself, apparently. He realized that the reason he always insisted on making Denki tea at night was because he liked how his fingers would brush Hitoshi's when he handed him the teacup. He realized that the reason he allowed him to sit so close to him when they studied wasn't because he was cold and wanted warmth, but because he liked the feeling of Denki pressed up against him. He also realized that maybe him accidentally forgetting his shirt so often wasn't as much an accident as it was a means to have an excuse to need said warmth. He realized that he didn't carry Denki around for training purposes but because he liked having the boy wrapped around him and he liked the way his breath felt on his neck when he was on his back. He realized that the reason Denki's smile and his eyes could make him do anything the boy wanted wasn't because of some loud blonde witchcraft thing, it was just Denki. He could go on for ages, he really could. But the more he thought about it, the more stupid he felt. Everyone else had been able to tell almost immediately. Even his parents, apparently. Could Denki tell? Did he know all the SHT that was going through Hitoshi's mind? Did Hitoshi want him to know? He thought about it now as he looked at the boy, concentrating on a villain case study, his tongue sticking out and a frown on his face as he played with one of Hitoshi's stress ball. Hitoshi smiled as Denki scribbled something down before going back to concentrating on the text. Did he want him to know? Hitoshi had no idea. He knew that Denki wasn't the kind of person to shut someone out for something like this. He wouldn't shun Hitoshi and stop hanging around him. But what if it made him uncomfortable? Shinsou wasn't so optimistic as to consider that Denki might feel the same way. He was Denki. Someone like Denki liking someone like Hitoshi was near laughable. He was surly and he could be rude sometimes, and his face was probably a nightmare to look at, even on a good day. Maybe if he had enough time to show off his winning personality. But then first he would have to obtain a winning personality. But then that might feel like lying. And Denki was already plenty mad at him for lying about his sleeping habits. But he couldn't get Denki interested in him with his own regular personality. So without a great face and without a great personality, Hitoshi was kinda stuck. Stuck here just sitting with him while he worked, and being here when he had questions, and getting to see that smile whenever he looked up. Yeah, this was good too. He could just keep liking him in silence. It would be okay. He would be okay. As Shinsou had expected, Denki insisted on cutting their study sessions to only 3 times a week so that Hitoshi could get more time to sleep. Which was sweet and everything, but absolutely unnecessary. Another thing that was absolutely unnecessary was the fact that every day after school, Denki insisted on accompanying Hitoshi to his room to make sure that he took his medication and his daily assigned nap. And then Denki would sit in his room and actually wait for him to sleep. No use trying to kick me out, I have to make sure you sleep, Toshi. I can't trust you anymore. Besides, Papa Mic approved me as your sleeping guard, so there's nothing you can do about it, sorry. Denki was a terrible sleeping guard though. About a week after the accident at Ground Beta, Hitoshi woke up late at night to find Denki on a chair next to his bed, as had become a regular thing now. His head was hanging off the back of the chair as he snored away. Hitoshi shook his head with a small grin. Normally he would just shake him awake until he trudged off to his own room. Today was different though. When Hitoshi tried to wake Denki up, he had been met with mutters and murmurs and absolutely no other movement. Shinsou genuinely thought he might sleep through a hurricane at this point because no matter what he tried, he just wouldn't wake up. He couldn't just let him stay cramped in a chair. And he couldn't put him in his own bed, the boy would probably wake up and get freaked out. And the implications of that, now that Hitoshi was aware of his feeling, were kind of dodgy, even for him. The answer eventually came easily. He already carried Denki around enough while he was awake, so what difference did it make to carry him to his own room while he was asleep? Turned out it made a huge difference. Hitoshi stood next to the chair for ages, contemplating how to do this. He couldn't carry him on his back when he had no control over his limbs. He couldn't just throw him over his shoulder, that wouldn't be comfortable for him. He couldn't carry him bridal style, because even Hitoshi had a limit on just how obvious he would be about this little crush. Which just left carrying him like he carried like a piggyback ride. But from the front. Honestly, this didn't feel that much better than bridal style. But for some reason, it's the one Hitoshi eventually decided on. With a sigh and a nod at himself, Hitoshi bent over and pulled Denki's shoulders forward. He ignored the flush growing on his cheeks and hooked Denki's arms around his neck, setting his head on his shoulder. He pulled the boy forward and hooked his arms under his legs. Hitoshi's face grew hotter by the second. Finally, he had Denki's legs relatively secured around his waist, and he placed a supporting hand on his back and another under his butt. By the time Hitoshi was standing up straight, his face was a furnace. How the hell did he think this would be better than bridal style? How was he this stupid? Jesus Christ, this was not good at all. Hitoshi swallowed, taking a deep breath. Well, it was too late to change anything now. Hitoshi left his room still trying to calm himself down despite the fact that the boy he was liking more and more with each day was pressed right against him with his legs around his waist and his breath on his neck. And God, Hitoshi, please stop. How was the 3rd floor so far away? Was the elevator moving slower than usual? Was he breathing right? He couldn't be breathing right. His lungs felt completely empty and every breath he took seemed far too shallow to be healthy. He hoped to God that Denki stayed asleep, because if he were to wake up, Hitoshi wouldn't have to ponder over whether or not he wanted him to know about how Hitoshi felt. It was written all over his face right now. Which was terrible considering the fact that as the elevator doors slid open, he was met with 3 blinking eyes and raised eyebrows. Oh, for the love of all that is holy, why? Todoroki, Zu, and Tokoyami looked at him. And then at each other. And then back at him. Hitoshi took a deep breath. Hello. Hello, answered Todoroki. Evening, nodded Tokoyami. Ribbit, smirked Zu. Hitoshi nodded, and opted to ignore this whole situation and hoped to God that the other 3 took the hint and did the same. He passed by them, 3 pairs of eyes following him all the while. He had to tighten the arm under Kaminari's bottom to hold him steady while he opened the door with the other. The room was so bright and so gaudy and so full that no matter how many times Shinsou was in here, it was an assault to the eyes when he entered. Making his way carefully to the unmade bed, Hitoshi set one knee on the bed as he unhooked Denki's legs from his waist, and then his arms from his neck. His breath hitched when Kaminari murmured as he was set down, and his eyes cracked open, just a little bit. Hitoshi's eyes widened as Denki sleepily blinked at him. And then he smiled, lifting a hand to pat him on the cheek. Love you. Good night. He murmured with a yawn. He grabbed a pillow, hugged it to his chest and promptly fell back into a deep sleep. Hitoshi didn't move. He could hardly breathe. God damn it, now why'd Denki have to go and say that? Hitoshi had been fine with his plan of shoving the feelings down and ignoring them. It was a good plan. One he knew he could pull off. But now Denki went and said that, and damn it, it sounded really, really good. And now Hitoshi wanted to hear it again and again and again forever, and this was not working with his plan. Love you. Good night. Denki had obviously still been stuck in whatever dream he had been having. Hitoshi understood that. But honestly, who could blame him if for just a moment, he wanted to pretend that he hadn't been. Hitoshi had half a mind to just sit here and wait. Wait and hope for him to keep dreaming and maybe accidentally murmur those words again. There was basically no chance that that would happen, but still. There was a minuscule possibility and Hitoshi was willing to wait and hope. Like an absolute crazy person. Because that's what he was now, obviously. An absolute crazy person who craved hearing "love you goodnight" from a boy he'd only known for about 2 months. A boy he only realized he had feelings for about a week ago. A boy who would never say that to him when he was awake and lucid. Goddamn. With a sigh, Hitoshi took a blanket that was scrunched at Denki's feet and spread it out to cover him completely. Before he knew what he was doing, his hand was in Denki's hair, stroking it out of his face and smiling at his open-mouthed snores. Hitoshi finally remembered himself and snatched his hand back. He was being a creep. A creep who had heard Denki's sleep-talking and was pretending that it was meant for him, like a hopeless, pathetic creep. Shinsou swallowed hard and forced himself to move away from the bed, rubbing at his hot face and trying to rub some sanity back into himself. When he finally left the room, closing the door quietly behind him, he turned to the elevators and almost screamed in frustration when he saw that Todoroki, Zu, and Tokoyami were still just standing there, looking at him. Having nowhere else to go, Shinsou had no choice but to walk towards them. He knew what his face looked like. Flushed and embarrassed and pathetic and sad. He knew what carrying Denki to bed looked like. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this. So, Zu spoke up immediately, "I'm gonna assume that you're finally past the denial stage." Hitoshi didn't look up. And his silence was answer enough. "Well, it only took you 2 months, so that's actually not so bad. Congratulations." Nodded Tokoyami. "Congratulations." Shinsou scoffed. "Why would you say that? This is awful." Todoroki sighed, and lifted a stiff hand to pat his shoulder. "Would you like tea?" "Tea helps." Tokoyami nodded. "Good idea. I will gather the troops." He pulled out his phone and pressed the elevator button, and the 4 finally filed inside. "The troops," frowned Shinsou. "The rest of the insomniacs," said Todoroki. "You didn't really think you were the only one, did you? That's why we sometimes chill in Ida's room while he sleeps. He has a lot of books, Ribbit. We should add you to the group chat, actually, now that we don't have to be talking about this behind your back." "Talking about what behind my back?" Shinsou narrowed his eyes. "Your feelings for Kaminari," Todoroki said, as if it was obvious, We discuss it at length in the middle of the night. Mainly since your study session started. The elevator reached the ground floor. Hitoshi's eyes snapped to him. What? How? How do you guys know about that? The three looked around at each other, and Zhu scoffed, "We're the Insomnia Squad, Shinsou. We go to the kitchen all the time while you guys are down here." Tokoyami nodded. "You're just too busy gazing into each other's eyes to notice us." Shinsou closed his eyes as he was led out of the elevator. "I don't gaze," he muttered, convincing absolutely no one. They finally got to the kitchen, and Shinsou sat down at the table, letting his body slump over. He wished he felt at least a little tired, but he had literally just woken up. He checked his phone to see that it was almost 1 a.m. Demon, how long had Denki been passed out in his chair like that? He also saw in his notifications that he had been added to a group chat with the name Children of the Night. He assumed Tokoyami had picked the name. It still came as a shock sometimes, even after 2 months in this class. He had gone from having a total of 2 contacts in his phone, and now he had added another 19 and was in 2 group chats. He put his phone away when a cup of tea was placed in front of him and Zhu set a lot of teacups on the table. Shinsou noticed how Todoroki had waited outside while the kettle boiled, and he saw the way Tokoyami shook his head at him, a warning not to bring it up. He nodded his thanks for the tea and held the warm cup in his hands. "Why are you people awake anyway?" he asked, breaking the silence. "You know frogs are nocturnal, right?" asked Zhu. "Right?" Hitoshi nodded. "I assume it's just general PTSD for most of the group," Todoroki told him. "I walk in the darkness so that others may see the light." Tokoyami bowed his head, and Shinsou blinked. "Cool. Also, Dark Shadow gets restless at night." "You're so dramatic." Zhu shook her head as she too finally sat down. Not a moment later, 2 more people walked into the kitchen. Both looking far too lively considering what time it was. "What's up, brothers?" Kirishima grinned, an arm thrown over a smiling Midoriya's shoulder. The two were wearing impossibly baggy matching hoodies in red and green respectively. Hitoshi was sure he'd seen a yellow one that looked just like them lying around in Denki's room at some point. "Hey guys," Midoriya smiled. "Ooh, tea. You didn't have to come down if you were tired," Izuku said to Todoroki. "No, I'm not tired," he yawned. "Besides, I saw we finally added Shinsou to the group chat. That means he finally admitted he likes Denki, right?" "Oh hell yeah." Kirishima punched the air. "Admitting it to yourself is the first step, bro. You're so manly and brave, Shinsou." Hitoshi frowned. "So did everyone know about this except me?" he asked, and was answered by nods of confirmation all around. He slumped in his chair. "Thing great." A squeak came from Midoriya, and everyone turned to him. That was real high-pitched, even for him. The green-haired boy's eyes widened. "Oh," he gasped, "I almost forgot. Look who I found in the elevator." He reached into his huge pocket, and his hand came out carrying a ball of white fluff. The source of the squeak, as it turned out, had been none other than Thomas the Bunny. Hitoshi couldn't stop his smile as soon as he laid eyes on the rabbit, and it only grew when said rabbit jumped out of Izuku's arms, scurrying across the table and heading straight for Shinsou. He set his tea down and picked the bunny up, holding her close. "This is getting weird." Todoroki shook his head. "Does Thomas always just show up when someone's feeling sad?" "Apparently," shrugged Kirishima, turning a chair around and straddling it, pouring himself some tea. "It's a magic bunny. That Okuda has super senses and sends his pets out to cuddle people all the time." Hitoshi smirked as he stroked a finger between Thomas's ears. "Papa has this theory that Kuda spies on everyone using bugs and insects, and that's how he knows when someone needs Thomas." "That would explain a lot," Ribbit nodded Zhu. "Not really," frowned Todoroki. "Thomas comes to my room almost every other day. And I'm never sad." Everyone was quiet for a second. Todoroki's statement all but confirmed that Thomas was a sadness detector, even if the dual hero himself didn't acknowledge it. Izuku went over to Todoroki's chair and nudged him over until he was half off the seat, and then made himself comfortable next to him. He completely ignored the fact that there were 3 free seats, and his narrowed eyes seemed to be daring anyone else to mention it. "So, Shinsou, spill." Kirishima skillfully changed the subject. When did you finally realize that you've got the hots for my best bro? Shinsou sighed. Great. So they were really gonna talk about this, huh? Last week, he told them, after I got knocked out at ground beater. Only then. Midoriya's eyes widened. So you, an insomniac, were sacrificing sleep daily to spend time with him, and that wasn't proof enough. Zhu asked, you had to take a chunk of cement to the head first, ribbit. In case you didn't notice, I'm not very socially conscious, sighed Shinsou. Honestly, I think you were actually quite quick on the uptake, Tokoyami told him. For some people it takes a year. And counting. True, Kirishima nodded. Which people? Everyone turned to Midoriya and Todoroki as they spoke together, heads quirked as they tried to think of someone. No one said anything for a while, and it was almost comical how they all chose that moment to simultaneously sip on their tea. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami shook his head with a sigh. Quiet conversation went around the table, and Zhu started another pot of tea. Todoroki excused himself to go to the bathroom while the kettle boiled. Dark shadow roamed around the room, occasionally pecking their beak into Tokoyami's tea, much to his annoyance. Thomas was passed around the table as everyone got a turn to hold him, but most of the bunny's time was spent in Shinsou's arms. Kirishima noticed and spoke up immediately. So Thomas follows around sad people, right? He asked with a little frown, which would probably mean that you're sad about something, right Shinsou? Shinsou kept looking down at the bunny that was gently butting her nose against his chest. Nope, he said, not looking up, don't know what you're talking about. There are no secrets at 2 a.m., Tokoyami assured, for it is in the night when hearts are bared and in the darkness where shadows find peace. Shinsou snorted, do you have like, a folder in your brain where you keep quotes about darkness? I do, he nodded solemnly. What happened when you were in Kaminari's room? Asked Todoroki. Wait, you were in his room? Kirishima gasped, like, just now. Just before we came down here, ribbit, nodded Zhu, he went in and then came out looking all sad. I didn't come out all sad, Shinsou muttered. You still look pretty sad. Todoroki added helpfully. And Shinsou sighed into Thomas's fur. I would love some context right now. Midoriya spoke up, head tucked into Todoroki's shoulder. Shinsou just shook his head. It's nothing. Denki fell asleep in my room and he wouldn't wake up no matter what I tried. I mean, I didn't want him to be uncomfortable in my chair, so I just took his to his own room. Or, you carried him. Kirishima smiled, chin in his hands. It's no big deal, I carry him all the time, he shrugged, you know. 4. Training. The denial's just on autopilot by now, isn't it, ribbit? Shinsou didn't have it in him to even try to defend himself. We saw him at the elevator when we were coming back from Ida's room, Todoroki explained to the others, then he went into Kaminari's room and was there for a while, then came out looking like this. Shinsou assumed like this meant pathetic and sad, and once again, he had no defense. I wasn't in there for long, he said instead, I just dropped him off and put a blanket over him, that's all. You were in there for quite some time actually, Tokomi told him, I almost sent Dark Shadow in there to see if you had decided to stay the night. This was news to Shinsou. Had he really just sat there staring at a sleeping Denki for that long? God, he just kept getting worse by the second, didn't he? You don't have to tell us why, Midoriya assured, but if you do, just know that what's said at 2 a.m. stays at 2 a.m. Shinsou didn't say anything for a while. And the others at the table just let him be for a while. And Shinsou didn't know if it was all this tea, or Thomas looking up at him with her little eyes, or the fact that it was 2 a.m. But he found himself sighing in defeat. I was setting him down on his bed, he said quietly, and he must have woken up for a second because then he patted my face and then smiled and said, Love you. Good night. His teeth were clenched as he stared at his lap, but he didn't miss the hushed gasps around the table. Oh my God, he said that. Kirishima was beaming. As if this was a good thing. God, this guy needed to be less happy. Look, I know that he must have still been in whatever dream he had been having, or he was sleep-talking, or whatever. But I mean, for a while I just sat there and imagined he was actually saying it to me. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Shinsou snarled internally, Yeah, I know that's sad and pathetic and pretty creepy, but it's 2 a.m., so whatever, there it is. He felt all their eyes on him, but he refused to look up. This was already humiliating enough as it was. There was a cleared throat, and Midoriya spoke. Shinsou. How sure are you that he was dreaming? I mean, it kinda sounds like he was awake. Shinsou scoffed. Ah, bless Midoriya and his need to make SHT up to make him feel better. Yeah bro, Kirishima nodded along with Midoriya, you could ask him about it tomorrow or something. And also maybe ask him out or something. This time, Shinsou actually did look up with narrowed, are you an actual crazy person? Why the F would I do that? I'm gonna have to agree with Shinsou here, Tokoyami spoke up, no one should be pressured into telling someone how they feel if they are not ready to. Hey, stop projecting your own issues with Shuji on Shinsou, we might actually have a chance to get this one to speak up, unlike you. Kirishima punched the table. Tokoyami's shoulders slumped forward, understandable, carry on. There will be no speaking up here. Shinsou assured them, once we all leave here this will never be mentioned again, ever, got it? Oh, but Shinsou. Midoriya pouted, but Hitoshi shook his head. As far as I see it, just by admitting that I have these stupid feelings already gets me a few steps ahead of some people who won't even do that. Who? Midoriya and Todoroki asked simultaneously. Zu banged her head on the table, I hate you both so much, ribbit. At his request, the conversation steered away from Shinsou, and the night, or early morning, wore on as the group chatted quietly. When it was nearing 4 a.m., footsteps were heard, and then the doorway into the kitchen was filled up by two figures. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Eraserhead and Present MIC, decked in their 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and coated in dirt and boo. What the hell are you kids doing up? Aizawa glared at them. Why the hell are you covered in BLD? Shinsou retorted. Don't worry little listener, Present MC held his hands up, it's not our BLD. Is that supposed to make us feel better, ribbit? Well it means we won, MIC grinned with a wink. Aizawa rolled his eyes and trudged into the kitchen, a slight limp in his step as he made for the coffee maker. I was on patrol and needed backup, and he showed up for some reason. Aries having a girls' night with Midnight and I was booed, MIC sighed dramatically as he pulled up a chair at the table and flopped down. Now back to you, Aizawa turned to the kids, what the hell are you doing up? We're the emotional support insomniacs, Dad. Kirishima grinned, it's our job to be up when someone's sad. Or who's sad? MIC asked, concern in his loud voice. No one's sad, chill. Shinsou rolled his eyes, not realizing that he was basically just outing himself. He missed the split-second glance between his dads, who had obviously noticed. Aizawa sighed as he prepared the coffee, seriously. Just because it's a weekend doesn't mean you kids don't need sleep. Go on, up to your rooms now. Midoriya's obviously exhausted look at him. And not. Midoriya yawned into Todoroki's shoulder, fine, honest. Yeah okay, time to go. Todoroki said as he smiled at the boy half asleep on top of him. Okay, Midoriya agreed immediately, and the rest of the table shared looks that were equal parts fond and exasperated. With that, the table started clearing as everyone said their goodbyes. Good night, problem children. Aizawa waved over his shoulder as he stared at the coffee machine. Zu tried to clear up the tea, but Shinsou insisted on doing it himself. He stopped Todoroki just as he was about to leave. You should take Thomas, he said, handing the bunny over. Todoroki blinked. I'm not sad though, he said. Shinsou shrugged. Okay. Sure. But still, she's fluffy. Todoroki couldn't argue with that, so he took the bunny in one arm, while the other held a sleepy Midoriya close to his side, and they all made for the elevator. Shinsou went back to sit at the table next to Papa, who was finishing off the tea still in the pot. So you guys ever gonna wash the BLD of your faces or? Coffee. First, said Dad as he finally poured himself a cup, then shower. Shinsou just rolled his eyes with a scoff. And aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Or trying to at least? I slept all day yesterday, he assured, not like I had much of a choice since you people gave me a DM and babysitter. Speaking of Denki. Papa grinned at Hitoshi with his elbows on the table and his chin in his hands. How's that going, here? Shinsou closed his eyes, and kinda wished he still had Thomas. I thought we agreed not to talk about that. Ever. MIC sighed, but his grin never faltered. Okay, fine. But if you ever do want to talk about it I won't. Okay, Papa nodded, grin still in place. Shinsou scoffed, and stood up to clear up the teacups and teapot while his dads discussed whatever villain they had just come back from fighting. Shinsou could tell that they were just buying time and waiting for him to finish. When he finally did, Aizawa turned to him, you should come upstairs with us. Zashi brought Thor over and she misses you. Hitoshi smiled as he thought about his favorite cat. MIC let out a laugh. Or you could just admit that you miss him, Sho-chan. He smirked at his husband, who just scoffed. Thor misses him. Not me, I don't care. He walked out of the kitchen with his second cup of coffee, and Papa grinned at Hitoshi. So you coming, kid? Shinsou shrugged, yeah, okay. Papa's grin was radiant as he wound an arm around his son's shoulder and they followed Aizawa to the elevator, pressing the button for the teacher's apartment at the top floor. Usually, Hitoshi would have at least protested a little before eventually giving in, but today was different. After spending the early with the emotional support insomniacs, he thought maybe it wasn't so bad accepting comfort once in a while. Disaster Denki group chat. Chargebolt, yo, morning brothers Chargebolt, I had the weirdest dream, oh my god. Chargebolt, Hitoshi was tucking me into bed and I told him I loved him, then he stroked my hair. Can't remember anything else, but can you imagine if that actually happened? I would die. Froppy. I'm gonna tell him Deku, do not. Despite Shinsou's late night or rather, early morning, and Eraserhead's run-in with a particularly mean villain, Aizawa did not go easy at training the next day. He was merciful enough not to wake Shinsou at the butt crack of dawn like he usually did, but training still continued, just as grueling as always. School practicals were for quirk training and sparring with classmates. Weekends were for Aizawa. Hitoshi had trained his quirk with Midoriya multiple times, as the boy was all too eager to go under Shinsou's power. He was later joined by a very helpful Kaminari and a curious Ida. Controlling 3 people at the same time did not come as easy as it had that first day of school against Monoma and his friends. It had been fine at first, but then the training had escalated. Brainwashing 3 people, while giving them each very different orders, while still managing to keep them all under his control, was a hell of a feat, but countless headaches and nosebleeds later, Shinsou had managed it. He hardly had enough time to feel proud before Aizawa had upped the ante. From there, he had had to keep someone under, even as the person was put under physical distress. That had taken longer. Aizawa had explained that if all it took for a villain to break out of his control was a bump to the shoulder, he would lose very quickly in the field. And so went the next phase of quirk training. It had hurt, and it was frustrating and it was tiring, and Hitoshi loved every second of it. He was bettering himself. He was learning how to use his quirk, with no one trusting him any less because of it. He was learning to be a hero, and it was working. Today they were joined by Midoriya, obviously accompanied by Todoroki, at long last. The boy had been asking to be let in on Shinsou's personal training since the very beginning, and Aizawa had shut him down every time. Today was different, however, because his dad had finally deemed him ready to fight and use his quirk at the same time. Shinsou was going to engage in a continuous fight with Aizawa while keeping Midoriya under his control and giving him a set of previously agreed upon orders. The concentration it took to brainwash someone, combined with what it took to fight Mr. Aizawa, was testing Shinsou's limit to the extreme. By the time Aizawa called a break, Shinsou was exhausted, both mentally and physically. He didn't know if his nosebleed was from taking a hit or from making Midoriya recite paragraphs of Shakespeare, in English, while jumping rope backwards. Not bad, Aizawa nodded as he opened a water bottle. Rest for 15 minutes, then we carry on. He went over to sit next to present MIC, out of his hero attire for once and grading some third-year English papers. Shinsou trudged over to Todoroki and Midoriya where the latter was scribbling furiously in his notebook. He collapsed next to them and dumped a bottle of water onto his face. Midoriya giggled, he trains you really hard, doesn't he? Shinsou nodded, still breathing heavily. You're really good though, Shinsou. Not a lot of people could hold their own against Mr. Aizawa in a full-on fight. I still lost though, Shinsou shrugged. Well, he's been a hero for over a decade, Todoroki offered. You've been here for 2 months. Yeah, I guess. Shinsou shrugged, playing off the compliment, even though it meant a lot coming from Todoroki. He sat up with a tired sigh. Anything interesting you got there? He gestured to Midoriya's notebook. He lit up and nodded rapidly. Oh yeah. Okay, look. I noticed when you had me under at times when Mr. Aizawa was going really hard, your control faded a little. Shinsou almost scowled, disappointed in himself, but Midoriya stopped him quickly. But listen. I could feel my own consciousness coming in pretty strong, and I could think for myself and even speak, but that didn't stop me from doing what you said, no matter how hard I tried to break out of it. Shinsou frowned. I don't understand. Before, during training and at the festival, it's like I could feel your quirk everywhere. It was like I was stuck, like I could hardly think for myself, but now it just felt like my body was moving by itself and I was still just watching, but I could also feel it, but I was still questioning it, you know. Rather than being a mindless drone out of my mind. I know this wouldn't be much of a good thing when fighting villains, but like, what if you had to brainwash someone you're working with, while still wanting them to be aware of their surroundings? Or it could be really helpful during interrogations, where you can force someone to tell the truth, but they're still in their mind enough for you to read body language or see if they're trying to resist or trying to hide something or dash. Okay, wait, take a breather. Shinsou held his hand up. This is all great and everything, but it's not a good thing if my control is slipping. No, it's not slipping. Midoriya exclaimed, you're just dividing your attention. When you had to concentrate a little more on the fight, your grip would loosen, but not enough to make me stop. If you could learn to do that on purpose, it might help you with holding tons more people at once. And probably be a lot less painful for you too. During my internship with Gran Torino last year, he taught me to think of my quirk as something spread out over my whole body rather than concentrate it one part. That helped me with the whole finger breaking thing. Maybe if you think of your quirk as something like that. Midoriya shrugged. I don't know, maybe that's not how it works. But I just thought it could be useful is all. Shinsou looked at the boy through narrowed eyes. This guy had a better grip on Hitoshi's quirk than he did. How was this boy so smart? He exchanged an impressed glance with Todoroki, who had a look of pure pride on his face. Shinsou nodded. Okay, let's try it. What do you want me to do? Midoriya beamed. Great. Okay, let's try an interrogation. Just order me to tell the truth and like. Think of your quirk as a hook, maybe. You're forcing me to tell the truth, but still letting me be. You know. Me. Shinsou nodded, taking a gulp of water before he started. All right, you ready? Absolutely. Shinsou envisioned his power as he sent it to Midoriya. A hook in his brain that would pull the truth out of him, but leave the rest of his mind unaffected. Tell me the truth. Midoriya's expression didn't change. Usually there was some tell. A slackening of the jaw, or the eyes drooping, or glazing over. Midoriya just blinked at him. For a second Shinsou thought that it hadn't worked, that his hook hadn't planted, but then Midoriya smiled. Whoa, I think it worked. I can feel you but I'm not completely out of it like usual. Okay, ask me something, see if it worked. I'll try my hardest to resist telling you. Tell me your name. He only kept quiet for a few seconds before answering. Midoriya Izuku. Name your best friend. Todoroki Shoto, he said immediately. Todoroki beamed at that. Well, at least the Todoroki version of a beam. Who in your class do you not particularly like? None of them. I love all my friends. He blinked. Ask me something harder. Something I might not want to answer. Shinsou thought for a second, and then remembered something that had kinda been bugging him for a while. Tell me about you quirk. Midoriya answered immediately. It's called Sudash. He stopped, and blinked. It's super. Shinsou frowned as he felt Midoriya's struggle in mind. He was trying to lie. Trying really hard, and he couldn't. It was working. Tell me about your quirk. He asked again. It's called one. Midoriya's hands slapped over his mouth as he shook his head. No, ask me something else. Seriously, don't make me answer this one, please. His eyes were desperate, so Shinsou let go immediately. Did I overstep? Hitoshi asked, weary of the boy's wide eyes. He shook his head quickly. No, it's not you. It's complicated. I can't really talk about that. Shinsou frowned. Todoroki's expression matched his. Okay. That was suspicious as hell, but okay. But good news. Midoriya was back to smiling. I tried really hard to say something that wasn't completely true and I couldn't. I could feel the words fighting out of my mouth and I couldn't stop them at all. But you were still aware enough to ask me to stop. Exactly, the boy beamed. Okay, next, ask me something invasive enough for me to not want to answer. Just. Not about my quirk, okay. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. You want to go again? Yeah, he said without hesitation, this is going great. The boy's blatant trust was unnerving. He had almost made him say something he didn't want to, and yet he was still offering himself up for practice, only seconds later. Midoriya freaking Izuku. Shinsou shook his head, and once again, sent out the hook, tell me the truth. Midoriya's face remained the same, but Hitoshi could still feel him in his brain. Now for the questions. He had asked Hitoshi to be invasive. Make him not want to answer. At least now they knew that he could ask Shinsou to stop if he needed to, and that he trusted him to do so. So he went for it. Have you really forgiven Bakugo for whatever it is he did to you? Midoriya's eyes widened, and his lips pressed together. He kept silence for several seconds, and when he was starting to look a little green, he burst out. I've forgiven most of it. Shinsou nodded, thinking again. He was resisting. But he still did as he was told. Another. What's the worst thing you've ever done? This time, it took longer for him to speak. He still looked a little green, but he was really fighting it this time. Shinsou didn't pull back, trusting that Midoriya would tell him to stop if he really needed to. After a solid 10 seconds, he spoke through his teeth. I made my dad leave because I was quirkless. Shinsou almost let go of the hold right then. Did he really count that as something he had done? Well, he must have, because he had been ordered to tell the truth. Shinsou shook his head. DMN. You should stop now, Todoroki. Told Shinsou, and he immediately relinquished his hold. Midoriya blinked. 𝐿𝐴𝐷. This is an interrogation, it's supposed to be invasive. You were uncomfortable. Todoroki deadpanned. It's an interrogation. Shinsou just shook his head at Todoroki's overprotective nature, and at Midoriya's inability to care for himself. They were both pretty unhealthy extremes, staring at each other as they tried to convince the other that they were right. God, Shinsou was getting tired of these DMN idiots. He smirked as an idea came to his head. Midoriya, could you go ask Papa about tomorrow's essay? I still need to make some points and was wondering about an extension. There's an essay tomorrow. Midoriya's eyes all but popped out. No, I thought that wasn't till next week. He was up immediately, running towards their teachers on the other side of the gym. That would keep him occupied for a couple of minutes at least. There's no essay tomorrow. Todoroki frowned at Shinsou. Oh. Shinsou shrugged. My bad. Anyway, you want to keep helping me practice. Todoroki shrugged. All right. Perfect. Shinsou's hook went out and planted itself in Todoroki's mind. Tell me the truth. Amichi tilted his head. Feels strange. Like it does during training, but different. Less. Shinsou nodded. That meant it as working. Tell me your name. Todoroki 𝐿𝐴𝐷. Who's your best friend? Midoriya Izuku, he said without hesitation. What's your favorite song? We built this city by Starship. Shinsou had to fight not to snort. He knew for a fact that that just so happened to be Midoriya's favorite song. Whenever that song played, he had to stand up and dance, as if his body gave him no choice. And when he danced not very well, honestly, Todoroki would gaze at him as if he were a siren. Shinsou smirked. What are your feelings for Midoriya Izuku? Todoroki opened his mouth, and nothing came out. His mouth snapped shut, and his eyes widened. He choked out a noise, and swallowed it back down as he covered his mouth with his hand. His face was darkening by the second, and Shinsou's grin was sadistic, resembling his adoptive father's a little too closely to be comfortable. No doubt his smile was flustering Todoroki even more. "Tell me." He bared down at him, and Todoroki's hand dropped while his head shook rapidly even as the words were ripped out of him. "I love him." The words flew out of his mouth even as he tried to swallow them. "I've been in love with him for ages. Possibly since he permanently damaged his body to try and help me. I'm pretty sure I fall in with him every time he smiles at me and I dash once again." His hand flew to his mouth, and he kept talking, words muffled by his palm as he glared at Shinsou. Still with his wide grin, Hitoshi let the poor boy go, and Todoroki gasped. His wide eyes were full of shock, as if the words he had just spoken were a complete surprise to him. Wait. Were they a complete surprise to him? Were Todoroki's emotions really so repressed that he couldn't even tell when he, himself, was in love? Could it be that all that denial was just him genuinely not knowing that what he felt for Midoriya was love? Holy St, what had Endeavor done to this boy? "Oh my god, you really didn't know, did you?" Todoroki's eyes only widened. "You did?" "Yeah. Along with everyone else who has eyes," he wanted to say. But that might be a lot for one day, so he kept it to himself. Before the conversation could progress, Midoriya returned. "Essays due next week, Shinsou." He flopped down in relief, and I almost had a heart attack. He giggled, and then noticed Todoroki's face. "What? What's wrong? What happened?" Todoroki's wide eyes turned to Midoriya, and he just stared. Stared as if he was seeing him for the first time. And in a way, Shinsou guessed he really was. DMN, he had just been trying to get him to admit it, not to send the poor boy into a gay panic. "Xiaotou, are you okay?" Xiaotou did not answer, so Hitoshi did. "Maybe let him lie down a bit. I might have accidentally fried his brain a little." Midoriya frowned in confusion, but did as he was told, pushing Todoroki back until he was lying down. His eyes never strayed from the green-haired boy. Shinsou heard Aizawa calling him back to the floor and he stood up. "Well, thanks for this, Midoriya, it helped a lot. And hey, we learned something else too," he smiled. "When under my quirk, a person won't necessarily tell the real truth, but rather what they define as truth. The two sometimes aren't the same thing." Midoriya frowned. "What do you mean?" "Before, you said you made your dad leave. Because you were quirkless." Midoriya flushed and looked down, but Shinsou nudged him, needing this to get through. "Since you were able to say it under my quirk, you must believe it to be the truth, even though it isn't." Midoriya blinked, "But you didn't do anything wrong. It wasn't your fault. So in that sense, your answer wasn't the truth at all." He shrugged. "That's all I'm saying." He turned and made his way to a waiting Aizawa before Midoriya could reply. Once training was over and they were back at the dorms, Shinsou was all but dragged to Todoroki's room. He wasn't all that surprised, but he was surprised at what the boy had to say. "I need you to use your quirk on me again," he said. "Interrogate me. Today must have been a mistake. I'm not in love with Izuku. I can't be. I can't. So ask me again so I can clear this up." Shinsou knew that it hadn't been a mistake. But still, he obliged. They spent ages in the room, Shinsou asking the same question in a dozen different ways, and even after straining to deny it, Todoroki always gave the same answer. "Are you in love with Midoriya Izuku?" "Yes." "Damn it, try again." "Do you have feeling for Midoriya Izuku?" "Yes." "CRP, again." "Do your feelings for Midoriya Izuku end at friendship?" "No, I'm in love with him." "Essili, why am I saying this?" "Who are you in love with?" "Midoriya Izuku." "Motherfuck." This went on for ages, until Todoroki collapsed onto his futon, his head in his hands. Sighing, Shinsou went to sit with him. "Why is this such a bad thing?" He couldn't help but ask. Todoroki shook his head. "Well, it's not a good thing," sighed. "Emotions and love. And all that. I don't know how to do it. I don't know where to start. And especially not with Izuku." "What's wrong with Izuku?" Todoroki sighed. "Absolutely nothing. That's the main problem. Someone like Izuku shouldn't have someone like me be in love with them. It's not. It's not right. I'm not right." Shinsou shook his head. He knew that this boy had some issues, but this was a lot. Todoroki de 𝐬𝐿, he was interrupted. Please call me 𝐬𝐿. I'm not too fond of my family name. Shinsou nodded. 𝐬𝐿. With all due respect. What you're saying is absolute bullshit. A glare snapped up to him, but Shinsou persevered. Maybe don't write yourself off, you know. Maybe let Midoriya decide for himself whether or not you're right for him. 𝐬𝐿 looked at him for a while, and then scoffed. Well, that's quite hypocritical, don't you think? Shinsou frowned. How exactly? Well, Kaminari has been out with the Baku squad all day, and you keep looking at your phone every few minutes, probably to see if he's texted you, correct? Shinsou blinked. And yet you won't admit to him how you feel. Same as me, no. Shinsou looked away immediately and scoffed. That's a completely different situation. How? He opened his mouth to answer, but couldn't find good enough one. So he said nothing. The two boys stared straight ahead, before Todoroki finally sighed. You're the last person I should be asking for help, really. He sighed. It's just the blind leading the blind. Shinsou snorted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Later on, way after lights out, when Hitoshi was in his bed praying for sleep before he'd have to take his melatonin, he heard a loud buzzing from his phone. He snorted. He had been added to a group chat. Again. He opened the chat and settled on his pillow. Disaster Denki group chat. Shinsou has been added to the chat. Deku has been removed from the chat. Chargebolt, here. Invisible girl, hey, who removed Midoriya? 𝐬𝐿, I did. 𝐬𝐿, I have an announcement to make. Deku, 𝐬𝐿. Deku, hey, who removed me from Denki's chat? 𝐬𝐿, I have no idea. 𝐬𝐿, probably Bakugo. Deku, or dang it. Deku, can you add me back? 𝐬𝐿, I don't know how, sorry, I have to go now, talk to you later. Disaster Denki group chat. Shinsou, how many chats do you people have? Tentacle, several. You'll get used to it. Shinsou, why's this one called Disaster Denki? Chargebolt has changed chat name to everyone but Deku. Chargebolt, it's not, what are you talking about? Shinsou. Okay then. Ingenium, I believe 𝐬𝐿 said he has an announcement. 𝐬𝐿, thank you Ida. 𝐬𝐿, it is in regards to my friendship with Midoriya. 𝐬𝐿, now what I'm about to say may come as a shock to everyone. But please, hear me out. 𝐬𝐿, it has come to my attention that my feelings for Izuku may possibly go beyond those of mere friendship. 𝐬𝐿, simply put, I may very well be in love with him. 𝐬𝐿, in fact, I am fairly certain that I've had feelings for him ever since the sports festival, and my feelings have only increased since then. 𝐬𝐿, seeing as everyone in this class is close friends with him, I wanted to see what you people think I should do. Because I am at a loss. Pinky. 𝐒𝐻𝐿, 𝐒𝐻𝐿, I understand that this may come as a shock, but I am being completely serious. King Explosion Murder, someone needs to shoot me in the face right the F now. Chargebolt, oh my god, okay, it's happening. Cellophane, everybody stay calm. Everybody stay calm. Pinky. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Red Riot, just stay F calm. Red Riot, everybody just F calm down. Red Riot, 𝐬𝐿, we're glad that you came to us with this, and we will do everything to help you out, bro. Red Riot, confessing your feelings is manly as hell. Tailman at Chargebolt, Chargebolt, shut your F. 𝐬𝐿, excuse me, what? 𝐬𝐿, what are you talking about? I'm not confessing anything. Sugarman, but you said you wanted help. 𝐬𝐿, yes. Help to get over these feelings. Or what I should do while I wait for them to go away. 𝐬𝐿, why would I tell him how I feel? Are you people insane? Can't he stop twinkling? Mondu, I don't know how much more I can take of this. Froppy, Momo is crying right now. Well done 𝐬𝐿, ribbit. 𝐬𝐿, the whole point of this discussion is so that you people would tell me how to keep my feelings hidden so as not to ruin our friendship. 𝐬𝐿, since he obviously wouldn't return my feelings, I wouldn't want things to be awkward between us. Tentacle, okay, how long until we can officially call this brain damage? 𝐬𝐿, stop joking, this is serious. Tentacle, I'm not joking, that's the worst part. Creati, okay everyone, I understand we're all frustrated, but let's all take a breath. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Why exactly are you so sure that Midoriya wouldn't return your feelings? �㗉, it's Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, honey, I know you think you're explaining yourself but you're really not. 𝐒𝐿, someone like him wouldn't go for someone like me. Red Riot, bro, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, and why do you think that 𝐒𝐿? 𝐒𝐿, he's Izuku. He's the best person in the world in every possible way. Certainly much better than anyone else in this class. Pinky, I should be offended but you know what is right. 𝐒𝐿, he should end up with someone who's at least close to being as good of a person as he is. I am nowhere near that, therefore as his friend I should do everything in my power to shove these feelings down as much as possible. 𝐒𝐴𝐚𝐲, someone help me out here. Cellophane, Shinsou, do you think your brainwashing works through text? Maybe you could knock some sense into him. Ingenium, I understand your frustrations but please don't try that right now. Shinsou, alright, 𝐿𝐿, let's for a second pretend that what you're saying makes sense. Shinsou, you're Midoriya's best friend, right? 𝐿𝐿, yes Shinsou, alright. Let me paint you a picture. Shinsou, so let's say he eventually finds someone who's good enough as you put it. He falls in love with this person. And seeing as it's Midoriya, he probably won't shut up about them. Shinsou, and obviously the person he would be gushing to would be his best friend. Shinsou, that would be you. 𝐿𝐿, 𝐿𝐿, I would be completely fine with that. Sugarman, that's a lie. The wall we share just turned to ice. 𝐿𝐿, unrelated. Shinsou, you'd be fine with that. Shinsou, so if this other guy were to propose, he'd probably ask you about what kind of ring Midoriya would want. Shinsou, and then you would probably have to be the best man at their wedding. Shinsou, and have a front row seat to Midoriya Izuku marrying someone else. Shinsou, and then they'd adopt 6 kids and start a cult. And you wouldn't be a part of that cult because you're just Uncle 𝐿𝐿 who never told their dad how you felt because you were too busy feeling sorry for yourself instead of telling him how you feel and letting him decide for himself if you're good enough for him or not. Shinsou, and then years later, Izuku's on his deathbed and confesses that he might have liked you back in high school. And then you realize that you've wasted your whole life over something that could have been remedied when you were 16. Shinsou, and then you'll die. Shinsou, okay, my picture is finished. 𝐿𝐿, 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 charge bolt, Hitoshi, you broke him. Shinsou, it was necessary. Ingenium, that is quite the imagination you have there. Shinsou. Shinsou, thank you Ingenium, I'm honestly not sure if that was a compliment or not. Cellophane, yo, our entire hallway is frozen. And Todoroki is missing from his room. Can't he stop twinkling? Perhaps it has to do with the loud banging on Midoriya's door. Shinsou, oh 𝐻𝐻, yep, Todoroki's down here. He looks scared, maybe I went too hard. Red Riot, is he gonna talk to Midoriya? Red Riot, Shinsou, you've got to record that please, we need to see. Shinsou, what? No. Pinky, please, you gotta. You're closest. 𝐿𝐿, if this is actually happening right now and we miss it I will literally die. 𝐿𝐿, is that what you want? Shinsou. 𝐿𝐿, do you want me to die? Shinsou, this is a private moment, I can't just record them. Charge bolt, Hitoshi please. Shinsou, okay fine. Shinsou didn't want to be doing this. But he was going to eavesdrop anyway, so he guessed it was unfair if he got to watch and no one else did. So that's how he found himself with his door just barely open, he head poked out just a little bit, and his phone camera just out enough to catch a bit of picture. Not that any of that mattered anyway, because as soon as Midoriya opened his door, Hitoshi doubted either of them were aware of any outside influences. 𝐿𝐿. Midoriya stepped out with wide eyes. What's wrong? What happened? You don't look so good. Todoroki ignored the questions and shook his head. Izuku, I need to speak with you. Oh, okay, sure. What dash? I don't want to be the best man at your wedding. 𝐿𝐿 suddenly burst, much to Midoriya's shock. My wedding. He squeaked. And I don't want to have to listen to you talk about how you love someone else, because if you do that I'll have to listen because that's what best friends do. 𝐿𝐿, what are you dash? I mean I would still do it because I would do anything you want. I would do anything for you, Izuku, but this is one thing I would much rather not do, please. Midoriya had resorted to opening and closing his mouth like a goldfish. And I know that you deserve someone who's as perfect as you are, Izuku, I know that. Or at least almost as perfect, because no one can get close to you in that department. And I realize how selfish it is of me, but I don't want you to find someone better than me. I know there's plenty out there, Izuku, but no matter how much better they are than me in other things, they can never love you more than I do. Shinsou's eyes widened just as Midoriya's did. Okay, so he just went right for it here. 𝐤𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 𝐿𝐻𝐷 because I love you a lot, Izuku. I've been in love with you for a long time now, but I never said anything because, well, you're you. And I'm lucky enough as it is that you even let me be your friend, let alone your best friend, and I never want anything to ruin that. So I thought I would be able to just ignore what I felt, or at least try to let it die out. But I realize now that that's not going to happen. And some things came up today that scared the hell out of me, and I realized that I had to at least try. Maybe let you decide for yourself if you'd like to give me a chance to be with you. Whether now, or in the future. Or even not at all. That would be completely understandable. The floor around Todoroki was turning frosty, but neither he nor Midoriya seemed to notice. Midoriya was staring up at Todoroki with shimmering eyes, a quivering lip and a face going red from held breath. Todoroki was staring right back, more emotion in his face than Shinsou had ever seen. He looked terrified, as if every word out of his mouth was painful but necessary if the determination in his eyes was anything to go by. That being said, Todoroki breathed out, I hope that whatever you decide, you'll still let me be your friend, even while knowing that I'm in love with and I always will be. Even if I end up just being your best man and having your children call me Uncle Xiaoto and not being allowed to join your cult. He swallowed hard, as for the first time in a while, his eyes left Midoriya's and he squeezed them tightly shut. I understand that you may need some time to consider all I've said, and I'll leave you alone until you've made a decision. If you decide that you want nothing to do with me after this, I will understand. I really hope that that's not the case, Izuku. I don't know what I'd do if you weren't my friend anymore. With a final burst of ice from his foot, Todoroki turned on his heel and walked down the hallway, and all but sprinted up the stairs, leaving a trail of ice in his wake. Shinsou turned back to Midoriya, who was staring at the spot where Xiaoto had disappeared. His eyes were so wide Hitoshi feared they might pop out. They were swimming in unshed tears, and his mouth was agape as his gaze followed the trail of ice. Behind him, 𝐼𝐺 and Tokoyami stood with their heads poked out of their doors, having obviously been eavesdropping right alongside Hitoshi. Speaking of, Hitoshi stopped the recording, hit send, and pocketed his phone. He wondered if he should leave Midoriya to process. Maybe he needed a moment alone, maybe. Hitoshi's eyes widened when he saw Midoriya's knees give out. The boy held onto the frame of his door as he slid to the floor with a squeak. He lay on his back, eyes still wide as they stared unblinking at the ceiling. Okay. Maybe a moment alone wasn't a good idea. He rushed out of his room, and saw that Tokoyami and 𝐼𝐺 had had the same thought. The three stood over the red-faced boy as he breathed shallow breaths and cupped his face. Izuku. 𝐼𝐺 spoke first, Mon ami, this floor is filthy, please get up. Midoriya didn't seem to hear him. Was that real? He squeaked. Did Xiaoto? Did he just? He squeaked again, clasping his hands to his chest. Is this a prank? Did someone dare him to say all that? Was he joking? Why would he joke about that? Oh my god, I can't breathe. Okay, breathing is important, so try doing that, okay? Shinsou said helpfully. Midoriya only squeaked, his clasped hands going to press against his mouth. Was that real? He whispered again. As real as the sun shines, Shuri, simpered 𝐼𝐺. Midoriya finally blinked, and then looked at the three faces above him as if only now noticing them. He sat up quickly, breath still coming in breaths. You guys heard that, right? You heard him. You heard what he said. I didn't make it up. You didn't make it up, Midoriya. Shinsou couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth quirk up. You heard him exactly right. Izuku stared at Shinsou for a few seconds, and then he leapt up as if he had been shocked. I need to talk to him, he shouted. Where is he? I need to talk to him. Tokoyami was the first to pull out his phone. Shinsou had been ignoring the buzzing in his pocket in favor of dealing with Midoriya, but the others had been blowing up the group chat. He's in Kuda's room. Tokoyami spoke up, nodding at his phone. Jiru's in there too, she says. He's in the fetal positions holding onto Thomas. Midoriya's eyes widened, and he began to take off. And then he stopped. What? What do I say? What do I say to him? What should I do? I don't know what to say. Well, I love you too would be a good place to start, Shinsou drawled. Midoriya looked at him like he had given him profound advice. He beamed, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and then he took off, taking the stairs 3 at a time as he rushed to the 3rd floor. The 3 he left behind had matching grins. I think I deserve a medal. Shinsou nodded at himself. I hate to give away gold that I could keep for myself, Emma giggled, but I agree wholeheartedly. Everyone but Deku group chat. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, this is so sad. He looks like he's having a heart attack. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, guys, he's twisting his face so hard it looks painful. Kuda, he's trying to turn back time. Ingenium, well, tell him to stop, it won't work. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, he's on fire. Ida, I'm not going anywhere near him. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, oh, Midoriya's here. He looks so happy and Todo looks like he's in pain. I should not be laughing, oh my god. Uravity, quit laughing and tell us what's happening. I'm dying here, please. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, alright, sorry. Yeah, Midoriya touched him and the fire went away immediately. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, so obviously Todo's shirt burned away, so Midoriya can't speak anymore. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, guys, I can't, this is so cute, I hate these useless gays. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, oh 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, he kissed him. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, Midoriya just made a lot of sounds and then he gave up and just kissed him. Can't he stop twinkling? Tailman, yeah, I think that goes for all of us. King explosion murder, finally. Charge bolt, pics or it didn't happen. Ingenium, no. Jiru, you will not take a picture of Xiaoto and Izuku kissing. Uravity, Tenya, you're not fun. Froppy, so. Are you guys just in there watching them kiss? 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, well, I'm watching. Kuda left. Anima, privacy. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, it's kinda hot, not gonna lie. Creati, 𝐂𝐻𝐿. 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿, 𝐿𝐿𝐽𝐿. Invisible girl, I can't believe that just happened. My skin is clear. My CRPS are watered. Everything is right with the world. Tailman, isn't your skin always clear? Invisible girl, Mashiru, I swear to God. Pinky. All this caused Todoroki was scared to death by a fake imagined future. Shinsou, you have done the Lord's work, I love you. Uravity, Uwu, is this another confession? Chargebolt, oh. Pinky. First of all, I am a big gay. Pinky. And second, I don't wanna die, Shinsou. You think I'd kill you? Pinky. You're not the one I'm afraid of, babes. Red Riot, anyone else have something to confess? No pressure or anything, but do it. Tentacle, okay. Tentacle, so. I really like birds. Tsukuimi, well, I should hope so, otherwise you wouldn't really want to be friends with me. Tentacle. Sugarman, oh, for the love of God. Anima, Froppy, I am in pain. Kaminari Denki was a mess. He was such a mess it was actually embarrassing. Denki was possibly the most shameless person he knew. He was hardly ever embarrassed or flustered or anything. He laughed at himself even more than his friends laughed at him. He never got embarrassed. But this SHT here was near humiliating. It's not like he had ever actually been the most stable person in the class, or even in his squad, but still, he had never been this bad before. And it was clearly all Shinsou Hitoshi's fault. Ever since he had waltzed into the class 2A like a seki, surly, purple wet dream, Denki had been hooked. He knew a hot boy when he saw one, and as far as Denki was concerned, Hitoshi's hotness was unrivaled. And that was saying something considering how appealing everyone in his class was. It would have been intimidating for anyone, but not Denki. His friends were hot and he was never shy about letting them know. He had always been a serial flirter, and luckily he was surrounded by people who understood that he meant no harm, and who weren't shy to tell him to tone it down when he needed to. So when the Seki as F brainwasher joined his class, it wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Just another gorgeous classmate for Denki to admire. That's all. It was not supposed to go this far. He was not supposed to start liking him this much. And he certainly wasn't supposed to start falling for him either. Denki wouldn't lie, he used the word love pretty lightly. Always had. In his first year, he fell in love at least once a week. That second-year support girl. Tetsu from 2B. That Vine girl who had kicked his butt. The guy from the business course. He'd even been fixated on 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 for a while. He'd dealt with all those fleeting feelings as usual. Flirting and winking and hanging off them as much as he could while just managing to stay on the right side of annoying. And then someone else would catch his attention, and the CYCL began again. This was different. It was so different it was worrying. Those first few days, he had ranted to his friends over and over again, waxing poetic about his love for the seki new kid. Gushing over his looks, and his voice, and his hair, and his voice, and how smart he was, and his voice. Denki really liked his voice. But as time went on, Denki stopped, the words not coming as easily anymore. It was easy to go on about being in love with Hitoshi when Denki kinda knew that he was being overly dramatic and maybe kinda joking. It became a lot harder as Denki gradually realized that maybe he wasn't actually joking anymore. He wasn't being overly dramatic when his heart leapt into his throat every time Hitoshi so much as nodded at him. How he absolutely lived for the days when Hitoshi would let him get on his back and Denki could just hold him for a little while. How he treasured those study nights more than Denki had possibly ever treasured anything else. The two extremes were like whiplash. All Denki wanted to do was be around Hitoshi, even though being around him was sometimes painful. Denki wanted to talk to him and listen to him and see him smile, and hear those little chuckles he always tried to hold in, but never quite managed to. To press up against him in the early morning to keep him warm because he somehow kept forgetting to wear a shirt. And then there was the other part of Denki. The part that had to fight to breathe whenever he was in close proximity. The part that couldn't keep his heart rate from spiking up whenever Hitoshi gave him that smile of his. He smiled with his eyes. His lips would hardly move, just the corners tilting up a bit, but it's his eyes that would show it. When he smiled, they were so bright and so alive and so appealing that Denki felt like looking for too long was hazardous to his health. He looked anyway. He couldn't help it. Luckily for him, Hitoshi wasn't one for a lot of eye contact, so he never saw Denki staring. Which was good, because Denki stared a lot. He tried to treat Hitoshi like he had treated all his crushes, even though, dumb as he was, Denki knew that Hitoshi wasn't like any of his other crushes. At this point, he was hardly even a crush anymore. Denki liked the guy. He really liked him. And Denki had no idea what to do about it. There was the obvious thing, of course. The thing everyone kept telling him. The thing he wouldn't have had a problem doing about 2 months ago. Just ask him out. Tell him how you feel. What's the worst that could happen? And yeah, all that sounded good on paper. But in reality it was not that simple. Or maybe it was, and Denki was just a coward like Bakugo reminded him at least 7 times a day. And fine, yeah, he would take being called a coward. Maybe he was. Because of course he was scared. Of course he was. Denki had seen how feelings could ruin friendships. He'd seen it happen everywhere, where one person felt something and the other one didn't, and then it was never the same. No matter what, there was always that little barrier. That barrier was terrifying, and just the thought of having it between him and Hitoshi made Denki immediately throw out any thoughts of telling him how he felt. Hitoshi had come to mean so much more to him in these past months than Denki thought was possible. As flustered as he would always get around him, Denki had never felt more comfortable around someone before. He loved his friends more than anything. He really did. He could always be himself around them, even the parts that the rest of the class didn't know much about. And even though they reminded him how stupid he was on the daily, he knew that they didn't mean any harm by it. Well, except maybe Bakugo, but even he was getting better. But it was different with Hitoshi. How? Denki had no clue. But what he felt around him was not how he felt around his squad. Or the rest of 2A. Or any of his past crushes, or even the few people he had dated before. Hitoshi was different. And it was driving him crazy. His friends had been encouraging at first. And then they'd swayed to good-natured mockery. And now they just felt bad for him. Which was completely justified actually. He knew what he looked like. He saw it in the way they would glance around at each other whenever Denki would let a sentence drift into nothing when Hitoshi drifted into his view. Or when he would have to hold his breath whenever Hitoshi would answer a question in class in that voice. Or when he would need to take a few minutes to get his breathing back whenever he went under Hitoshi's brainwashing during training. It was possible that he was developing a hypnosis KNK, and it was worrying. Or in the way Denki would be halfway to short-circuiting his brain whenever Hitoshi would give a little grin and ruffle Denki's hair when he got a whole worksheet right. He could go on and on about all the things Hitoshi did that dug Denki even deeper into this hole he was already in. Denki had it bad. He had it so bad, and it was humiliating. He was an absolute mess, and he was learning to embrace that. He had no point but to embrace it. Especially tonight, when after a year of angsty, pining and longing and wondering if they would ever get their SHT together, Xiaotou and Izuku were finally a couple. It was a burst of joy, and a sigh of relief for the entire class. Each of them had at some point been personally subjected to Midoriya waxing poetic about Xiaotou, or Xiaotou aggressively denying his very obvious feelings. Now that was over, and they were happy, and Denki was happy for them. But their union only made to remind him how desperately single he was, and how he was too scared to do anything about it. He was suddenly hit with a pang of loneliness. All he could do was go through his phone looking at the selfies of him and Hitoshi that Denki had forced upon the boy. In every selfie, he had the same blank expression, while Denki looked near psychotic in comparison. But it was the other pictures that were Denki's favorite. The ones he took when Hitoshi wasn't looking. When he didn't have time to try and hide his smile or mute any facial expressions or pretend to be the emotionless stud he sold to everyone who didn't know him. Well, Denki did know him. Better than anyone else, if you didn't count his family. And there was always so much going on in that head and on that face, and a part of Denki wanted the rest of the world to know. To understand. To see exactly what he saw. But another, more selfish part was just proud that he was the only one who got to. Giving up on resting, Denki got out of bed with a sigh and went over to his desk. He could kill some time sorting out his work until it was time to meet Hitoshi downstairs. He pulled out his history, dead set on doing something productive, but before he knew it, Denki had pulled out a little notepad. He spent the next hour scribbling into it, deliberating on whether Shinsou Denki sounded better or Kaminari Hitoshi. Or whether the names would work better double-barreled. Or what their kids would be called. Would they be Kaminari Shinsou or Shinsou Kaminari? Or maybe they could join the two names. Maybe Kaminsou. Kamishin. Shiminari. Shinkami. Ooh, Shinkami. He smiled, cheeks flushed as he underlined that last one. Was he turning into a crazy person? Possibly. But it had been going on for so long now that there was no point trying to stop it. Might as well just accept it. A glance at his watch told Denki that he was late for their study session. By a whole 30 minutes. He leapt up, grabbing his bag, making sure to leave the incriminating notebook behind, and rushed out of his room and down the stairs. I know I'm a little late, sorry, he rushed out as soon as he was in the common room, but I'm ready as hell to teach you about the joy that is William Shakespeare's dash. Denki froze with a gasp when he looked at the couch. Hitoshi was there all right. And he was fast asleep. The play, Macbeth, was open under his cheek. His arms crossed above his head, and one leg swinging off the sofa. Denki dropped his bag as his lips stretched into a soft smile. He was always so happy when Hitoshi was asleep, because he of all people knew how hard it was for him to do so. Plus, Shinsou Hitoshi was quite a sight when he was unconscious. God, he hoped that wasn't as creepy as it sounded. Denki approached the couch quietly, sitting on the floor by Hitoshi's head. He wasn't going to wake him. Oh hell no. Tonight Denki was supposed to go over Macbeth, seeing as literature was one of the only things he didn't SCK at. But hell, that could definitely wait. Hitoshi so seldom fell asleep by himself that when it did happen, his slumber was to be protected at all costs. As quietly as he could, Denki took out the history notes he needed to go over, and write down again in a way that made sense. That would keep him busy until either Hitoshi woke up, or he would have to get him up for school. Concentrating on work was pretty hard though, with how Hitoshi's face was right there next to him. Denki kept glancing up at him, letting out a little smile before ducking his head again. It wasn't fair how appealing he was. Denki looked like SHT when he was asleep. His mouth gaped open, he snored, drooled sometimes, thrashed around, and was just a general mess. Hitoshi looked elegant and ethereal. He was all peace and soft breaths and still and appealing. Before long, Denki was spending more time staring at Hitoshi than doing his history. On any other day, his creeping would have embarrassed him a little, but today, he was glad for it. Because if he hadn't been looking as intensely as he did, he might not have noticed when Hitoshi's face changed. His eyebrows furrowed, the movement going so slow he wouldn't have seen if he hadn't been looking right at him. And then his jaw clenched, and he let out a little gasp. Denki blinked, the smile on his face slipping. Hitoshi let out another gasp. And then another, and another. His arms drew down, knocking the book to the floor, and curling up against his stomach. His legs did the same, until he was a curled ball on the couch, breathing in short gasps. Gasps that sounded like he was in pain. Denki's eyes widened as he froze. This was a nightmare. He was having a nightmare. Denki was up on his knees immediately, hand hovering over Hitoshi's face. What had been peaceful only a minute ago was now screwed in pain, and Denki felt his own heart lurch. His hand finally stopped hovering, and he cupped Hitoshi's cheek as lightly as he could. "Toshi," he whispered, "Hitoshi, hey, it's okay. It's okay." Hitoshi's gasps were starting to sound like he was choking, and his whole body was shaking from the force of it. "Hitoshi," Denny strengthened his voice, letting his other hand tug on the boy's shoulder. "Wake up, Toshi, it's okay. You're okay." He kept his voice quiet, but strong enough to wake him up. And with that, along with the slight tugs on his shoulder, Hitoshi's eyes flew open with a painful-sounding gasp. Hey, it's okay." Denki assured him, not moving his hand from his face. "It was just a dream. Toshi, you're okay. You're okay, it's okay." Besides his open eyes, Hitoshi hadn't moved. Eyes just staring straight ahead and body still curled in on itself. Moving before he could think, Denki got up off the floor and sat on the couch. He maneuvered himself until his lap was under Hitoshi's head, and his hand was in his hair. "You're okay, Hitoshi," he kept whispering all the while. "No one's hurting you, okay? It's just me here, it's just Denki. You're okay, everything's okay. Just breath with me, Toshi, just breath." He kept chanting the same words over and over again, looking desperately at the shivering boy, willing him to look up and stop shaking. To unwind his arms, and relax his legs and slow his breaths and to stop being in pain. "It's okay, Hitoshi, it's just Denki," he whispered, his voice on the verge of cracking. "It's just me." Denki kept at it, and after far too long, Hitoshi's breathing slowed, and Denki felt his body lose some of its tension. Slowly, his head turned, and dark purple eyes finally looked up at him. "Denki." "Yeah, Toshi, I'm here." He let out a breath. "Denki." Denki nodded, letting out a breath. "It's okay," he whispered again. "You're okay, it was just a nightmare." "Just a nightmare," he repeated, and Denki nodded. His hand still combing through impossibly soft people hair. Hitoshi turned away again. "I'm sorry I didn't mean to fall asleep, hey, none of that." Denki tried to make himself sound authoritative. "No apologizing. Please. Go back to sleep, okay? I'll stay right here with you." Hitoshi must have still been mostly out of it, because he nodded without hesitation. He let his legs stretch out again, and his hands curled up under his head and on top of Denki's thighs. Denki didn't stop his whispering comforts. Not until he saw Hitoshi's eyes slide shut, and felt his breaths even out, and felt his body go limp. He let out a long, shaky breath. He had no idea how he had managed to stay so calm that whole time. What he had witnessed was downright painful, and now that he was asleep again, Denki let his face crumble. He had known that Hitoshi had nightmares. Sometimes when it was 3 studying took a back seat and other stuff came out. Stuff that would probably never be admitted in the light of day. But from those 3 conversation, Denki knew that Hitoshi's life before Aizawa and MIC adopted him had been nothing short of a nightmare. He never went into much detail, but the little he did mention painted a pretty clear picture. From foster parents that either treated him like a villain, or treated him like nothing at all. To classmates that either bullied him relentlessly or pretended he wasn't even there. Hitoshi was fine now. He was safe. He had loving parents, and a bright future, and classmates who adored him and friends all around. And he had Denki. But as great as things were now, it would never take away what those people had done to him. How those people had treated him. And Denki had to fight all his instincts not to find every single one of them and put them through a world of pain. Hitoshi shifted in his sleep, and Denki held his breath, hoping that his anger hadn't taken physical form and woken him up. Luckily, a still fast asleep Hitoshi only turned his head, and then his body followed suit. Denki's eyes widened as Hitoshi flipped himself over until his face was buried against Denki's stomach. He gasped softly as Hitoshi's arm wound around his waist, and stayed there. Denki was frozen for a few moments, and then with wide eyes and pink cheeks, his face split into a smile. He was hugging him. This counted as a hug, right? Sure, he was asleep and wasn't aware of what he was doing, but still. Hitoshi was hugging him. Denki had wanted to hug him for so long, but after that first disastrous attempt, when he had almost knocked the poor guy off his chair, he hadn't dared try again. But this was close enough. Hell, this was better. Denki let his arm rest on top of Hitoshi's, hand stroking patterns onto the back of his shoulder, while his other hand carried on combing through his hair. He smiled and closed his eyes as he let his own head fall against the back of the couch. Had his eyes been open, he might have noticed when several minutes later, a dark shadow hovered above them. He probably would have seen the phone in their hand, and noticed the flash of a camera, before the shadow darted back to the elevator doors, joining a group of triumphant-looking insomniacs. But that was a problem for another day. Right now Shinsou Hitoshi was hugging him, and Denki couldn't be happier. When Hitoshi woke up again, it luckily wasn't from being waken up from a nightmare. His eyes blinked open, and his eyelashes fluttered against soft fabric. He knew immediately what it was, and his face heated up immediately. He was pressed face first into Denki's torso, breathing in his vanilla scent, so close that his eyelashes were touching Denki's shirt. Not only that, but he was clinging onto the boy for dear life, his arms would around his waist like it was a lifeline, while the boy snored softly above him. This would have been bad enough. But no, the circumstances of how he had even ended up in this position made it all the worse. He had had a nightmare in the common room. God, what if anyone else had found him? What if it hadn't been Denki? God, he was so glad that it had been Denki. As embarrassed as he was to have had to be so vulnerable in front of him, he wouldn't have wanted anyone else to be here right now. He wouldn't have wanted to be holding on to anyone else like this. He wouldn't want anyone else's hand in his hair like this. No one but Denki. Which is probably why, even having been awake for several minutes now, he still hadn't let go of him. His grip hadn't loosened at all. And honestly, Hitoshi wouldn't have moved at all had it not been for the noise he heard next to him. Just the flipping of a page in a book, but still enough for Hitoshi to know that they were no longer alone. Hitoshi's eyes widened, and his heart stopped. He just couldn't catch a break, could he? Slowly as he could, Hitoshi lifted his head, and sitting there next to Denki, with reading glasses and Hitoshi's Macbeth, sat Papa. He was wearing pajamas and had his hair loose and flowing around his face. He looked so much softer like this. And he had a smile to match. "Hey," he whispered. "Hi," Hitoshi found himself replying. "Hope I didn't wake you, I was just sitting." Hitoshi shook his head. "Nah, you didn't." Papa smiled again, and went back to reading the play. Hitoshi then realized that it might be weird to be on the lap of the guy he was in. Like with his dad not even a foot away. So reluctantly, he unwound his arms from around Denki and got up slowly. Papa shifted as quietly as he could, opening up a space between himself and the sleeping Kaminari. Hitoshi slot himself slowly into the spot. Even in his deep slumber, Denki must have noticed the sudden lack of contact, because he let out a small whine and pulled his legs up to his chest, leaning over onto Hitoshi and letting his head rest on the purple boy's shoulder. Hitoshi didn't even realize that he was smiling as he stared down at the sleeping boy, all curled up in a too-baggy shirt and looking even smaller than he already was. Hitoshi let his arm wind around his shoulders to keep him steady, and Denki rubbed his nose against Shinsou's shoulder before going back to his adorable snoring. "You're cute together." Hitoshi's head snapped back to Papa, prepared to see his usual smug smirk whenever anything about Kaminari Denki came up. He was surprised to see that he still had that soft little smile on his face as he looked at them over his glasses. Shinsou sighed as he looked away. "We're not though," he muttered. "Together, that is." "I know." Papa nodded, trying his hardest not to sound sympathetic. He knew how Hitoshi hated sympathy. "Come on kiddo, don't look so tense," he nudged Hitoshi lightly. "I know I give you a lot of essay, but you say you don't want to talk about it, so I won't talk about it, K." Hitoshi hadn't even realized that he had tensed up, awaiting the barrage of questions and comments he just knew were dying to leave Papa's mouth. But as usual, MIC could read right through him, and knew exactly what he needed. And right now, what he needed was just this right here. With a sigh, and resigning himself to his still tired state, Hitoshi let his head lean over and rest on Papa's shoulder, while still taking care not to move Denki. MIC didn't make a big deal out of it, and Hitoshi was thankful. He loved his loud dad, and he loved that he knew that sometimes he didn't need to be loud. The only acknowledgement was the hand that brushed through his hair while Papa kept his eyes on the book. Hitoshi closed his eyes and sighed against Papa's shoulder. "I had a nightmare," he admitted quietly. "That's why you found us like that." Hisashi nodded slowly, closing the book, "And Kaminari helped you through it." Shinsou nodded, as if he'd been doing it for years. Knew exactly what to say. Exactly what to do. "I would have freaked out a bit if I wasn't busy trying not to hyperventilate." Papa nodded again, his fingers not stopping their brush through Hitoshi's hair. "I notice you're not freaking out now, even though you're no longer hyperventilating." Hitoshi shrugged with the shoulder that didn't hold a sleeping Denki. "Just realized I'm not that surprised," he admitted. "If he's already so perfect in every other way, might as well be perfect at dealing with all my bullshit too." "Your nightmares aren't bullshit, Hitoshi," MIC assured him quietly. "No part of you is." Hitoshi didn't reply to that. Not really knowing how. After a short silence, MIC spoke up again. "I'm so proud of you kid, you know that." Hitoshi scoffed. "I just told you I had to be talked out of a stupid dream by the guy I like, and your first thought is proud." "Absolutely," smiled Hisashi. "Just a few months ago, we would never be having this conversation, you know that. You would have never told anyone about a nightmare if they hadn't witnessed it firsthand. And you'd have never even considered letting some boy drool on your shoulder so easily." Hitoshi let out a little snort, and then let his eyes glance over at Denki. "He's not just some boy," he admitted quietly. And he could basically feel Papa's radiant grin behind him. "You're right, he's not," is all he said, reining in the rest of the gushing that wanted so desperately to leave his mouth. "I'm proud of you too, Papa," Hitoshi smirked. "Months ago, you would never have been able to keep your mouth shut about the position I'm in right now. You're learning to have a filter. Congratulations." MIC let out a little chuckle. Yeah, whatever, you brat. "And just so you know, shutting up right now is causing me physical pain. I'm gonna have to talk your dad's ear off once he gets back from patrol." "As long as it's not me," Hitoshi shrugged. He froze when he realized that he had accidentally moved Denki, but the heavy sleeper only sniffed a little before going back to his regular snoring. "I should take him to bed," Hitoshi said after a while. MIC nodded. "I'll carry him for you if you want." "No, F off, I'm doing it." Hitoshi spoke too quickly, and MIC had to fight his vocal cords to keep from screaming. "All right then kid, go on." "You go first," Hitoshi insisted. "We'll follow in a minute." Hisashi's smile was plastered onto his face, and he gave out a little snort as he stood up. "All right then. Take a nap you little weirdo, you've got to be up in an hour." "Will do," he said, even thought they both knew that he probably would not. MIC squeezed his shoulder and planted a kiss to the top of his head. "Good night kiddo." "Night Papa," he sighed as he made his way over to the elevator. It only took several minutes for Hitoshi to will himself to stand up. Staying here with Denki curled up against him like he was a much more pleasant thought than having to go back to his room alone, but he knew that at any moment now, people could start waking up, and being caught in this position by this class would be disastrous. Hitoshi didn't even try to wake Denki this time, knowing how pointless that would be. Instead he gathered the sleeping blonde's things and swung the bag over his back. And then, just like he had done before, Hitoshi stood over Denki, deciding how to do this. He knew deep down that this process was unnecessary. He already knew how he was going to carry him to bed. With a self-loathing sigh and a shake of the head, Hitoshi crouched down and started to maneuver his loud blonde's limbs around himself. When he finally stood up straight, he was blushing up a storm. Again. And fighting through shallow breaths. Again. God, he must be some sort of MSCST, because having Denki all wrapped around him like this was downright painful. But at the same time, Hitoshi knew that he was savoring every moment of this until he had to let him go again. All too soon, he made it to Denki's room. And again, he very slowly and carefully set the boy down, unhooking his limbs one by one. Hitoshi knew that he probably didn't need to be this slow, this careful. He knew that he was lingering, and that it was wrong and he should stop. But since when did he ever listen to the rational part of his brain? Once Denki was under a light blanket and had a pillow hugged to his chest, Hitoshi left his school bag at the foot of his bed, and finally, he turned and walked out the door. Once Hitoshi got to his own room, he flopped down on his bed with a sigh. There had been no sleep talking today. No muttering of "love you, good night." Hitoshi was surprisingly self-aware today, and he knew why he had lingered in that room as long as he did. He knew he had been waiting to see if he'd say it again. If he would be having that same dream again. If he would pat Hitoshi's cheek and smile through sleep-filled eyes and say, "Love you, good night." God, how had he come to this? He knew very well that those words weren't for him. He'd spent enough time agonizing over it. And yet still, his stupid, idiotic, pathetic self still craved hearing them, as if he was hooked. Hitoshi turned over and groaned into his pillow. Yep, he was a MSCST all right. And not the seki kind, either. I think I preferred it when they were tiptoeing around each other, growled Shinsou as he threw himself onto the common room couch. It's your fault for making Todoroki talk, muttered Kirishima. We all blame you for putting us through this. Shinsou nodded. Honestly, he blamed himself too. It had been a week since Xiaoto's desperate confession and he and Midoriya had gotten together officially. At first, everyone was relieved and ecstatic and all was well, until the two were found making out at every single corner that anyone ever turned ever. If anyone in the dorm went through an hour without being treated to some Todo Deku soft porn, it was considered a blessing. Or leave them alone, it's young love, Emma sighed wistfully. Teenage romance and pesky hormones, along with a year of repressed feelings, had to manifest eventually. I just wish they manifested behind closed doors, Shinsou admitted, to the nods of those around them. Well, you've got to admit, they're better than Bakugo and Kirishima were, shrugged Jiru. The room murmured their agreements, and Kirishima's face reddened. Oh come on, we weren't that bad. You absolutely were, Momo nodded. I'm pretty sure having to watch you two is what cemented the fact that I'm a lesbian. Really? Kaminari raised an eyebrow. 'Cause it's what eventually got me to realize I'm bi. Of course you would enjoy it, you freak. Zero snorted. Well, what, do you want me to lie? Kaminari shrugged shamelessly. The room laughed and Shinsou smirked. Sometimes a little white lie doesn't hurt, Denki. You people can't shame me for the truth. Denki shook his head. They ruined our holiday. Zero threw his hands up, and then turned to Hitoshi. You know they got together at a New Year's party, right? I've heard, he nodded. So Momo had invited us to one of her private villas for the holidays just after Christmas, and I'm sorry, one of her private villas. Momo flushed. Well, my parents like to have many options for holidays. Rich beach, Uraraka shook her head, and then gasped when Momo let out a little pout. Wait Momo, I didn't mean that, I was kidding, I'm sorry. It's all right Okiko, I know, she smiled. Anyway. Zero cut in. Eiji was whining about not having anyone to kiss for the countdown, even though no one had anyone to kiss, really, and then Bakugo just blew up at him. Shinsou snorted, remembering the detailed reenactment Ashido and Hagekyo had given him on his first day, and then they started making out at midnight, and then they just didn't stop. It was concerning. We all had to leave the room after a while. And they were like that for the rest of the week, Uraraka giggled. Honestly, they cleared the room every time they were together, it was crazy. We were not that bad. We all slept in the living room and you shared a sleeping bag, Kiri. AMR threw his hands up, and just because we couldn't see the things you were doing in there didn't mean we couldn't hear you. Kirishima had his face buried in his hands. We were really quiet, he squeaked. You were really not, Denki grinned. I didn't really mind it though. Denki, you were. 𝐬𝐫 shook his head, and Denki just shrugged, not even trying to deny it. Hitoshi just shook his head. Is there anything normal about you guys? You guys? Denki scoffed. You're one of us now, Hitoshi, you're included. I think not, he scoffed. Attention turned away from him when the door opened, and a red-faced Midoriya walked in. They wouldn't have given it much attention normally, but Midoriya walked in alone. He hadn't been away from 𝐿𝐴𝐽𝐻's sight in days, so something must be up. What happened? Uraraka narrowed her eyes, apparently having come to the same conclusion as Shinsou. Where's Todoroki? You two are never not joined at the lips these days. Midoriya flushed as he made his way over to the sofas. That's not true, we're not always together. Suya, Kirishima nodded. So where is he then? Midoriya's flush deepened as he looked down. He got a detention, he muttered. Todoroki got detention. Shinsou raised an eyebrow. I thought he was one of the good ones. Yeah, that's what he wants you to think, muttered Momo. What happened, Midobro? Asked 𝐬𝐫. Midoriya sighed. Well, we were in a classroom together, and we were. You were making out. Kaminari grinned suggestively, and Midoriya darkened. Well, that's not the phrase I would personally use. It's called making out, grinned 𝐬𝐫. Midoriya sighed. Okay, fine. Well, the room was empty, but then these two third years came in and saw us and, well, they said some mean things to me. The atmosphere in the room darkened immediately. What did they say? Shinsou's eyes narrowed. Well, Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck. They didn't say much to 𝐿𝐴𝐽. Guess they're kinda scared of him because of Endeavor and stuff, so they, started ganging up on you. Momo frowned. Basically yeah, he shrugged. But I mean, it's nothing I haven't heard before, you know. But 𝐿𝐴𝐽 got mad, and then he punched the one guy in the face. Oh hell yeah. Kirishima beamed. Go 𝐿𝐴𝐽. No. Midoriya rapidly shook his head. It's not good, now they have detention. They. Shinsou raised an eyebrow, and Midoriya sighed. Yes, well, with 𝐿𝐴𝐽 fighting both those guys, and me trying to get them to stop, we must have been making a lot of noise because then Kaken walked in and started fighting too. Oh hell yeah. Kirishima beamed. Go Katsuki. Did he even know what the fight was about? Grinned Denki, and Midoriya shook his head. He just saw that I was trying to stop it, so he assumed it was good. Yeah, joining a fight to spite you does sound very Bakugo, grinned Uraraka. Midoriya finally shrugged the bag off his back and sat down. Now they have detention every day for a week for excessive force. It's a good thing they didn't use their quirks though, it could have been much worse. I hope that teaches you that there are certain times and places to be corny. Zuzu, winked Emma. No, don't call Midoriya corny, he's a baby. 𝐬𝐫 gasped, scandalized. I am 16. Midoriya threw his hands up. Yeah man, he can't be that much of a baby if you guys say he and 𝐿𝐴𝐽 are worse than Kirishima and Bakugo when they first started dating. Midoriya gasped, eyes wide and horrified. You guys think we're worse than them? There were nods and confirmations all around, and Midoriya's hands shot up to his mouth. Oh my god, you guys, I'm so sorry. The room laughed and Shinsou shook his head with a smirk. Don't worry about it, Izuku. Kaminari laughed as he threw an arm around him. These people are just jealous that you've got a make-out buddy. Just reminds the rest of us how painfully single we are. Well, you don't have to be single if you don't want to, Denki, snorted Tokoyami. And you could just stop breathing sometimes. You ever thought of that, 𝐵𝐵? The boy swatted at the bird, who just maneuvered out of the way. I am merely pointing out that all you have to do is hey. Denki waved his arms. Stop that, you never heard of secrets, bro, only when they are necessary. The bird raised an eyebrow. And I think everyone in this room would agree that your little secret would be considered null and void if you would just look him in the eye and say to hey man. Denki was starting to sound panicked. What are you trying to do to me here? He has a point, muttered Kirishima. A very valid point. Nodded Momo. Shinsou swallowed hard as the rest of the room gave their agreements. So Denki had a person he wanted to be make-out buddies with her. That was news to him. Which was fine. It's not like it was a thing he needed to know. Even though it seemed like everyone else knew. It was absolutely fine. No of these guys owed him anything. However, they all did know about his feeling for Denki, so was it very necessary for them to talk about this other guy right in front of him? He made sure that his face gave nothing away as Denki fought to shut Tokoyami up, and the rest of the class encouraged him while snickering at Denki's panic. I swear to God, Fumi, you better shut your mouth or you will regret it. Shuji's not here, you can't blackmail me with that, Kaminari. Oh, you think that's all I got on you, glared Denki. I have no secrets, Kaminari. I am as empty as the void. You however have quite a few, involving someone who I am very sure would be glad to know that you're irrevocably in dash. Say something else, Tokun, I fing dare you. Just ask him out like a normal person, Denki, that's all I'm saying, smirked the smug bird. With a glare, Denki stood up straight, and turned to the rest of his laughing classmates. You guys don't know this, but Tokoyami 𝐵 owns every single One Direction album and he listens to them when he's sad while looking at the Harry Styles posters he keeps under his bed. Tokoyami sat bolt upright, his eyes wide and his beak gasping. How do you know that? He shrieked, and the room exploded. Are you kidding me? Tokoyami, no way. Dude, One Direction. You. Tokoyami's eyes were stuck on a smug Denki. You fiend, he roared. I warned you to be nice to me and you just didn't bite. Kaminari shook his head, as if sad that it had to resort to this. Shinsou grinned as the room exploded on Tokoyami, feathers rustling as he glared at Denki. Nice one, Hitoshi muttered to him, and Denki grinned. Why thank you. The class's resident edgelord, gothic, darkness-loving bird with a secret love for One Direction fled the room blushing up a storm as he was followed with cackles of disbelief from his traitorous friends. How long are we gonna mock him for this? Zero wiped at his eyes. Long enough for him to die of humiliation, smiled Denki. I mean, nothing's wrong with liking One Direction, but I want him to fing suffer. He turned to everyone else. And don't think I didn't hear you all encouraging him, I'll expose you too. There was a silence, and then a cleared throat. You know, I just remembered I have some homework to do. Irma got up quickly and backed away from the common room. Oh, me too. Uraraka shot up. I should go. Oh yeah, my socks need rearranging. Nodded Zero as he made quickly for the stairs. One by one, those in the living room filed out with terrible excuses, until eventually the only ones left were Shinsou, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Midoriya. You really have that much dirt on people, heh? Asked Hitoshi. Denki gave a mischievous grin. What can I say, people like to talk to me. Why though? I don't know, dude, I am not a reliable person. But for some reason I know everyone's secrets. Bet you don't know Shinsou's secrets, coughed Kirishima. Hitoshi's head snapped to the smirking redhead with wide eyes. What the F? Why? Secrets? Denki's eyes widened. What secrets? You have secrets. What are they? Nothing, I don't know what he's talking about, said Shinsou, glare not moving from Kirishima, who was doing a good job of not meeting his eye. Oh Shinsou, I think he's talking about how you're in each. Midoriya was stopped as a pillow shot at his face. I said I don't know what he's taking about. Shinsou insisted, and Midoriya huffed as he rubbed at his nose. Okay fine, you don't have any secrets at all. That's thing right, nodded Hitoshi, making sure to stare straight ahead and absolutely not look at the wide-eyed blonde next to him. He cleared his throat. So what's this show exactly? It looks stupid, asked Shinsou, grabbing the remote and raising the volume. God, he did not need anyone to start talking about his secrets, please. He was obviously going soft, because Kirishima and the other emotional support insomniacs were getting more and more bold in their teasing. Especially after that dreaded picture had been posted on the group chat a week ago. The picture that showed a sleeping Hitoshi absolutely clinging onto a sleeping Kaminari. His arms were tight around the blonde's waist and Denki had one arm around Hitoshi's shoulder and a hand buried deep in his hair. Hitoshi had stared, basically unblinking at the picture for a solid 5 minutes, while his brain swiftly went through the 5 stages of grief as he realized just how gone he was for this boy. The ensuing conversation on the group had been very unproductive. Shinsou, UFers delete this now. Tsukuimi, no Shinsou, I'm serious, erase this from existence, it never happened. Froppy, no Shinsou, what's wrong with you people, you can't just go around taking pictures of people who aren't aware. Get rid of it. Red Riot, no Shinsou, you know I'm a brainwasher, right? I have no problem making you do it. Xiaotou, we do not consent. Shinsou, you think I give a f if you consent? If you don't delete it, I'll do what I need to do. Deku, no you won't, you'll feel too bad about brainwashing people without their permission. Shinsou, guys come on please. Tsukuimi, no. Every conversation since had been more or less the same, and the smirks he would get from any of them when they made their way to the kitchen while he and Denki studied were not at all appreciated. If this is what having friends was like, he'd like to go back to isolation please. That was a lie, he wouldn't give this up for the world. Hitoshi tried to focus back on the present, because if he spent too long thinking about those people and that picture, he'd give himself a headache and a heart attack simultaneously. A clip show was on the TV of people doing stupid things and getting hurt, and the ones around him were quick to be distracted. Before long, Denki and Kirishima were cackling at every injury, and vowing to try all those stunts. Midoriya looked mostly concerned for the people on screen, even though he did let out a burst of laughter every once in a while. The three of them exuded so much bright energy that Shinsou had to fight extra hard not to just outright grin, just because they were. It was no wonder they were known as the Sunshine Boys. They could pull that reaction out of just about anyone. Not Shinsou though. No, he was stronger than that. So he just watched with a raised eyebrow and quirked lip. Kaminari noticed how his expression never changed, and he turned to him with a sigh. You don't always have to have that ever stoic look on your face, you know. I don't know what you're talking about. Shinsou blanched. Denki scoffed. You know, that look, he poked his cheek, it's like you're making super sure that you don't laugh or express any human emotion. It was unnerving how accurate that was. But Shinsou just rolled his eyes. That's not an act. I have no emotions, and I have never known laughter. Lies. Neki gasped. I made you laugh that one time, remember? That was a dry chuckle, Hitoshi reminded him, not at all the same thing. Excuses, Denki snorted. I bet I could make you laugh right now if I wanted to. You're a human boy just like the rest of us, Pinocchio. Shinsou turned his blank stare to Denki's determined smirk. Try me. Oh, you don't think I can do it? I got jokes, Hitoshi, I got mad jokes. Well, go on then, he scoffed. Denki crossed his arms and grinned. What did the grape say when it was crushed? Shinsou blinked. Nothing. It just let out a little whine. Hitoshi's eyes impossibly narrowed even more. Seriously? Puns? Hell yeah, puns. Shinsou shook his head immediately. No. Denki was not deterred. Hey Hitoshi. Why did the girl keep reading the book about anti-gravity? Shinsou blinked. Because it was impossible to put down. Next to Shinsou, Midoriya snorted into his hands. You have got to be kidding me. Hey Hitoshi. What did the sushi say to the bee? Wasabi. Midoriya snorted again, and behind him, Kirishima was grinning. Shinsou shook his head. God, stop this. Hey Hitoshi. Denki relented. Why didn't the cat go to the vet? 'Cause he was feline fine. Hitoshi groaned. You think talking about cats is gonna butter me up? Well, it's working, look, he's almost smiling. Kirishima pointed out, reaching over to poke at Hitoshi's cheek. No, I'm not, leave me alone, he muttered. Hey Hitoshi, he was all but bouncing now. Did you hear about that cheese factory that exploded in France? There was nothing but debris. I have never been so far from laughing. Hitoshi shook his head. Denki only grinned further. Hey Hitoshi. How can you stop a nosy pepper? I changed my mind, please stop, it gets jalapeno business. Shinsou closed his eyes. These were absolutely the worst puns he had ever heard. Ever. Never mind the fact that he was basically chewing the inside of his cheek in an attempt to keep a straight face. It wasn't a very successful attempt. I spot a smile. Midoriya pointed triumphantly. Denki, keep going. Hey Hitoshi, he all but shouted. What did one ocean say to the other ocean? I really don't care, he sighed to disguise a soft chuckle. Nothing. It just waved. Midoriya fell back into his pillow, and Kirishima slapped the couch as he cackled. Do you see what I did there? Denki winked. Shinsou just blinked, and Midoriya shot his hand up. Oh, I did, he grinned. Are you sure, Izuku? Denki continued, and the green boy snorted into his hands. Shinsou's eyes darted from one to the other. That was fing terrible, he drawled. Oh come on bro, don't krill my vibe. This is so bad, how do you not see this? You're terrible. Hitoshi lied as he chewed the inside of his cheek raw. Oh come on man, don't be a beach about it, I'm doing great, he grinned, feeling proud of himself for some reason. This isn't funny, he shook his head as his lips quirks without his permission, this isn't funny at all. Midoriya snickered as he spoke up. Oh boy, it looks like you're getting to him, he said between laughs. Denki lifted a hand for a high five. Well done, sir. Well done. Me, the boy grinned, I think you're currently the best at ocean puns. Hitoshi shook his head, pulling his lips into his mouth. Oh my god, stop. Yeah guys. Kirishima spoke up through chuckles, you should stop, this is getting out of hand. The other two threw their heads back in laughter and Shinsou took a breath as he tried to control his facial muscles. He couldn't let himself laugh at these atrocious puns. He wouldn't. I am surrounded by idiots. Or he's not laughing yet. Midoriya poked Shinsou's cheek just as Kaminari had done. Well ship, the blonde threw his hands up, I reckon I'll have to think of more. Please stop. Please stop. You already stole all the best ones, Denks. Kirishima bared his teeth, that's kinda shellfish. Oh god, stop. Midoriya smirked, well if you guys come up with any other fish puns, let me know. Alright I'm leaving. Shinsou made to stand up before he actually broke, but 3 pairs of hands grabbed at his arms. No, you haven't laughed yet. Midoriya tugged at him. Yeah, man, are you getting tired of talking to us? If you're really my friend Toshi, you're gonna have to laugh at my puns. It's who I clam. Hitoshi gave up on trying to leave once he saw all those wide eyes staring up at him pleadingly. It's okay guys, Denki said to the others, he thinks we're funny, he just has a resting beach face. If I stay will you stop? Shinsou groaned. But Hitoshi, we have yet to fulfill our purpose. I am literally begging you here. I'm sardine to see a little grin over there grumpy. Kirishima poked at his face. And then the others were joining him. Shinsou sat there with crossed arms, having his face and ribs poked at by these 3 unnecessarily bright people, his face absolutely screaming as he tried to keep it neutral. And the jokes just kept coming. How were they coming up with so many ocean puns? How were there that many words? A face-splitting grin finally broke through when Denki replaced the word excuse with 𝐒𝐴𝐵, but he then argued that a grin was not a laugh and therefore, he didn't lose. And still they kept going. Hitoshi knew he wouldn't last much longer. It wasn't even the jokes. No, the jokes were absolutely horrible. But the way these 3 were smiling and laughing and basically rolling around at their own awful puns made it almost impossible to resist. Even for him. Hey guys, Midoriya managed to get some words in between his cackles. I'm not trying to be coy, but I'm starting to run out. No way Midoriya, don't you squid on us. Kirishima chortled, wiping at his eyes. Yeah bro, we're not finished, Denki grinned, this is going swimmingly, right Hitoshi? And then they were off again, and Hitoshi rubbed a hand over his face. He couldn't do this anymore. You know what, he said, managing to keep his voice steady, I've sat here listening to this awful SHT for ages, and I've finally decided that you people, he made sure to catch all their eyes, are in need of some serious help. The 3 leapt in the air as they roared. We got him boys. Denki whooped as they all jumped, sharing a 3-way high five. Hitoshi shook his head as his shoulders shook, the grin on his face finally giving way to a deep chuckle, that eventually turned into a full-on laugh when the others jostled the couch he was on as they celebrated. They were crackheads. The lot of them. Especially these 3 morons, who could bring even Shinsou Hitoshi to side-splitting laughs using the worst jokes known to mankind. People walked through the common room and gave nothing but raised eyebrows and understanding nods at the scene on the couch. The Class A Sunshine Boys falling over the notoriously stoic Shinsou, exchanging increasingly bad puns until they could hardly talk. The insanity of these people would never cease to amaze Hitoshi. They were hilarious, and ridiculous, and kind, and sometimes so stupid it hurt. They were nothing like the whispers and rumors that followed them. Nothing like Hitoshi had ever expected. In fact, after such a strange and surprising couple of months, Hitoshi almost forgot about the reputation that preceded Class 2A. The reputation that painted them as otherworldly. Painted them as kids who faced villains on the regular and came out on the other side. Kids who stared down mutant monsters and lived to tell the tale. Kids who fought through broken bones with a smile. Kids who stared death in the eye and came out victorious. Kids who were followed by trouble, and then kicked trouble's butt. Kids who were, for all intents and purposes, absolutely insane. It was a stark contrast from the giggling crackheads Hitoshi dealt with day by day, which is why he kinda forgot about all of that other stuff. He would soon learn that it would have done well for him to remember exactly what Class A was all about. Because there was a good reason why the school was scared of Class 2A. There was good reason that every time Aizawa got a phone call, he immediately assumed it was either the police or the hospital calling about one of his kids. They were a magnet for trouble. And Hitoshi was going to see that for himself, much sooner than anyone thought.